Jose Ma. Sison. Selected Writings, 2019. Julieta de Lima, Editor. Resist Neoliberalism, Fascism, and Wars of Aggression. International Network for Philippine Studies, the Netherlands. Author's Preface. This book, Resist Neoliberalism, Fascism, and Wars of Aggression, compiles my articles and speeches, statements and interviews, and messages and letters that I wrote in the whole year of 2019, when the peoples in the Philippines and abroad rose up to resist imperialism and all reaction on a scale and with intensity not seen before in decades. With the purpose of clarifying the issues, I wrote and made analysis in my various capacities as the founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, chief political consultant of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, and chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS. Since the 6th International Assembly of the ILPS in June 2019, I have ceased to be its chairperson after serving for 15 years from 2004 to 2019, but have become chairperson emeritus, with the continuing role and task of helping to articulate ILPS concerns. Part I of the book includes sustained articles and speeches focusing on the end of the peace negotiations between the Manila government and the NDFP, the escalation of the counter-revolution by the Duterte tyranny, and the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the New People's Army, NPA, led by the CPP. The golden anniversary of the NPA prompted requests for a review of its history, development, and prospects. The requests came from various organizations in the Philippines and abroad interested in the key role of the NPA in People's War and in its necessary relations with the CPP, the mass organizations and the organs of political power. My valedictory address at the ILPS 6th International Assembly and certain articles take up the major events and issues abroad about the worsening crisis of the world capitalist system and the resistance of the people to imperialist plunder, state terrorism, and the wars of aggression. I welcome the spread and intensification of the various forms of anti-imperialist and democratic struggles. I estimate that in the underdeveloped countries, where there is still a significant proportion of peasant masses, the People's War can arise and develop in stages in the countryside in concert with the urban-based mass movements. And in the industrial capitalist countries, armed insurrection can break out of general strikes of workers and the general populace. Part 2 of the book includes the timely statements and interviews that I did on Philippine and global issues. The preponderance of content against the de facto Duterte fascist dictatorship is necessitated by the escalation of oppression and exploitation and reflects the intensity of the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation. As the NDFP chief political consultant, I am privileged to know closely the abrupt swings of the Duterte regime from pretenses for peace negotiations to calls for bloodbath and back. It has been my duty to advise the NDFP negotiating panel and to engage in tit-for-tat struggle with the tyrant Duterte and his main adjutants. The servile connections of the Duterte regime to both US and Chinese imperialism are exposed. The regime keeps the patronage of US imperialism by pledging to destroy the revolutionary movement and to change the 1987 Constitution in order to remove the restrictions on foreign ownership of land and all businesses. At the same time, the ruling clique takes bribes from high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects in official transaction with China, as well as from collaboration with Chinese criminal triads in the smuggling of illegal drugs, rice, and other goods. The Duterte regime's gross and systematic crimes of treason, tyranny, mass murder, corruption, and deception have outraged the broad masses of the people and have driven them to wage all forms of resistance. The main thrust of the book is to amplify the struggles of the proletariat and people against imperialism and reaction in the Philippines. It is likewise done in my statements of solidarity for those oppressed and exploited in other countries. Part 3 of the book contains messages and letters which are addressed to revolutionary movements and anti-imperialist and democratic organizations of various types in connection with the injustices that they confront and the current struggles that they must wage. I offer the highest honor and respect to the revolutionary heroes and martyrs. A number of comrades who rendered revolutionary service to the people and departed in 2019. The book unfolds the intolerable conditions that the Filipino and other peoples suffer, underscores the crying need for their resistance and points to the socialist direction that the revolutionary struggles against imperialism are taking. The intensifying anti-imperialist and democratic struggles of the people are a response to the escalating oppression and exploitation unleashed by the world capitalist system and national ruling systems. The frequent and worsening crisis of overproduction and abuse of monopoly finance capital are sharpening the class struggle and inciting the proletariat and people to take the revolutionary road to socialism. The financial crash of 2008 brought forth an economic and social crisis that has become aggravated every year. The worldwide mass protests and other militant mass actions of 2019, directed in common mainly against neoliberalism and fascism, are harbingers of more and greater struggles to challenge the world capitalist system and make way for revolutionary change. The imperialist powers and their reactionary agents seek by force and deceit to install or perpetuate regimes of unbridled greed by unleashing state terrorism and wars of aggression. But these monstrous crimes arouse the people to organize revolutionary forces and wage struggles against counter-revolutionary states. They expose the decadent and moribund character of monopoly capitalism and the world capitalist system. The world capitalist system is being rent asunder not only by the resistance of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people in various parts of the world but also by the sharpening contradictions among the imperialist powers themselves. The US and China are now the most conspicuous of the imperialist powers in a struggle to redivide the world and gain hegemony. The People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War in the Philippines continues to grow in strength and advance precisely because of the escalating oppression and exploitation inflicted on the people by the traitorous, tyrannical, genocidal, corrupt, and mendacious Duterte regime. With utmost wisdom and courage, the Communist Party of the Philippines is leading the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation. This contributes to as well as benefits from the strengthening of the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles in various countries and to the resurgence of the world proletarian revolution. José María Sison. Utrecht, the Netherlands. January 15, 2020. Editor's note. As indicated by the author's preface above, this volume was ready for publication in the first quarter of 2020 but was overtaken by the lockdowns due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The one-year delay in publication puts the volume in close proximity with the publication of the author's volume of writings for 2020. Thus, readers have a full vantage and rich background for comprehending the expected crisis, turmoil, and struggles between the oppressed and exploited, and their oppressors and exploiters in 2021 and thereafter. Articles and speeches. People's expectations in 2019. January 1, 2019. The Filipino people expect that this year, 2019, the socio-economic and political crisis of the ruling system will worsen and that the Duterte regime will not solve or soften but will even aggravate the crisis by imposing heavier taxes and causing the prices of basic goods and services to rise further and to use the tax revenues and public debt to feed bureaucratic corruption and raise spending for the military and police in order to carry out his terrorist all-out war aimed at suppressing the revolutionary movement of the people. Within the year, the Duterte regime will further inflict grave social and economic suffering on the people and unleash mass murder and other human rights violations in a futile attempt to destroy the armed revolutionary movement and intimidate the people. The state terrorism will victimize not only the toiling masses of the people but also the middle social strata and even those in the upper classes who do not belong to the small and narrow ruling clique of Duterte. Duterte is hell-bent on imposing on the people a fascist dictatorship a la Marcos by using de facto or proclaimed martial law nationwide in the name of anti-terrorism in order to ensure control of the results of the May elections, if still to be held, and the railroading of charter change for a bogus kind of federalism in which the fascist dictator centralizes powers in his hands and handpicks his regional and provincial agents among the local dynasties and warlords. Duterte is not interested in serious peace negotiations to address the roots of the armed conflict and make comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms in order to lay the basis for a just and lasting peace. he has issued proclamations and executive orders in order to terminate and further render serious peace negotiations impossible. What he is open to is merely the surrender and pacification of the revolutionary movement of the people. In view of the foregoing, what are the expectations of the people from the various revolutionary forces? The answer comes from the revolutionary publications that disseminate the decisions and plans of the leading organs of the revolutionary forces in the Philippines. The Communist Party of the Philippines will perform its overall leading role in the People's Democratic Revolution promptly, correctly and clearly. It will base its plans and directives on the strength accumulated in 50 years of revolutionary struggle and the current circumstances and demands of the people. It will carry out the tasks to further strengthen and advance the party and the revolutionary movement of the people. The new People's Army, NPA, will intensify its tactical offensives to defeat the campaign of the enemy to destroy it while carrying out agrarian revolution and mass work. The successful NPA offensives in guerrilla warfare based on an expanding and deepening mass base will serve to strengthen the revolutionary movement by seizing arms from the enemy forces and will expose the lies of the enemy which misrepresent the character and status of the People's Army and seek to mislead the people. The intensified offensives are meant to develop a fully armed company per guerrilla front and fulfill the maturation of the strategic defensive and proceed to the strategic stalemate in a few years' time. The various types of mass organizations will be expanded as the source of strength of the CPP, NPA, and the People's Democratic Government. The rural-based mass organizations are urgently needed as direct support to the People's Democratic Government and to the entire armed revolutionary process. The members of the mass organizations qualify as members of the local organs of political power, the People's Militia and Self-Defense Units. The People's Democratic Government will be strengthened at all possible levels in order to take charge of administration and other social functions for the benefit of the people, such as land reform, public education, production, health and sanitation, cultural work, defense, arbitration and people's court, environmental protection, and disaster relief. The People's Government will support and facilitate the mobility and tactical offensives of the People's Army. The National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, will further strengthen itself as the most consolidated realization of the National United Front but will be able to cooperate with all possible allies within the broad United Front in order to isolate and oust the Duterte regime from power. The NDFP is authorized to be open to peace negotiations with the current and prospective regimes of the reactionary government, but its principal work now is to work for the ouster of the Duterte regime. We expect that the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces will win ever greater victories in the next year and thereafter. The accumulated victories of their struggle in the 50 years since the founding of the party under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism ought to inspire them to confront and defeat the Duterte regime and make further advances in the struggle against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. Role of overseas Bayan chapters in the National Democratic Movement. Message to Bayan Canada General Assembly. January 19, 2019. Warmest greetings of solidarity to Bayan Canada. I am pleased and honored to be invited to speak to your General Assembly on the role of overseas Bayan chapters. This is an important subject to discuss among those interested in Bayan and the National Democratic Movement of the Filipino people. Bayan is a major member organization of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, of which I am the chairperson. However, I am not authorized to speak on its behalf. I can talk about its international workings only as an observer and admirer. Bayan is the most important legal multi-sectoral alliance of patriotic and progressive forces in the Philippines. It combines the organizations of the toiling masses of workers and peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie, the women, youth, professionals, religious and other sectors. It takes up a wide range of concerns, including national sovereignty, democratic rights, economic development, social justice, patriotic culture, and so on. It is such a highly developed comprehensive alliance of mass organizations that it represents in all the ILPS commissions on 18 concerns. It is the strongest urban-based political formation seeking to transform the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system into a truly national and democratic system. It has proven its might in opposing the Marcos fascist dictatorship and all the succeeding pseudo-democratic regime and now the tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt Duterte regime. The overseas chapters of Bayan play an important role by being a necessary part of Bayan. They provide Bayan Philippines an indispensable international dimension. They serve to reach and engage the 10 to 12 million Filipinos abroad. These compatriots comprise more than 10% of the Philippine population and more than 25% of its labor force. The overseas chapters arouse, organize, and mobilize the overseas Filipinos in order to uphold, defend and promote their rights in relation to the conditions in their host countries and at the same time to continue being in touch with the motherland and to contribute what they can to the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation through the national democratic movement. To arouse the overseas Filipinos in various host countries, Bayan chapters provide the most useful and meaningful information and education about the Philippine situation, the needs and demands of the people and the status and prospects of the people's struggle for national and social liberation against foreign domination and the local exploiting classes of big compradors, landlords and bureaucrat capitalists. To organize the overseas Filipinos, Bayan chapters build their countrywide chapter committees and the organizations of various sectors, such as those of the migrant workers, migrant, women, Gabriela, youth, Anak Bayan, various types of professionals and various types of concerns, especially human rights. Each organization connect to its counterpart in the Philippines through the countrywide Bayan Committee as well as directly. To mobilize the masses of Filipinos in various host countries, Bayan chapters abroad plan and carry out campaigns and activities in order to stand for the rights and welfare of the members of various organizations and the Filipinos abroad in general and to extend moral and material support to the people in the motherland in their struggle for national and social liberation through concrete programs and projects. Bayan chapters abroad are not limited to arousing, organizing, and mobilizing only the Filipinos abroad. They establish relations of friendship, solidarity, and cooperation with the host peoples and other migrant peoples directly and through their organizations, parties and institutions. Through solidarity and cooperation on various issues of common interests, all peoples of various nationalities in the host country can gain strength and improve their conditions in the workplace, institutions and communities. All of them need to stand up against the ultra-reactionary currents of fascism, chauvinism, racism, sexism, and the like which arise in the crisis-stricken world capitalist system. For the sake of advancing the national democratic movement in the Philippines as well as the just movements of other peoples, Bayan chapters abroad develop the mutual interest and the means for cultural exchanges and exchange of visits between the people in the Philippines and the host countries. Friendly visits, study tours, or research, internship and integration programs have proven to be the most effective in promoting close relations between peoples and in developing the solidarity activists. It is certainly helpful to the national democratic movement of the Filipino people that Bayan chapters abroad encourage the organizations of other peoples to join international organizations like the International League of People's Struggle and other international organizations and conferences focused on certain concerns, in which they can cooperate with Filipino organizations in a wider context. I have come full circle by once more mentioning Bayan in connection with the ILPS. I have tried to present what I think are the most important tasks that Bayan chapters abroad do to fulfill their duty of serving overseas Filipinos and the national democratic movement. You have all the leeway to consider and improve on what I have presented. Prospects and challenges of the people's struggle against the Duterte regime 2. February 8, 2019. I thank Bayan and the International Network for Philippine Studies for organizing this book launch. I also thank the distinguished reviewers and all of you for coming to this gathering. I am elated and honored that my 4 most recent volumes are being launched at the same time on this occasion. The book titles are, Combat Neoliberal Globalization, Struggle Against Imperialist Plunder and War, Strengthen the People's Struggle Against Imperialism and Reaction and People's Resistance to Greed and Terror. The first 3 titles belong to the 5-volume series, People's Struggles Against Oppression and Exploitation, Selected Writings 2009 to 2015. And the 4th book is autonomous and covers the last 6 months of the Aquino regime and the first 6 months of the Duterte regime in 2016. These books have accumulated during the last 2 years without the benefit of a launch because, as I understand, we have been preoccupied with arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the people against the Duterte regime. Now we are pausing for this book launch before we plunge deeper into mass work and mobilize more people to engage in mass protest actions to oust the Duterte regime. I assume of course that you would have periods of rest to read and study the books. Prospects of the People's Struggle. After the full restoration of capitalism in revisionist-ruled countries in the years 1989 to 1991, U.S. imperialism and all its followers were jubilant and concluded that history cannot go beyond capitalism and liberal democracy, that neocolonialism and neoliberalism would prevail without challenge and that the U.S. would remain the sole superpower. With overweening arrogance, the U.S. proceeded to give economic and trade concessions to China to hasten its integration in the world capitalist system and to launch a series of costly wars of aggression, thus accelerating the strategic U.S. decline. The increase in the number of imperialist powers, which now include China and Russia, has led to a multipolar world and to more intense inter-imperialist contradictions, which have been so conspicuous since the big economic and financial crisis of 2008. The worsening of the crisis of the world capitalist system has accelerated. This crisis inflicts more suffering on the proletariat and people of the world and drives them to resist imperialism and all reaction. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system has worsened under the weight of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The ruling system has become so rotten that the factional rows and confusion among oligarchs have allowed Duterte to become president. His election to the presidency in 2016 is a stark manifestation of how far the ruling system has become rotten. We are once more confronted with a tyrant who idolizes and apes the fascist dictator Marcos. By all indications, the tyrannical Duterte regime is hell-bent on imposing a full-blown fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people by proclaiming martial law nationwide, scrapping or rigging the May 2019 elections and railroading charter change to a bogus kind of federalism in which the omnipotent fascist dictator is at the peak of a highly centralized hierarchy of dynasties, warlords, corrupt bureaucrats, drug lords and corrupt military officers. Duterte has rolled out the following measures of state terrorism to achieve his objective: the propagation of the notion that the illegal drug trade and other social problems can be solved through extrajudicial killings, the anti-communist witch hunt against the legal democratic forces and social activists, the increasing harassment, arrest, and murder of activists, Tokang-type mass murders of the urban poor, workers, peasants and indigenous people, and the planting of evidence, fake surrenders and fake encounters to frame up the victims and enable military and police officers to collect cash rewards. To achieve his objective of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people, Duterte has deliberately and systematically engaged in mass intimidation and mass murder and viciously slandered the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, and the New People's Army, NPA, to make them his scapegoats for proclaiming martial law in Mindanao and prospectively nationwide. Thus he is not at all interested in peace negotiations between the government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP. He needs to escalate the armed conflict to justify and accomplish his evil objective. In response, the NDFP has consistently expressed its desire for the resumption of the peace negotiations in order to stress the point that it is Duterte who has terminated the peace negotiations and it is the NDFP which is desirous of a just and lasting peace through basic social, economic and political reforms and that it is the GRP and Duterte himself that want to continue the civil war in order to preserve the ruling system and to subject the people to worse forms of oppression and exploitation. The obsession of the Duterte regime is to wage all-out war against the people under a plan copy upon. Whenever it pretends to be for peace negotiations, it means negotiations for the surrender of the revolutionary movement either through localized talks or bilateral talks of the GRP and the NDFP negotiating panels in the Philippines under the control, surveillance, and manipulation of the regime. There is therefore no choice for the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces but to persevere in the armed revolution for national and social liberation. Two challenges to the people's struggle. The Duterte regime is seeking to destroy the people's democratic revolution at a time when the revolutionary forces, especially the CPP, NPA, and the NDFP have gained strength nationwide among the toiling masses after more than 50 years of continuous revolutionary struggle. The revolutionary movement is well experienced and is ready to frustrate and cause the soonest possible ouster of the regime. We are challenged today by a regime whose chieftain exposes and aggravates all the decadent and despicable features of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. He boasts of state terrorism and mass murder of suspects, puppetry to the imperialist powers, open contempt for the toiling masses, hostility to Christians, misogyny, and brazen mendacious self-contradictions. He is crazed by power and drugs. He acts as if the people can never act against him. His government is bankrupt and he resorts to heavier taxation and bigger foreign borrowing to feed the appetite of his fellow corrupt politicians, bloat expenditures for the military and police at the expense of public education, health, and other social services, engage in overpriced and graft-laden infrastructure projects, widen the budgetary and trade deficits and amortize the growing accumulated public debt. He seems not to realize that the broad masses of the people detest him for violating human rights, causing the prices of basic commodities and services to soar, engaging in corruption of unprecedented scale, theft of 565 billion pesos of public funds in a matter of 2 years, and treasonously selling out the sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea and the national patrimony to all the imperialist powers. The people and their armed revolutionary forces are intensifying their efforts to build their strength and defeat the armed minions of the Duterte regime. The CPP, NPA, and NDFP, the mass organizations and the people's government are thriving in the countryside. Despite its all-out war, the Duterte regime has not been able to destroy a single guerrilla front, not even in Mindanao where 75% of the maneuver battalions of the reactionary state have been concentrated. It is possible to oust the Duterte regime by intensifying the protest actions of the legal mass movement of the people under the policy of broad united front and by encouraging the relatively patriotic and democratic-minded sections of the reactionary military and police to withdraw support from the regime as in the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship in 1986 and the corrupt Estrada regime in 2001. As soon as the hundreds of thousands of people appear on the streets of Metro Manila and millions nationwide, the reactionary armed forces and police will find it futile to oppose the sovereign will of the people. The biggest challenge to the Filipino people and all patriotic and progressive forces is to rise up soon and oust the Duterte regime. The ouster of Duterte will not yet end the ruling system, but the national democratic movement will become stronger and will be in a better position to cause a fundamental transformation of the ruling system through the needed basic social, economic and political reforms. The way will be open to further advance the people's democratic revolution. If for any reason, internal or external, to the broad united front and the legal mass movement, Duterte manages to stay longer in power, he will cause the ruling system to rot further and gain further the wrath of the people and generate the conditions for the people to overcome any obstacle to the process of ousting him. It is obvious that time is running against him because of his advanced deteriorating physical and mental health and the worsening crisis of the ruling system. All his violent attempts to prolong himself in power will only generate more favorable conditions for the rise of various forms of mass struggle, especially for the people's war for national and social liberation. Long live the national democratic movement! Long live the Philippine Revolution! Long live the Filipino people! The role of the Communist International in the formation of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, 1930. March 1, 2009. We joyously celebrate this year the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the Third International or the Communist International, Comintern, by its first Congress in Moscow on 2–6 March 1919. The Comintern succeeded in encouraging the formation and development of communist parties in many countries and in advancing the world proletarian revolution. It has had far-reaching revolutionary influence and consequences beyond its 1943 dissolution. The Comintern was the logical and necessary outcome of the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, which made Russia the center of the world proletarian revolution. It was in clear repudiation of the bankrupt opportunist and revisionist line of the Second International, which had turned the Social Democrats into social chauvinist and social pacifist subalterns of imperialism in capitalist exploitation, colonialism, and waging aggressive war. Even as the Bolsheviks were under the pressure of the Civil War and the foreign interventionist war of the Entente powers, Lenin saw the necessity of founding the Communist International in order to promote the proletarian revolution, especially in Germany and other European countries exhausted by World War I and disgusted with their rulers. He was motivated by the spirit of proletarian internationalism, and he calculated that further revolutions in Europe would be helpful to the survival of the Soviet Union. Concurrently, he recognized the revolutionary potential of the working peoples in the colonies in the East as the imperialist system was breaking down. It was the duty of the Soviet people to themselves and to other peoples to advance the world proletarian revolution. When the revolutionary flow in Europe ebbed, the revolutions of the East were bursting out, especially in neighboring China. The Communist International vis-a-vis the colonies like the Philippines. The program of the Comintern optimistically declared that the imperialist system was breaking down and that there was ferment in the colonies, among the former dependent small nations, insurrections of the proletariat, victorious proletarian revolutions in some countries, dissolution of imperialist armies, complete incapacity of the ruling classes to guide the destinies of the people. The program expected the working class to create genuine order, a communist order, by destroying the rule of capital, making war impossible, abolishing state frontiers, changing the entire world into one cooperative community, and realizing the brotherhood and freedom of the peoples. The great Lenin challenged the delegates to the Congress of Communist Organizations of the Peoples of the East in Baku on November 22, 1919, "You are representatives of communist organizations and communist parties of various Eastern peoples. I must say that the Russian Bolsheviks succeeded in forcing a breach in the old imperialism, in undertaking the exceedingly difficult, but also exceedingly noble, task of blazing new paths of revolution, whereas you, the representatives of the working people of the East, have before you a task that is still greater and newer. The period of awakening of the East in the contemporary revolution is being succeeded by a period in which all the Eastern peoples will participate in deciding the destiny of the whole world, so as not to be simply an object of the enrichment of others. The peoples of the East are becoming alive to the need for practical action, for every nation to take part in shaping the destiny of all mankind." In his draft theses on the national and colonial questions for the Second Congress of the Comintern on June 5, 1920, Lenin declared, "The Communist International's entire policy on the national and colonial questions should rest primarily on a closer union of the proletarians and the working masses of all nations and countries for a joint revolutionary struggle to overthrow the landowners and the bourgeoisie. This union alone will guarantee victory over capitalism, without which the abolition of national oppression and inequality is impossible." Lenin further wrote, "With regard to the more backward states and nations, in which feudal or patriarchal peasant relations predominate, it is particularly important to bear in mind, first, that all communist parties must assist the bourgeois democratic liberation movement in these countries, and that the duty of rendering the most active assistance rests primarily with the workers of the country the backward nation is colonially or financially dependent on." In the theses on the national and colonial questions it adopted in July 1920 during its Second Congress, the Comintern proclaimed, "All communist parties must support by action the national revolutionary movements in colonial countries. The form which this support should take should be discussed with the Communist Party of the country in question, if there is one. This obligation refers in the first place to the active support of the workers in that country on which the backward nation is financially, or as a colony, dependent. The program of the Comintern would subsequently include the following: the communist parties in the imperialist countries must render systematic aid to the colonial revolutionary movement, and to the movement of oppressed nationalities generally. In its fifth plenum in April 1925, the Comintern approved its first resolution on the Philippines. This urged the American Communists to support the national liberation movement in the Philippines and to encourage the formation of a communist party from the revolutionized trade union and peasant movement, as well as that of a national revolutionary mass party from all groups actively campaigning for national independence. Through the Communist Party of the USA, then known as the Workers' Communist Party up to 1930, the Comintern would take the task of encouraging and assisting the organization of the Communist Party in the Philippines. The Filipino workers themselves would have to organize their own party, taking into account objective conditions and subjective capabilities. Since its second Congress in 1920, the Comintern had adopted the terms of admission, which required that all decisions of the Comintern are binding on all affiliated parties, but at the same time enjoined itself and its executive committee to take into account the diversity of conditions in which the various parties have to fight and work, and to adopt decisions binding only on matters in which such decisions were possible. 2. Initial contacts with the Comintern and American Communists. The Comintern established a number of revolutionary organizations of working people. These included the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, or its Russian abbreviation Profintern, which was organized in 1921, and the Peasants' International, or Krestintern, in 1923. Subsequently, subsidiary offices of these were established in China in order to cover the Far East and Pacific area. Under the auspices of the RILU, the Conference of the Pacific, Oriental, Transport Workers was held in Canton, China on June 18 to 24, 1924. 5 Filipino delegates were able to attend. To enable them to attend, the American Communist named Alfred Wagenknecht, otherwise known by his alternate names as William Elliot or Matias Girones, brought the invitation to the Philippines, made a survey of the labor organizations, and arranged the trip of the chosen delegates who accompanied him to Canton. The delegates came from various Philippine trade unions. They were able to meet and discuss with labor leaders from China, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Australia, USA, England, France, and USSR. They were also able to bring home a resolution of the conference calling for the immediate independence of the Philippines from U.S. colonial rule, and another resolution urging the Asian workers and peasants to organize unions and struggle against imperialism and the local exploiters. Upon their return home, they were enthusiastic and formed a Bolshevik secretariat to issue a secret periodical. The communication links with Comintern organizations, the flow of publications from the Communist International, and consultations with visiting American, Chinese and Indonesian communists had begun and eventually helped to stimulate a leftward trend in the Philippine labor movement, amidst the worsening social conditions and upsurge of anti-imperialist and class struggles. From 1924 to 1928, cadres of the PUSA, known up to 1925 as the Workers' Party of America and then as the Workers' Communist Party, who were linked to the China-based RILU Pan-Pacific branch, visited the Philippines and interacted with Filipino labor leaders. They included Harrison George, who represented the Union of the U.S. Railroad Workers, and Earl Browder before he became the secretary of the Pan-Pacific Trade Union Secretariat, PTUS. They represented the PUSA-led U.S. Trade Union Educational League, TUEL, in the RILU's Pan-Pacific branch, located at different times in Canton, Hankow, and Shanghai. A permanent Pan-Pacific Trade Union Secretariat, PTUS, was established. On behalf of American workers, Harrison George pushed a resolution expressing solidarity with the workers and peasants in the Philippines and support for their struggles for national freedom and emancipation from exploitation. In its 15th convention on June 30 to July 1, 1927, the Congreso Obrero de Filipinas, COF, declared its adherence to the PTUS and pledged efforts towards the realization of the program adopted in the Hankow Conference. The COF and the Kalapanang Pambansa ng Mga Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, KPMP, National Federation of Peasants of the Philippines, affiliated with the PTUs. The KPMP also started to communicate with the Peasants International, Krestintern. 3. Evangelista's visit to Moscow and Filipino workers as students. In March 1928 the RILU invited Crisanto Evangelista and Cirilo Bognat of the COF to attend the 4th Congress of RILU in Moscow. At the same time, the Peasant International also invited Jacinto Manahan of the KPMP to attend its conference. They passed through Shanghai in February to consult with Earl Browder and other PTUs cadres. Evangelista and Manahan stayed for 3 months in Moscow. They had lengthy discussions with the political secretariat of the Comintern on the question of organizing the vanguard working class party in the Philippines. The secretariat adopted a resolution on April 20, 1928, the main tasks of the communists in the Philippines. It put forward the following: the primary and necessary condition for the establishment of a communist party is the formation of an initiating communist group that has educated itself in the revolutionary spirit of Marxism-Leninism, that has studied the principal lessons of the experiences of the international communist movement, that has learned how to apply that experience to the particular conditions of the working class movement in the Philippines, and that can undertake to transform gradually the Labor Party, Partido Obrero, into a party of the masses, into an effective communist party. Evangelista proposed the sending of Filipino workers to study in Moscow in April 1928. He visited the Communist University of the Toilers of the East and talked with the director and educational coordinators of the Profintern and Krestintern. Earlier in October 1927, after his visit to the Philippines in September, Harrison George had already recommended that the Comintern invite 6 Filipinos every year to study in Moscow at the Communist University. Upon his return to the Philippines, Evangelista arranged for 3 young workers to study in Moscow. They studied at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East. This was a special secondary school for students from Asia, preliminary to admission to the Higher Institute Lenin School. The schoolmates of the Filipinos were from China, Indochina, Mongolia, Korea, India, Indonesia, and the autonomous Soviet Asian republics in the Caucasus and Siberia. The biggest number of non-Soviet students were the Chinese. The subjects in the university included dialectical and historical materialism, political economy, world history, history of the labor movement, natural sciences, physics, and mathematics. They had rudimentary military training and educational tours. Their teachers were English-speaking Soviet professors and an American communist cadre in the Comintern, Eugene Dennis, who gave lectures on trade unionism. He would later travel to the Philippines under the name of Tim Ryan. One of the young Filipino workers finished the full course of 3 years and joined the Komsomol or Young Communist League of the USSR. The American Communist cadre Sam Darcy assigned to the Comintern gave him briefings on party work. Upon his return to the Philippines in November 1931, he became active in the work of party education. Another young Filipino worker who finished only 2 years of the course, returned earlier to the Philippines and became a delegate to the First Congress of the CPP on May 30, 1931. In June 1929 2 more Filipino workers were sent to Moscow to study at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East. One of them, Emilio Moclang, finished the 3-year course and stayed on for 1 more year to translate texts and documents into the Philippine national language. Upon return to the Philippines in 1933, he was chosen as the head of the second line of leadership. He became the underground secretary of the CPP as soon as the open leaders of the CPP were imprisoned and banished in 1931. American communist cadres appeared prominently as the most helpful to the Filipino cadres in the formation of the CPP. But comrades of other nationalities, especially the Chinese, were also helpful, especially because they had their own labor and youth organizations in the Philippines. The Philippine branch of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was established in the early 1920s, much ahead of the establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI. Comrade C, who led the aforesaid branch, was a longtime close comrade of Crisanto Evangelista in the trade union movement. The Chinese Communists organized the Philippine Chinese Labor Federation, PCLF. This had close ties with the COF and the Partido Obrero. In October 1929, the Chinese Communist Party and its Young Communist League decided that the Chinese Communists should assist the efforts of Partido Obrero in forming the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, PCCI. At the same time, the contacts of the PCLF with the PROF in turn were coursed through the leadership of the Partido Obrero. When the PTUs transferred from China to Vladivostok, the PCLF continued to receive Chinese-language publications through Partido Obrero. For the founding of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands. In the year before the establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI, the Great Depression engulfed the world capitalist system. The economic and social conditions deteriorated rapidly. The toiling masses of workers and peasants were restive. Workers' strikes and peasant uprisings spread. There was widespread clamor for national independence against the U.S. colonial regime, and class struggle intensified against the local comprador big bourgeois and the landlord classes. The objective conditions were ripe for establishing the CPPI. 27 out of the 35 labor federations and associations in the COF broke away to form the Katipunan ng Mga Anak Paus ng Pilipinas, CAP, Proletarian Labor Congress of the Philippines. The CAP and the Kalipunang Pambansa ng Mga Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, KPMP, National Federation of Peasants in the Philippines, became the organized mass base of the prospective CPPI. The PTUs recognized the CAP as the legitimate representative of the organized workers in the Philippines. The PUSA-led Trade Union Unity League, TUUL, reserved a seat in its National Executive Committee for a CAP representative by way of honoring the CAP. After the formation of the CAP, the Committee for a Vanguard Workers' Party was set up in order to recruit the initial communist members. By June 1930, there were 96 of them. 50% were industrial workers, 25% peasants, and 25% handicraft workers and office clerks. Most were recruited from the CAP unions. At about this time, 60 Chinese communists from the PCLF and YCL were ready to join the CPPI but retained their autonomous all-Chinese nuclei. A convention organized the party on August 26, 1930 and elected the first Central Committee, with 35 members. The political bureau was composed of Crisanto Evangelista, Antonino D. Ora, Jacinto G. Manahan, Juan Anfelio, Felix Kagan Urbano Arcega and the Chinese Comrade C. It elected Evangelista as General Secretary and Antonino D. Ora as Chairman. Subsequently, the party was formally launched at a public rally on November 7, 1930, to mark the anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. During the rally, 3,000 of the 6,000 attending masses of workers and peasants filled up the forms to apply for party membership. Among the aims of the CPP were the following: to struggle for the immediate, complete, and absolute independence of the Philippines, to fight for the overthrow of American imperialism that dominates the Philippines, to struggle against the exploitation of the masses and to defend their liberties, to struggle for the overthrow of the capitalist system, to strengthen the unity of the labor movement and in particular the unity of the workers and peasants, to struggle against reformism and opportunism in the labor movement, to establish a Soviet or communist form of government under the authority and direction of the masses, and to unite with the revolutionary movement internationally, including the Soviet Union and liberation movements in the colonies. Unlike other communist parties in East Asia, the CPPI was established legally and openly, despite its proclaimed aim of overthrowing U.S. imperialism and the capitalist system. It was therefore vulnerable to illegalization a few months after its establishment. The U.S. colonial authorities conducted close surveillance on and disrupted the legal mass actions of the newly founded party in 1931. They made a mass arrest of the leaders of the CPPI and the delegates to the first Congress of the party. They filed charges of sedition and illegal association against the party leaders, who were subsequently sentenced to imprisonment and exile in 1933 after a series of court appeals. VCPPI Founding Congress. Soon after the founding of the CPPI, the Comintern sent the American communist Eugene Dennis, Tim Ryan, to the Philippines in order to inquire into and report on the party's situation and make recommendations. He reported that the CPPI had considerably broad influence and that its crystallization was of tremendous significance to the workers and peasants and to the revolutionary movement as a whole, and laid the basis for the rapid development of the national liberation movement under proletarian class leadership. But he also found out that the party was lagging far seriously behind in the development of the strike movement among the workers, with only a few of the strikes led by the CPPI, and in organizing the growing mass discontent of the peasantry. Following the recommendations of Dennis in his The Present Situation in the Philippines and the Immediate Tasks of the Communist Party, the Comintern advised the CPPI to hold the first party congress within 6 months and to make intensive preparations for it at lower levels of the party, including discussion of a draft program. The party was warned that its legal existence would be of short duration because U.S. finance capital was preparing to suppress the party. It was therefore advised to build an underground apparatus that was not isolated from the masses but still linked to them through mass organizations and mass struggles. The CPPI took the Comintern advice and held its first Congress on May 30, 1931. The 400 delegates were very representative of the toiling masses. The resolutions tackled the political and organizational problems in line with Comintern recommendations. The spirit of proletarian internationalism was manifested by resolutions in solidarity with the Chinese workers and in support of the Soviet Union, and by decisions strengthening ties between CAP and the PTUs, as well as with the Trade Union Unity League led by the PUSA. The Congress passed a resolution formally applying for affiliation to the Comintern. The CPPI received a reply dated September 7, 1931, with the following content. The Executive Committee of the Communist International greets the formation of the CPPI and approves the decision of the First Congress of the CPPI in May 1931 to request affiliation to the CI. This decision will be presented to the 7th World Congress of the CI for confirmation. The establishment of a new sector of the CI in the Philippines reflects the rapid growth of the national revolutionary movement in the colonial countries. Moreover, it marks an historical turning point in the development of the Philippine Revolution away from the treacherous path of national reformism and onto the road of organized revolutionary struggle under the banner of the Communist Party, the vanguard of the working class. It indicates the developing revolutionary upsurge in the Philippines and the political awakening of the Filipino proletariat and peasant masses. It expresses their determination to fight for a revolutionary way out of the capitalist crisis, for the complete and immediate emancipation of the Philippines from the rule of American imperialism and its native lackeys, and for the establishment of a workers' and peasants' government. The organized crystallization of the communist movement in the Philippine Islands and its affiliation to the CI, the leader of the world organized revolution, further signifies coordination of the national liberation movement in the Philippines with the revolutionary struggle in other colonial and semi-colonial countries and with the proletarian movement in the Soviet Union and in the capitalist countries, particularly in the United States, and represents the surest guarantee for the victorious carrying through of the anti-imperialist and agrarian revolution in the Philippines. Simultaneously, it strengthens the international fighting front of the workers and peasants and colonial slaves the world over, and expresses their growing confidence to struggle under the leadership of the CI, which alone is able to help and guide them to victory in their fight for final liberation from the yoke of imperialism. 6 Underground Years of the CPPI, 1933 to 1937. Immediately after the U.S. colonial authorities cracked down on it in 1931, the CPPI membership of 2,000 abruptly shrank to only a few hundreds. It was a membership with a generally low level of ideological and political consciousness and with no experience and organizational preparation against repression. The CPPI leadership had not yet applied Marxism-Leninism comprehensively and profoundly on Philippine history and circumstances in order to define the character of Philippine society and the corresponding stage of the Philippine Revolution. The friends and enemies of the revolution, the strategy and tactics, basic tasks and perspective of the revolution. After serving their prison sentences, the CPPI leaders were banished to different provinces in the Philippines. They could have easily escaped their banishment and pursued the line of anti-imperialist and agrarian revolution. But they did not. They preferred to be where they were banished, although they continued their links with the CPPI underground. As second-line leader, Emilio Moclang, who had studied in Moscow under the auspices of the Comintern, took the place of Evangelista from 1933 to 1935. He could not stem the weakening of the CPPI organization. Rufino Tumanda replaced him as General Secretary from 1935 to 1938. He had been a Filipino member of the PUSA and had founded the Filipino Anti-Imperialist League in Brooklyn. He carried the endorsement of the PUSA on a bilateral basis and within the Comintern framework. He could not stop the shrinkage of the CPPI membership to only 197 in 1938. Although the party membership remained small, the active party members within the CAP and the KPMP had wide influence in Manila factories and certain central Luzon towns, respectively. Also, the CPPI-led League for the Defense of Democracy had increasing influence among the urban petty bourgeois, especially the intelligentsia. Its core included a few university-based intellectuals as well as Filipino members of the PUSA. Dr. Vicente Lava was a prominent example, who returned to the Philippines. The Popular Front was formed in 1936 as an anti-fascist united front. It gave the underground CPPI relatively wider room for maneuver. Despite being underground, the CPPI could dispatch a three-man delegation to the exceedingly important Seventh World Congress of the Comintern in 1934, with the assistance of the PUSA. Because the Congress was postponed to 1935, they had the opportunity to study for a year at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East. The Seventh Comintern Congress of 1935 laid stress on developing a broad anti-fascist and anti-war united front of communist and non-communist forces and targeting fascist powers as the gravest dangers to humanity. The Congress also approved the 1931 CPPI application for Comintern membership, although conditionally due to the inability of the CPPI to station a leading cadre in the Moscow headquarters. A batch of 5 Filipino young communists went to Moscow in 1935 via China and the Trans-Siberian Railway. They were escorted by PUSA cadre Isabel Auerbach, wife of the writer Sol Auerbach, otherwise well known by his pen name James S. Allen. The Filipinos were able to return in 1937 and 1938 via Western Europe and the United States. Further attempts of the CPPI to send Filipinos to Moscow through China and the Trans-Siberian Railway failed in 1936 and 1937 because of the full-scale war of aggression of Japan against China. The CPPI had a highly creditable record of proletarian internationalism from the beginning. It supported the revolutionary movements of the Indonesian, Chinese, Indo-Chinese, Malayan, Indian, and other peoples against the colonial powers and their puppets. Filipino Chinese communists belonging to the CPPI either supported the Chinese Revolution from the Philippines or went to China to join the CCP and the People's Army. Filipino members of both the CPPI and the PUSA joined the Abraham Lincoln Battalion to fight on the side of the Spanish Republicans against the fascist forces of Franco in the Spanish Civil War. 8. Legalization of the CPPI and the CPSP merger party. The PUSA directed James S. Allen, Sol Auerbach, in 1936 to go to the Philippines to promote among the Filipino communists the implementation of the anti-fascist Popular Front line of the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern. It also mandated him to work for the release of the imprisoned and exiled CPPI leaders and the legalization of the CPPI and explore the merger of the CPPI and the Socialist Party led by Pedro Abad Santos. Allen traveled to the Philippines as a correspondent of the prestigious liberal U.S. magazine, The Nation. He and his wife Isabel Auerbach stayed in the country from August to November 1936. They knew very well the underground CPPI General Secretary Rufino Tumanda, who had been a PUSA member in New York City. He arranged their meetings with Crisanto Evangelista, Guillermo Cappadocia, and Mariano Balgos in their places of exile. He eventually organized a conference of 25 central cadres for briefing James S. Allen and consulting with him about the situation, views, and plans of the CPPI. He was also able to consult and develop close relations with Pedro Abad Santos, chairman of the Socialist Party, the Supreme Bishop Gregorio Aglipe of the Philippine Independent Church, and personalities in intellectual circles. On September 20, 1936, the CPPI Central Committee issued a manifesto entitled, Forward for the Formation of the Popular Front. It called for an alliance of all labor, peasant and middle-class organizations and political and social groups who were in opposition to the policies of the Commonwealth government, particularly the Quezon Osmeña coalition, and were willing to work for better social conditions and absolute national independence. It announced as the aim of the Popular Front to save the Filipino people from the danger of imperialist war, dictatorship, and fascism, to improve the conditions of the masses and obtain independence. On New Year's Day of 1937, Quezon used his presidential powers to release the exiled CPPI leaders through conditional pardon. At first, they refused to accept the terms of release. But on October 16, 1937, they agreed to be released. Upon the request of the PUSA, Quezon permitted Crisanto Evangelista to get medical treatment for tuberculosis in the Soviet Union, where he stayed for more than a year. Against the reality of U.S. colonial rule, the CPPI Central Executive Committee issued a statement on September 7, 1937, declaring that the immediate recognition of Philippine independence would save the Philippines from possible invasion by Japan. The statement prompted James S. Allen to write a long letter to Socialist Party Chairman Pedro Abad Santos to explain that the demand for immediate independence or U.S. agreement to such a demand would be precisely the invitation to invasion by Japan. The letter served clear notice to the CPPI to direct its fire against the threat from Japanese fascism. Much earlier in 1936, in view of the impending Japanese attack on Indochina, the Communist Party of Indochina had withdrawn the demand for independence from France upon the advice of the French Communist Party. Within the Comintern frame. On August 18, 1938, James S. Allen was back in the Philippines to be present for consultations in the preparation and holding of important gatherings of the CPPI. The CPPI Central Committee held a meeting on August 28 to 30, 1938 to discuss and approve the two documents, Memorandum on the Chief Tasks of the CPPI and Independence, Democracy, and Peace. The memorandum declared that the central task of the CPPI was to organize a national democratic front against Japanese militarist fascism as the main obstacle to the establishment of an independent democratic republic of the Philippines and to ensure its security. On October 29 to 31, 1938, the Third Congress of the CPPI was held, with the theme, For a National Democratic Front Against Reaction and Japanese Aggression, for Security, Democracy, Peace, and Freedom. It marked the surfacing of the CPI from the underground to legality. The CPPI accepted the Commonwealth government, its constitution, and the U.S. promise of independence to be granted in 1946. The Congress also served to merge the CPPI and the Socialist Party to become the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP. It approved a new party constitution and elected a new Central Committee, which in turn elected the Political Bureau. The highest party officials were Crisanto Evangelista as chairman, Pedro Abad Santos as vice chairman, and Guillermo Cappadocia as general secretary. The threat of Japanese invasion was strongly discerned in the Philippines from 1938 onward. Japanese economic interests and pro-Japanese politicians, businessmen, and organizations had become exceedingly conspicuous and alarming. Japanese aggression in China and against Indochina served as a forewarning to all Asian peoples. The Chinese residents in the Philippines were active in campaigning for support for China against Japanese fascism. The Spanish Civil War was also strongly felt in the Philippines as the Spanish super-rich, Roxas, Soriano, Ayala, Zobel, and Ortigas families, and the Spanish-dominated Dominican and other religious orders provocatively sided with the Franco-Falangistas and as the progressive forces and the people opposed them. In less than 2 months before the Japanese invasion on December 8, 1941, the CPPI Central Committee called on its organized masses to prepare for armed resistance and appointed a second line of leadership headed by Dr. Vicente Lava to assume the leadership in case the first line of leadership would be eliminated by the Japanese invaders. Indeed, Chairman Evangelista, Vice Chairman Pedro Abad Santos and General Secretary Cappadocia were soon captured in Manila by the Japanese fascists. The People's Army Against Japan, Hukbalahap, was founded only on March 29, 1942, and the plan for building the Barrio United Defense Corps was also laid out belatedly. The principal leaders of the CPPI did not heed much earlier the urging of Comrade C and other Chinese comrades in the Philippines to build the People's Army and incorporate the Chinese fighters, whose units would come to be known as the WHE. It would be in the course of fighting the Japanese occupation from 1942 to 1945 that the CPP would be able to develop armed revolutionary strength, carry out land reform, expand the mass base and establish local organs of political power. The PUSA disaffiliated from the Comintern in 1940 after the Voorhis Act was adopted by the U.S. government, requiring the PUSA to register with the Office of the U.S. Attorney General as a foreign agent of the Soviet Union seeking to overthrow the U.S. government. The CPPI thereby lost its connection with the Comintern. On May 15, 1943, the Comintern adopted a resolution to dissolve itself because of the raging war conditions. The final words of the resolution are the following: the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International being unable in the conditions of the World War to call a Congress of the Communist International. The Communist International, as the directing center of the international working class movement, is to be dissolved. The sections of the Communist International are to be freed from the obligations of its rules and regulations and from the decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International. The Presidium calls on all supporters of the Communist International to concentrate their energies on wholehearted support for and active participation in the war of liberation waged by the peoples and states of the anti-Hitlerite coalition for the speediest defeat of the enemy of the working class, German fascism and its associates and vassals. Defend the rights of indigenous peoples and the struggle for land and independence. Message of solidarity to the International Meeting of Indigenous Peoples of Guatemala and Latin America. March 15, 2019. As chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, I convey warmest greetings of solidarity from the entire ILPS to all the delegates to the Encuentro Internacional de los Pueblos Originarios de Guatemala y America Latina, International Meeting of Indigenous Peoples of Guatemala and Latin America. We congratulate the Movimiento de Pueblos Indígenas por la Autodeterminación y Liberación and the ILPS Guatemala chapter for successfully organizing this meeting. We agree wholeheartedly with the theme of the meeting, por la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos originarios y la lucha por la tierra y la independencia. For the defense of the rights of indigenous peoples and the struggle for land and independence. This is a rallying call for all indigenous peoples and their organizations to unite in Guatemala and in the entire Latin America. You have a common cause in fighting for your rights, for land, and for your independence. You must have a strong united front and rise from the conditions of division that are always taken advantage of by imperialism and the reactionaries in adjacent dominant communities. We hope that your meeting today can strengthen the indigenous peoples movement in Guatemala and Latin America by sharing histories and struggles in defense of territories, sovereignty, and independence. You can have a common understanding of the history of the indigenous peoples movements in Guatemala and Latin America, and you can share experiences in the struggles for the defense of land, water, territory, cultural heritage, and autonomy among the indigenous peoples of Guatemala, Latin America and other indigenous peoples of the world. You can discuss and have a common understanding of indigenous peoples' rights. Thus, you can create a platform to introduce and learn more about the indigenous peoples movement for self-determination and liberation, IPMSTL, as a framework to establish a strategy and concrete program on advancing the indigenous peoples' struggle for land, water, territory, sovereignty, and independence. We wish you the utmost success in this gathering. May the IPMSTL serve as the model framework for bringing together the indigenous peoples in other countries and in all continents. We hope that you can promote and propagate on a global scale the unity and common cause that serve to strengthen your organizations in the struggle for national and social liberation and protecting the environment. In concluding, we take this opportunity to invite all participating organizations in this meeting to send their respective delegates or observers to the 6th International Assembly of the ILPS in Hong Kong on June 23 to 26, 2019. In this assembly, you can present the IPMSTL, especially to ILPS Commission No. 10 on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Oppressed Nations and Nationalities Against Chauvinism and Racism. You can also network with organizations of indigenous peoples in various continents. Long live the Movimiento de Pueblos Indígenas por la Autodeterminación y Liberación and the ILPS Guatemala chapter. Fight for the right to national self-determination and other rights and for land and for independence of the indigenous peoples. Long live the indigenous peoples movement for self-determination and liberation. Report of the Chairperson to the ILPS International Coordinating Committee. March 17, 2018. I made a report to the International Coordinating Group last September 17, 2017. Said report includes a list of my issuances since the ICC meeting of March 16 to 17, 2017. Thus, there is no need to repeat here the content of the report. My current report to the ICC covers the period from September 17, 2017 to the present. I issued the memorandum to all ILPS member organizations, dated September 26, 2017, to inquire whether they could send delegations to the 6th International Assembly in Mexico. The overwhelming majority, especially those in the Asia-Pacific region, including South Asia, replied that they could not because they could not afford the plane fare. As of September 18, 2017, 194 of our member organizations come from the Asia-Pacific region, including South Asia, 26 from the USA, 13 from Canada, 14 from Europe and 6 from Africa and West Asia, Middle East. At its October 10, 2017 meeting, the ICG decided to recommend to the ICC the postponement the 6th International Assembly from 2018 to 2019, to enable the majority of ILPS member organizations based in Asia-Pacific and other global regions to send delegations to the 6th International Assembly, and give more time to all ILPS member organizations to raise funds for their participation in the 6th IA. The ICG recommended to ILPS member organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean that the preparatory work already done for the 6th IA by the ILPS Mexico chapter be used to hold a Latin America, Caribbean ILPS Anti-Imperialist Conference in 2018. The ICC held a one-hour special Skype conference at the time when a number of ICC members were gathered at SPAC ILPS events on November-October 2017. The consensus was that the 6th IA would be held in Hong Kong. But the current ICC meeting still needs to firm up the venue. I explored the possibility of holding the 6th IA in Caracas, Venezuela, or Pyongyang, DPRK through the appropriate channels and appropriate authorities. But current conditions involving sanctions and other pressures on them do not allow them to host the 6th IA. At any rate, ILPS delegations are welcome to fund their own way in order to attend major events in Venezuela and DPRK. I issued a memorandum dated December 16, 2016 to designate persons to certain positions and define their functions in the Utrecht-based administrative staff shared by the chairperson and the general secretary. This administrative staff has met to define functions further. Upon the recommendation of the Vice Chairperson for Internal Affairs, the Chairperson has also issued a memorandum dated January 23, 2018 amending the aforesaid memorandum and creating a Manila-based staff for the benefit of the General Secretary. In cooperation with PRISM, I participated actively in the conceptualization, planning, and implementation of the October Revolution Centennial Celebration, ORCC. I contributed papers to study conferences and seminars from the launch of the ORCC to its conclusion in Amsterdam on September 23 to 24, 2017. My papers are published in the ILPS website. there is a need for ILPS to subsidize the volumes resulting from the ORCC. At the concluding event of ORCC in Amsterdam, I authorized Irina Malenko to promote the ILPS in Russia and other former Soviet republics and Eastern Europe and recommend possible member organizations therefrom after she proposed to do so during the ORCC seminar in Amsterdam. I also authorized her to arrange if possible delegations to major events in Pyongyang. I authorized Dan Borhel to serve as my representative and to write his paper for delivery at the Istanbul conference organized by the Halkların Demokratik Kongresi, a progressive Kurdish alliance of democratic organizations in Turkey, on November 10 to 12, 2017 to celebrate the centennial of the October Revolution. I agreed with Stefan Engel that ILPS and ICOR cooperate as partners in holding an international theoretical seminar on the occasion of the centennial of the October Revolution on October 27 to 28, 2017. I delegated Dan Borhel to read my paper and Christopher Kistler to assist him in meeting with other delegations in the seminar. I authorized the holding of the ILPS Asia-Pacific International Solidarity Conference to resist U.S. imperialist-led war and build just peace on November 10, 2017, Quezon City, Philippines. The Vice Chairperson for Internal Affairs can make the full report on this event. I have sent reminders to the National Treasurer to issue the memoranda for collecting the annual membership dues. Upon the recommendation of the General Secretary, I have authorized the reimbursement of the plane fares of a number of ICC members to come to this meeting. I have also taken the initiative to authorize the reimbursement of the plane fare of an ICC member who will do extra work as Spanish-English translator during the ICG and ICC meetings from March 16 to 18. I issued statements on a number of globally significant events and issues from September 17, 2017 to the present. They are as follows: A. Learn from Leninism and the October Revolution, the significance of the Great October Socialist Revolution, October 14, 2017. B. Resist US imperialist-led war and build just peace, November 10, 2017. C. ILPS stands firmly that Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine, condemns Trump decision to make it capital of Zionist Israel, December 12, 2017. D. Strive for greater victories. New Year's message from ILPS Chairperson, January 3, 2018. E. Stop the US-supported Saudi war of aggression against Yemen, let the Yemeni people decide their own destiny, February 1, 2018. F. Respect the Rohingya people's right to self-determination, end their oppression and foreign intervention in Myanmar, February 5, 2018. G. We support the peaceful reunification of Korea. We demand U.S. withdrawal and end to the state of war, February 10, 2018. H. ILPS condemns the attack on Afrin by Turkey and expresses firm support to the Kurdish people's struggle for national self-determination. February 20, 2018. I. Call for Worldwide Day of Action Afrin Will Live, on March 21, 2018, NRAS, February 21, 2018. J. Women Under Attack, Fight Back, Statement on International Women's Day, March 8, 2018. I issued the following messages of solidarity. A. Viva la lucha del pueblo mexicano por la defensa de la soberanía nacional, contra el imperialismo y el fascismo. Encuentro Nacional por la Unidad del Pueblo Mexicano, October 11, 2017. Encuentro Nacional por la Unidad del Pueblo Mexicano, October 11, 2017. B. Message to Lacbayan Visayas, Rise Up Against Hunger and Fascism, October 17 to 20, 2017. C. Message of solidarity to participants in Peace, Bread, and Land celebrating the centenary of the 1917 October Revolution, October 28, 201. D. Call for revolutionary change. Message to Revolutionary Praxis. November 3, 2017. E. Uphold, defend, and advance the national sovereignty, civil rights, development and welfare of the Irish people, November 4, 2017. F. Message of solidarity to Ardfhis of the 32 CSM on its 20th anniversary in Ireland. G. Message to the International Solidarity Conference to resist U.S. imperialist-led war and build just peace, November 10, 2017. H. Fight against the counter-revolution of the Ustudert regime. Keynote speech at the 4th General Assembly of ILPS Philippines. December 6, 2017. I. Message of solidarity to the Venezuelan people, in struggle against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys, December 7, 2017. J. Message of solidarity to the Venezuelan people in struggle against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys, December 7, 2017. K. ILPS condemns the murder of MSD Smarcinho, February 6, 2018. L. Solidarity with Comrade Rosalba and the editors of Vigilanza Democratica, February 12, 2018. M. Letter of Solidarity to DPRK Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. February 1, 2018. Thank you. Boldly expand and consolidate UMA in the face of escalating fascism. Keynote address to the UMA 4th National Congress. March 18, 2019. Thank you for inviting me to keynote the 4th National Congress of Union NGMGA Mangagawa SA Agricultura, UMA. I feel highly honored and delighted by this privilege and task. I salute and commend you for all your achievements in arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the farm workers and landless peasants from northern Luzon through the Visayas to southern Mindanao. Note, please cite the outstanding struggles by citing the haciendas and agri-corporations. I fully agree with your thematic call for UMA to expand and consolidate itself among the landless peasants and farm workers in the face of the escalating trend of fascism. You must perform your political, organizational, and campaign tasks as you defy state terrorism, which the Duterte regime has unleashed to make more land available for plunder by foreign agri-corporations and the local big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrats. Forms of state terrorism. Duterte's overall purpose is to do away with all kinds of opposition in order to establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship. He prepares for this by rigging the May 2019 elections to get the necessary number of senator and keeping the option of imposing on the people nationwide martial law whether formally proclaimed or de facto. He is hell-bent on railroading charter change to a bogus kind of federalism that concentrates powers in his hands as fascist dictator and that allows him to handpick his regional and provincial political agents from among his fellow big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrats. He is after absolute power in order to amass personal wealth and protect himself from his criminal liabilities as a traitor, selling out the sovereign rights and national patrimony to both US and China as imperialist powers, inciting the reactionary military and police to engage in mass murder and engaging in the most scandalous forms of corruption. The Duterte regime is well aware that the countryside is the main battleground of his counter-revolutionary side of oppressors and exploiters on one side and the revolutionary forces and the majority of the people on the other side. The land and natural resources are the big prize for the foreign and local exploiters. Thus the regime has deployed the main units of the reactionary military and police in the countryside in order to seek the destruction of the revolutionary forces and to be able to dispose of the land and natural resources for the benefit of foreign corporations and the local reactionary forces and at the expense of the poor peasants, farm workers, and the indigenous peoples. The armed minions of the regime are perpetrating all kinds of barbarities, bombing communities, massacres, extorting from the people, destroying the crops, forcing the people to evacuate and burning or occupying their homes, schools, and other social facilities. The methods of Oplan Tokang in urban poor slums are being applied in the rural communities under Oplan Copy Upon. The people are called to meetings and made to sign attendance sheets. Then, these are misrepresented as lists of surrenderers and subsequently used by the military to murder anyone at will for cash rewards. As in the case of attorney Ben Ramos and many UMA and KMP organizers, social activists who advocate human rights, just peace, land reform, higher wages for the farm workers, respect for the ancestral domain of the indigenous peoples and the protection of the environment are being red-tagged and being framed up for murder as terrorists. Imperialist plunder through agribusiness venture arrangements. I am glad that back to back with your Congress, you are holding a conference on imperialist plunder through the expansion of plantations under agribusiness venture arrangements, AVA. The expansion of plantations has deprived millions of peasants of land and impoverished them, and yet 1.6 million hectares more are being targeted for plantation expansion, especially in Palawan, Boal, Ilocos, and Negros. This AVA scheme has previously facilitated unequal and false partnerships between agri-corporations and agrarian reform beneficiaries. The AVAs have taken the form of joint ventures, lease contracts, build-operate-transfer deals, management contracts and production, processing and marketing agreements. These have been extremely favorable to agribusiness transnational corporations like Dole Philippines, Sumitomo Fruit, Sumifruit, and Del Monte. Now a bill has been filed to institutionalize AVAs in land reform areas. The AVAs have practically taken away land from the agrarian reform beneficiaries in large areas as well as the ancestral domain of indigenous peoples, only to be used for mining, logging and plantations for export. And of course, there is the notorious method of conversion involving the reclassification of land subject to land reform to land for export crop production, commercial, residential, shopping malls, tourist facilities and other non-agricultural purposes. Kapeng Mariano has complained that during his short stint as DAR Secretary, Duterte frustrated his efforts to declare a moratorium on conversions and to determine how much land is still available for land distribution to the landless peasants and farm workers under the projected Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CASER, in the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. Duterte is engaged in gross deception when he claims to have distributed 60,000 hectares recently. In fact, he has been distributing documents requiring recipients to pay the unaffordable amortization fees before they can own the land. The bitter truth is that more than 90% of so-called beneficiaries under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, CARP, have been unable to pay for the amortization fees in the last more than 30 years. Land reform, so-called under the U.S. colonial regime or under any regime of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal, has always been bogus because land is bought at a high price satisfactory to the landlord, but the supposed agrarian reform beneficiary is obliged to pay for the consequently high redistribution price and is without assistance from the state to raise the level of production and to get fair prices for his produce at the farm gate. Thus, the agrarian reform beneficiaries become prey to all sorts of predators, such as the ubiquitous merchant usurers and rich peasants who aspire to become landlords and landlords who wish to reaccumulate land. And of course the biggest vultures are the foreign agri-corporations and the local corporations owned by big comprador landlords and corrupt bureaucrats. So long as there is no genuine land reform coupled with national industrialization, the problem of landless peasants and the increasing ranks of farm workers competing for ever fewer farm jobs with less wages, will persist. The mounting surplus rural population is being driven to take odd jobs in both urban and rural areas. Without national industrialization, those exploiters who earn surplus income will channel it to big comprador landlord operations and land accumulation. Concluding comments. It is important that in your Congress you renew your determination to expand and consolidate UMA in the face of the trend of fascism and the brazen acts of state terrorism, and in the subsequent conference on agribusiness venture arrangements you study and understand how more shrewdly in economic and legal ways the TNCs and local exploiters are aggravating the land problem and ruining the social and natural environment under the neoliberal policy regime of unbridled greed. It is ironic and painful for the Filipino people to live in an agrarian country but have to suffer scarcity and rising prices of food staples from agriculture because the neoliberal policy is to favor agricultural production of palm oil, rubber, bananas, and pineapples for export and the importation of food staples. This policy is ruining the food sovereignty and self-reliance of the Filipino people and the livelihood and lives of millions of peasants and farm workers. We expect a further aggravation of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system, inflicting greater suffering on the oppressed and exploited workers and peasants but driving them to wage various forms of revolutionary struggle, especially the form of struggle that can bring about ultimately the end of the oppressive and exploitative ruling system. The imperialists and the local oppressors and exploiters have only themselves to blame for the growing strength and advance of the armed revolutionary movement. We are confident that the broad masses of people will achieve victory in the new democratic revolution and build a social system that realizes national sovereignty, democracy, social justice, economic development through land reform and national industrialization, a patriotic, scientific and pro-people culture and international solidarity of all countries and peoples for peace and development. Mabuhay ang Union ng Mga Manggagawa sa Agrikultura. Long live the Union of Agricultural Workers. Mabuhay ang Mga Magsasaka at Manggagawang Bukid. Long live the peasants and farm workers. Mabuhay ang Sambayanan at ang Revolusyong Pilipino. Long live the Filipino people and the Philippine Revolution. Duterte will go down in history as a scourge to the Filipino people. March 26, 2019. By his own policies and actions, Duterte has already defined himself and his ruling clique as treasonous, tyrannical, mass murdering, plundering, and swindling. He will certainly go down in Philippine history as a scourge to the Filipino people. Supreme protector of drug lords, he misrepresented himself as a crusader against the illegal drug trade. But he took this as a license to incite and order the police to carry out the mass murder of 30,000 poor people tagged as drug users and peddlers. It turns out that Duterte is the supreme protector of drug lords and drug smugglers, that include his close Chinese friends and his close relatives. By his own admission, the drug problem has worsened, with drugs being freely smuggled and distributed to a clientele, rising in number from 1.8 million to 8 million. Anti-peace scheme for a fascist dictatorship. Duterte has terminated the peace negotiations with the National Democratic Front of the Philippines since 2017 in order to use the continuing armed conflict as the reason for his tyrannical rule, de facto martial law nationwide, and his scheme of fascist dictatorship through charter change to a bogus federalism in which the powers of government are concentrated in his hands and by which he can handpick his regional and provincial agents. Duterte's obsession with seeking to establish a fascist dictatorship is driven by his scheme to get a lion's share in the plunder of the social and natural wealth of the people, to engage in selective and mass murders so as to entrench himself in power and prevent his arrest, prosecution, and trial for crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court and by the People's Court of the People's Democratic Government. 2. Chief plunderer and king of corruption. Duterte raised his 2016 electoral campaign funds from Chinese financiers and from such notorious Luzon-based plunderers as the Marqueses, Arroyos, Estradas, Enriles, Revillas, and others who provided him with funds and bailiwick votes. Thus, he has gotten them off the hook in their plunder cases through the corrupt Supreme Court in exchange for their financial and political support. Having become the president, Duterte is now the chief plunderer who cuts into all kinds of illegal and legal business enterprises, into big loan contracts with state banks and social insurance corporations, into the discretionary, intelligence, pork barrel and other accounts of the government budget, and into contracts with Chinese and other foreign companies related to his infrastructure building projects and other projects requiring the approval of the office of the president. The butcher extends the scale of his butchery. Duterte has formed the National Task Force to destroy the revolutionary movement. This is both continuation of his all-out war against the people and the revolutionary forces and escalation of the same through the militarization of the civilian agencies, increased rechanneling of public funds to racketeering by the military and local officials, the faking of localized peace talks, mass surrenders and development projects to divert funds from civilian agencies to military psy-war and racketeering. The worst and most brutal aspect of Implan Kalasig 3 of Duterte's National Task Force is to apply Oplantokang methods of frame-up and murder on the critics of his regime and suspected revolutionaries. These are red-tagged and listed. The list is used to label people as communists or terrorists and make them targets of legal offensives, and available for abduction, Torture and murder by Duterte. 3. Plan Classic is a joint implementation plan of the National Capital Region Police Office, NCRPO, and Joint Task Force National Capital Region, JTF-NCR, supposedly to secure Metro Manila against insurgency by conducting joint peace and security, peace and order and development support operations effective March 18, 2019 to December 31, 2022 to develop strategies and plans for defeating all threat groups and criminal elements. Death squads embedded in the military and police. The murder of social activists, lawyers, human rights, and peace advocates is now on the upsurge. Duterte has turned the reactionary armed forces and police into his private armies by making their officers and men complicit within the commission of mass murder, corrupting and rewarding them with cash rewards and promotions and assuring them of presidential protection and immunity. Puppet of two imperialist powers, Duterte claimed that he was for an independent foreign policy and was favoring China only to even it up with the US. But in fact he is a puppet of both the US and the Chinese imperialists. All the treaties, agreements, and arrangements that keep the US as the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines remain. But what makes Duterte's connection with China outstanding is that he has received bribes in advance to allow China to build and militarized artificial islands in the West Philippine Sea and to turn the Philippines into a debt colony. The Philippines is made a debt colony of China by becoming burdened with high-interest loans for overpriced infrastructure projects, which require the use of Chinese contractors, consultants, construction material suppliers, workers, and the subjection of the Philippine government to Chinese laws and the conversion of loans to equity or acquisition of Philippine assets as a consequence of defaults in loan payments. Sabotaging the Philippine economy, Duterte has kept and aggravated the same kind of agrarian, semi-feudal, and pre-industrial kind of Philippine economy by making it even more dependent on the export of raw materials and importation of foreign manufactures, principally catering to the upper class and mass consumers, and secondarily for semi-manufacture of goods for re-export. There is no industrial development. What is passed off as development is private construction for the benefit of the big compradors and infrastructure building to facilitate the old pattern of economic and trade relations between the Philippines and foreign monopoly interests. Some 10.9 million or a quarter of the workforce is unemployed. A big number is underemployed. Thus, poverty has spread and become worse. The budgetary deficit keeps on rising because of accelerated unproductive government spending, and the trade deficit keeps on widening because of the prolonged domestic conditions of semi-feudal exploitation and stagnation as well as the global economic depression. The Philippines is more than ever dependent on onerous foreign loans and the foreign exchange remittances of overseas contract workers. 6. Generator of inflation. Duterte is a generator of inflation in the Philippine economy. He is spending public funds at an unprecedentedly accelerated rate and raising taxes at the expense of the consumers, in order to cover the government budgetary and trade deficits and to assure foreign lenders that they can have the priority in being paid back. The people are victimized by rising prices of imports due to the deterioration of the economy and the depressed incomes from mineral and agricultural exports. Duterte is earning money for himself and his clique by increasing the budget for buying weapons from abroad and for intelligence funds which are not audited. In collaboration with the Chinese cartels in the trade of food staples, rice and corn, he allows them to manipulate the supply and prices in the country and at the same time to import the food staples by way of increasing their leverage against local food production by the peasants. 7. Patron of land grabbers. Duterte has boasted that he can carry out land reform and that the new People's Army is not needed for the purpose. In fact, he is distributing mere scraps of paper reminding so-called agrarian reform beneficiaries of their duty to pay for their arrears in land amortization. 90% of so-called land reform beneficiaries in the bogus land reform program of the reactionary government have failed to make amortization payments. In fact, Duterte is the patron of all land grabbers and land accumulators. He is accelerating the conversion or reclassification of land designated as subject to land reform to non-agricultural purposes. He is unleashing military offensives, bombing, and forcing the communities of indigenous people and poor peasants to leave their land for the benefit of foreign and local mining, plantation and logging corporations. Thus, the people being displaced and dispossessed of their land are resisting and are relying on the armed democratic revolution to solve the land problem by undertaking genuine land reform. 8. Enemy of the working class. Duterte promised to end the practice of short-term contractualization, subjecting workers to a series of work contracts for less than 6 months. But he would make fun of his own lie by stating only fools could believe him because he would never do such a thing. Unemployment has worsened under the Duterte regime. Thus, the wage conditions of the working class have further deteriorated. The regime is bound by neoliberal policy of unbridled greed, which his economic advisors pursue. The capitalist employers are allowed to employ more 5-month contractuals and to press down wages in the face of growing unemployment. Thus, the surplus population in both urban and rural areas is rapidly increasing and is inclined to join the armed revolutionary movement. This is backed up by state terrorism against the patriotic and progressive trade unions. 9. The misogynist and anti-church demagogue. To entertain his followers, Duterte loves to use vulgarity to slander and humiliate the women and the bishops and priests of the Catholic and other Christian churches. It is his way of generating an image of the strong man in the same way that he uses the mass murder of the poor tagged as drug suspects and the social activists tagged as red. In fact, he has threatened to have his armed minions to shoot women suspected as NPA fighters in the vagina and to kill bishops and priests who are opposing his mass murder of the poor people tagged as drug users and peddlers. Already in power, he is not at all afraid of what the women's movement and the churches can do to defend themselves because he is confident that he can prevail with the use of the government, opinion, and poll surveys and mass media, and he can also use the Kumlik and the military to rig the forthcoming elections. It is after being elected to the highest office that the modern bourgeois tyrant or fascist dictator can do anything criminal with impunity. It takes an armed revolution to overthrow such a monster. Guidelines for Social Investigation and Class Analysis. March 29, 2019. Thank you for inviting me to speak on social investigation and class analysis. I will try to discuss the need for and purpose of these, the scope and methods of carrying them out and their beneficial consequences to mass work among the overseas Filipinos. You must know the situation, needs and demands of overseas Filipinos in Europe for the purpose of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing them in order to uphold, defend and promote their rights, interests, and welfare, and encourage them to contribute what they can to advance the Filipino people's struggle for national liberation and democracy in the motherland. You must therefore conduct social investigation among the overseas Filipinos to know their concrete conditions and apply class analysis inasmuch as they belong to different classes and deal with the host people who also belong to different classes. The application of class analysis on the empirical data produced through social investigation elevates the level of knowledge to an understanding of the basic factors, social relations, the trends, and prospects. In obtaining information about overseas Filipinos, you can rely on the assistance of those who have experienced and benefited from the mass work among them since the 1970s in several countries in Europe. They are articulate and know to a large extent the history and circumstances of overseas Filipinos. They are the key to approaching more overseas Filipinos and knowing their working and living conditions and the legal and social context within which they exist and work in Europe and in particular countries. Social investigation and class analysis. Social investigation may be carried out on the scale of a city, city district, town, or neighborhood with a mixture of members of mass organizations, new recruits and their friends who are gathered to exchange information on their past and current status and activities and exchange views on concerns and issues at their workplace, in the host country and the Philippines, and what they can do to handle these and advance their organizations. There is no rule on the proportions of the types of Filipinos participating in social investigation. The proportions differ from place to place, depending on whether there is already a patriotic and progressive mass organization of whatever size and strength or there is none yet. The social investigation should be undertaken to strengthen an existing mass organization or to pave the way for establishing it where there is none. There is an immediate purpose to achieve by conducting social investigation. Conversations and small meetings of 5 to 20 people may be the method for social investigation. They may be preceded by the accomplishment of forms that include the following: name, date, and place of birth, civil status, current home and work address, educational attainment, work and position, political, civic and religious affiliations, previous home and work addresses in the Philippines, close relatives in the Philippines, and provincial origin. Then the discussions can proceed to reasons why the gathered overseas Filipinos left the Philippines, their various qualifications or abilities, their legal status and legal problems if any, their current work, problems that they encounter at work and with regard to the family and the host country, how they cope with these problems, their stand on burning issues in the Philippines and on those in their host country, relations with Filipinos and the host people in the workplace and in the neighborhood and relations. Social investigation through conversations and small meetings with overseas Filipinos can be augmented by interviews with knowledgeable Filipinos or foreign experts on legal and other issues, reading the laws and regulations that overseas Filipinos and studying articles and reports on socio-economic, political, and cultural conditions and trends in the host country that have an impact on overseas Filipinos and show who are their friends and adversaries in the host country. The cadres doing the social investigation can offer the class analysis of their factual findings in their reports to responsible leading organs. They should be ready to discuss their reports with said organs at the country and Europe-wide levels in order to sharpen the class analysis. The findings and class analysis can be tested by discussing these with the mass organizations concerned. This is in accordance with the mass line of taking back to the masses what was previously learned from them. It is a matter of public knowledge that the overwhelming majority of overseas Filipinos are workers. Only a few belong to the urban petty bourgeois and occupy white-collar jobs. Class analysis can show how these different classes can be brought together in a united front of struggling for national independence and democracy in the Philippines and of enjoying a life of national solidarity and cooperation abroad. To know well the social context in which the overseas Filipinos work and live, it is also necessary for the cadres of the National Democratic Movement to use social investigation and class analysis of the European Union and its various member countries. The purpose is to understand the policies and laws of the host countries, the reactionary and progressive forces in the class struggle between the monopoly bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and seek solidarity friends and support ERS for the overseas Filipinos among the political parties, trade unions, and mass organizations, institutions and agencies of the host country. Arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. In order to arouse the overseas Filipinos, political education and propaganda must be undertaken among them by the cadres of the National Democratic Movement. Propagate the program of People's Democratic Revolution. The social investigation and class analysis are conducted in order to apply more concretely this program in the program of the mass organizations of the overseas Filipinos. Every type of mass organization that is to be formed among overseas Filipinos must take up their needs and demands in their current situation within the frame of the People's Democratic Revolution and the pertinent international conventions and laws. Issue statements and petitions in the name of the mass organizations. Mass meetings must be held to discuss the burning issues. Between mass meetings, study meetings, and group studies must be held to discuss current events in the Philippines and in the host country. Develop the public speakers, the writers, and artists. Use publications, the internet, social media, audiovisuals and cultural performances. The Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation must resound among all the overseas Filipinos and their solidarity friends. To organize the overseas Filipinos, there must be several types of mass organizations, and there must be the party of the working class which is at the core of the mass movement. In cities and neighborhoods, organize associations of compatriots, workers, women, youth, artists, cultural performers, and so on. The association of compatriots must be bound by the spirit of national unity and democracy. The workers' organization binds most of the overseas Filipinos. The organizations for women, youth, and cultural performers are also valid and necessary formations to deal with social conditions and issues pertinent to the rank and file. There may also be organizations of Filipinos who come from the same schools in the Philippines or from the same provinces and regions. These are the natural organizations that overseas Filipinos often form spontaneously. Encourage the overseas Filipinos to join local unions, neighborhood associations, athletic and church organizations in order to know more people, progressive parties and organizations of the host people. Encourage them to organize or join solidarity organizations with the host people and migrants from other countries. Initiate or join a chapter of the ILPS. The overseas Filipinos must be mobilized in various ways in order to build their strength. Launch campaigns and take up issues related to the rights and welfare of the overseas Filipinos. Initiate campaigns on Philippine issues along the national democratic line. Make bigger and more militant the mass actions that have been carried out previously. Join campaigns for the common good of migrants from various countries and all other campaigns on international issues along the anti-imperialist and democratic line. By joining up with the people of other countries, we can make them aware of our own people's plight and struggle and gain their support. Arrange conferences, seminars, cultural presentations, film shows and other activities pertaining to the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation and invite other peoples to attend. Also arrange study tours and holiday tours in the Philippines for overseas Filipinos and their foreign friends. The overseas Filipinos and their organizations must develop external relations with other organizations in their host country. Build solidarity relations with friendly organizations, institutions, parties, and agencies of the host country. Likewise, build solidarity relations with other foreign migrant organizations and their parties if any. Promote partnerships between Philippine-based organizations and the organizations of the host people and other peoples. Arrange observation and study tours, and fact-finding missions to the Philippines. Exchanges of visits have a strong binding effect on partnering organizations and peoples. Why and how the new People's Army has preserved itself and grown in strength. March 29, 2019. Academic researchers and journalists often ask me why and how the new People's Army, NPA, has preserved itself and grown in strength in the last 50 years. I share with you my answers to their questions. The NPA has a just revolutionary cause, which makes it invincible. It is fighting for the national and social liberation of the Filipino people, mainly the toiling masses of workers and peasants, against the three evil forces of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The revolutionary struggle becomes even more just when it confronts a brazenly treasonous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt regime like that of Marcos or Duterte. The NPA is led by the Communist Party of the Philippines. This revolutionary party of the working class has defined the general line of people's democratic revolution and the strategic line of protracted people's war, which allows the NPA to avail of the wide countryside and the support of the peasant masses to grow from small and weak to big and strong. The reactionary armed forces, police, and paramilitary auxiliaries are on the losing side because they are instruments for oppressing the people and preserving the daily violence of exploitation under the rule of the big compradors, landlords and corrupt government officials in the service of U.S. imperialism. The broad masses of the people understand that they have no way to change the oppressive and exploitative ruling system but to wage people's war because elections controlled by the exploiting classes always result mainly in the rotation of their political agents. The underdevelopment of the economy, high rate of unemployment and widespread poverty will remain and grow worse so long as the exploiting classes and their imperialist masters take super profits and press down the subsistence level of the toiling masses. The strategic line of protracted people's war has been successful in the last 50 years in allowing the NPA to occupy strategic areas all over the countryside in the archipelago, and to use these for guerrilla warfare in the stage of strategic defensive. The NPA is now developing the advanced phase of this stage, in which the tactical offensives of NPA platoons and companies can become more frequent and successful against weak points of the enemy forces. The time will soon come that the stage of strategic stalemate will be reached when NPA companies and then battalions will be able to wage regular mobile warfare and launch tactical offensives that can wipe out larger enemy formations piece by piece and liberate entire towns and provinces. The strategic stalemate shall be far shorter than the stage of strategic defensive. By the time that conditions are ripe for the stage of the strategic offensive, it shall be the turn of the enemy to be on the strategic defensive. The NPA shall have acquired the capability to mobilize battalions and regiments for knocking out the final strongholds of the enemy and for seizing the cities. So much for outlining the probable stages of the People's War. At present in the strategic defensive, what are the weak points of the enemy that the NPA can at will target in tactical offensives? What else can the NPA do? When the enemy forces concentrate to launch an offensive in superior strength, the NPA can retreat or shift position and observe what weak points appear in the deployment and operations of the enemy side. As sure as the sun rises and sets, the NPA and the people are able to see the wide gaps between enemy points and the lines of supply and patrols, and can proceed to wipe out the enemy forces part by part. Even when the overall armed strength of the enemy is far larger than that of the NPA, the enemy forces are limited and cannot cover more than 10% of the Philippine population and territory at any given time. The enemy forces can concentrate anywhere, but so can the NPA elsewhere to target weak points of the enemy forces, such as small army detachments, police stations, security forces of unfriendly business enterprises and plantations, and bodyguards of hostile politicians, warlords, and crime lords. The reactionary armed forces and police have their own ways of reducing their personnel for combat. They take over civilian functions and use too many patrols and too many checkpoints for the purpose of mass intimidation and extortion. In addition, the NPA can compel the enemy to defensive positions by putting them under a cloud of harassment and by destroying facilities of mining, logging, and plantation companies on the just ground that these are instruments of extreme exploitation of the working people and destruction of the environment and agriculture. Whenever the NPA takes full initiative in launching a tactical offensive against a certain enemy target, it can also prepare an extra force to ambush the reinforcing or pursuing enemy force. On a larger scale, if it has sufficient forces for the purpose, the NPA can deliberately lure in the enemy for annihilation in a series of battles within a certain area. Furthermore, it can create the opportunity for other NPA units to launch their tactical offensives elsewhere. The CPP has announced recently that it has laid stress on further developing extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of a widening and deepening mass base and delivering head blows to the enemy. More than ever, the NPA has the capability to deliver head blows to enemy command posts or to the urban dens of the most despicable bosses of the regime with rural-based commando teams as well as with armed city partisans. The high-tech equipment of the enemy can be countered. Airplanes and helicopters are noisy. The most silent drones cannot distinguish the NPA fighters from the masses. It is not the style of the NPA to make permanent large encampments in isolated areas. It uses only temporary camps in connection with politico-military training and preparing for certain tactical offensives. As regards computers and cell phones, the NPA communications personnel have learned to use codes and delete or store away data. There is no limit to the kinds of tactical offensives that the NPA forces can launch on its own initiative so long as they have the elements of people's support, precise intelligence, meticulous planning, training, and discipline of the rank and file, and the daring of commanders. But the NPA has simple overall rules for it to be able to preserve itself and gain further strength. Always launch only tactical offensives that it is sure of winning and avoid any decisive engagement that puts at risk the very life of the NPA in any guerrilla front. Thus, the enemy has failed to destroy any guerrilla front, except in its press releases for Psy-War. The propaganda of the Ustudert regime and its armed minions is that the NPA is on the way to being destroyed. For the purpose, the regime is in a frenzy of faking surrenders and encounters, community support, development projects, and localized peace talks, while they carry out real mass arrests, massacres, artillery shelling, bombings, forced mass evacuations, and land grabbing to gain the people's wrath. It has formed a national task force to carry out all these tactics systematically and to prepare for the imposition of fascist dictatorship on the people. It is absolutely necessary to expose the truth about the crimes of the Ustadert regime and its armed minions by all means of information. At the same time, the broad masses of the people are calling on the NPA to intensify their tactical offensives, broadcast their fighting victories, and demonstrate that the regime and its armed minions cannot go on committing their grave crimes with impunity. The NPA enjoys the support of the people, and the people expect more brilliant victories than ever in the people's war for national liberation and democracy. The Filipino people's revolutionary armed struggle for national and social liberation in the past 50 years. March 29, 2019. Let me make a quick review of the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation in the past 50 years. My focus is on the development of the new People's Army, NPA, under the leadership of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, in a brief historical narrative of 5 segments, including the prospects as the last segment. 1. Foundational years, 1969 to 1977. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Philippines conceived of the new People's Army as the main instrument for overthrowing the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system through protracted People's War in accordance with the People's Democratic Revolution against U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords. The new People's Army was founded by the CPP in Barrio Sta. Rita, Capiz, Tarlac on March 29, 1969. It started with only 9 rifles and 26 inferior firearms for 60 Red Fighters, consisting of those from the old People's Army and the new recruits from Manila and Isabela who were previously given politico-military training. The recruits from Manila were CPP and Kabataan Makabayan members who came from various regions and were intended to form the NPA in their respective regions after serving in Tarlac. The recruits from Isabela were given priority for dispatch to their province for the purpose of CPP and NPA expansion. They were provided with a senior cadre who had long experience in armed struggle and mass work in central Luzon. The years from 1969 to 1977 may be considered as the foundational years of the NPA. They were years of ideological study for those CPP cadres assigned to the NPA, political military training for the Red commanders and fighters, and deployment of expansion teams to various regions under the direction of the CPP Central Committee. The NPA National Operational Command was formed under the Military Commission of the Party Central Committee. The following departments were slated to be formed: political education, planning, personnel and training, intelligence, military operations, production, logistics, ordnance, and medical. The regional operational commands were also to be formed under the leadership of the regional party committees. Provincial and district operational commands were also slated to be formed by the leading party territorial committees concerned. The NPA became trained and experienced in waging guerrilla warfare and doing mass work, which included mass education, mass organizing, land reform and production, health and sanitation, cultural work, people's self-defense, arbitration and justice, disaster relief, and protection of the environment. From 1969 to 1971, the revolutionary armed struggle developed in Tarlac, combining guerrilla tactical offensives and mass work and bringing about the level of NPA armed strength to more than 200 automatic rifles that were seized from the enemy forces through ambushes and raids. When the CPP central leadership shifted to Isabela from late 1970 to 1972, the NPA started with only 20 automatic rifles and these increased to more than 300 by 1974. Hundreds of CPP cadres were given politico-military training for expansion to new areas in various regions. These cadres were subsequently dispatched to provinces in Cagayan Valley, Ilocos Montañosa Pangasinan, Central Luzon, Southern Luzon, Visayas and Mindanao. More expansion cadres became available after the 1971 suspension of the writ of habeas corpus and then the 1972 proclamation of martial law because the urban-based mass activists who were in danger of being arrested joined the NPA. Still a great number of underground cadres under the CPP General Secretariat were dispatched to various regions in 1974. The nationwide expansion of the CPP and NPA was facilitated by Kabatain Makabayan, trade unions, and peasant associations. As early as 1972, CPP regional committees and NPA regional operational commands were already established in Cagayan Valley, IMP, Central Luzon, Southern Luzon, Eastern Visayas, Central Visayas, Western Visayas, and Mindanao. In subsequent years, NPA regional operational commands arose in Cagayan Valley, Cordillera, and Ilocos, Southern Luzon, Western Visayas, Central Visayas and Eastern Visayas. And in 1976, the Mindanao Regional Party Committee began to form several NPA regional operational commands. In the foundational years from 1969 to 1977, the focus of the most frequent and most successful tactical offensives shifted from one region to another, depending on the successful mass work and the daring of the Red commanders and fighters. From 1969 to 1971, the focus was Tarlac. From 1972 to 1975, it was Isabela, Ifugao, Quirino, Aurora, Pampanga, Bataan, Quezon, Camarines Sur, Albay, Sorsogon, Negros, and Panay provinces, and from 1975 to 1977, it was Samar, and several provinces in Mindanao. The NPA armed strength had reached the level of 1,500 automatic rifles as of 1977. However, the NPA in Isabela stagnated and weakened because of the error of staying too long in the unpopulated forest region from 1974 to 1976. Despite the order of the central leadership to the Regional Party Committee in 1974 for shifting the NPA companies to Cagayan Province. But the containment of the NPA in Isabela was countervailed by its growth elsewhere in Cagayan Valley, northern Luzon, and in the entire country. Two further growth and major errors, 1978 to 1991. The strong foundation laid in the years 1969 to 77 and the preponderance of CPP and NPA rank and file who adhered to the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, the general line of People's Democratic Revolution and the organizational discipline of democratic centralism corresponded to the worsening socio-economic and political crisis of the ruling system and made possible the further growth of the NPA to 3,000 automatic rifles in 1981 and then to 5,600 automatic rifles in 1985. The CPP central leadership ensured that whenever certain weaker regions needed support and assistance in terms or cadres and arms, they would get such from the stronger regions. After the NPA forces in eastern Visayas grew strong from 1976 to 1979, the party redeployed many of its cadres, fighters, and arms to Negros and Mindanao in 1979. But the NPA in every region was always urged to practice self-reliance and grow through struggle. The most outstanding regions in the frequency and success of tactical offensives from 1981 onward were Eastern Visayas, Mindanao, Negros, Northern Luzon, Bicol, and Central Luzon. The most effective formations in combat were companies or platoons augmented by armed propaganda teams and led by commanders who were excellent at planning, and were daring. The NPA forces in the regions of Eastern Visayas, Bicol, Southern Tagalog, and Cagayan Valley had a good balance of relatively concentrated force, vertical, and relatively dispersed forces, horizontal. This also meant a good balance between offensive capability and mass base. The party, the mass organizations and the organs of political power assumed much of the workload of the NPA units to enable these to gain more time and opportunities for launching tactical offensives. From 1981 to 1985, the NPA in Mindanao scored the most and biggest victories in tactical offensives as it increased the number of companies to 5. But rapid further formation of 10 more companies and the premature verticalization of forces were done at the expense of paying attention to mass work and strengthening the mass base. The left opportunist error resulted in adverse consequences. The CC Plenum in 1985 noted that the nationwide NPA armed strength reached the level of 5,600 automatic rifles in 1985 and further increased to 6,100 automatic rifles in 1986 and still further increased by some hundreds in 1987. NPA nationwide armed strength increased because of the correct line, competence, courage, and high sense of self-sacrifice and service to the people of the CPP cadres and members and the Red Fighters and commanders, and by the accelerated deterioration of social conditions and the rising tide of the people's struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. The victories were achieved despite the emergence of wrong ideas and major errors in the CPP central leadership and in certain regional party committees. In 1979 there arose the notion in the CC of the CPP that the People's War was already in the advanced phase. This led to the further notion that the stage of strategic counteroffensive was in the offing. This notion had no basis in reality and was not realized, but encouraged various left opportunist currents of thinking about shortcuts to final victory. As early as 1981, the subjective notion circulated among certain CC members that the Marcos fascist dictatorship had succeeded in making the Philippines an industrial capitalist country. It gave rise to the right opportunist and left opportunist currents. The right opportunist current wanted to take out the leadership of the CPP and the working class from the National Democratic Front and make the legal form of struggle principal to the armed struggle in obeisance to the anti-Marcos reactionaries. The left opportunist current was initially based on the wrong notion that the NPA had reached the advanced stage of the strategic defensive and could carry out next the strategic counteroffensive. But the most disastrous line was that of the left opportunist red area white area, RAWA, line in Mindanao, which called for people's strikes in urban areas, intensification of armed city partisan warfare and the premature regularization of the NPA and reduction to being a purely military force. When the line resulted in setbacks, the left opportunists generated panic, blamed deep penetration agents for the setbacks and punished suspected cadres and mass activists without due process through campaigning ajos. As a result of the left opportunist errors, the mass base shrank drastically by more than 50% in Mindanao and the NPA armed strength fell by more than 1,000 automatic rifles. Similar left opportunist errors followed by anti-DPA witch hunts occurred in other regions but on a lesser scale at various times. In Negros Island, Manila Rizal, Southern Tagalog, Cordillera and Cagayan Valley. Most of the time NPA foundational strength and the preponderance of good cadres and members continued to prevail over the left opportunism and over the emergence of anti-DPA hysteria. The central-level left opportunists subsequently pursued the line from 1986 to 1989 that total victory could be obtained only with military assistance from abroad, otherwise the revolution would stagnate and then be defeated. When the efforts to import weapons failed, they became demoralized and were joined by the right opportunists in opposing the strategic line of protracted People's War. 3. Rectification and Revitalization, 1992 to 2001. The Second Great Rectification Movement, SGRM, from 1992 to 1998 saved the CPP, the NPA, and the entire revolutionary movement from possible self-disintegration or destruction in the hands of the enemy. The right and left opportunists were in CPP key positions and were using these to undermine and attack Marxism, Leninism, Maoism and the general line of People's Democratic Revolution. The right opportunists pratt about popular democracy to attack the leading role of the proletariat and the CPP in the revolution. They blamed the line of protracted People's War for the supposed failure to be part of the ascendance of the Aquino regime over the Marcos fascist dictatorship. They spouted Gorbakovite, Trotskyite, bourgeois liberal and other petty bourgeois currents of thinking. The left opportunists, especially the most vocal urban insurrectionists, also blamed the strategic line of protracted People's War for the supposed failure of the NPA to take power or get a significant share of this before the Aquino party took complete power. The left opportunists in the highest positions babbled that to avert stagnation and defeat, the NPA must benefit from the importation of weapons, even if these were to be secured by considering the Soviet Union as no longer revisionist and social imperialist. At the same time, they obscured the disastrous results of their line in Mindanao, which included the witch hunt called Campaniang Ahos. Prior to the launch of the SGRM in 1992, the central leadership had already succeeded in acting against the left opportunist errors and the anti-DPA witch hunts in one region after another. But the SGRM still had to be launched and carried out in order to criticize, repudiate, and rectify the errors comprehensively and thoroughly through a movement of ideological and political education. Otherwise, errors could persist to undermine and destroy the party. The SGRM faced difficulties because the left and right opportunists in general combined to attack the party and take away the party personnel and properties that they controlled. But the loyal party cadres and members and the Red commanders and fighters prevailed. They worked hard and succeeded in recovering most of the party personnel and mass base which had been lost through the errors, crimes, and wrecking operations of the left opportunists. From 1994 to 1998, the forces in Mindanao were able to recover most of the armed strength and mass base that had been lost during the second half of the 1980s. They were able to retain some of the NPA companies in certain guerrilla fronts by a well-balanced correlation of relatively concentrated force for effectiveness in tactical offensives and relatively dispersed force to ensure a sufficiently wide and deep mass base. By 1998, the 1st Bagani Company had the distinct honor of capturing a brigadier general in the field. The recovery and revitalization of the NPA occurred in various regions previously afflicted by left opportunism. The NPA level of strength in 1998 exceeded the level before 1992. There were more than 110 guerrilla fronts nationwide, mostly with platoons rather than companies as the total force per front. In the National Capital Region, the forces of the National Democratic Movement grew strong to the extent of generating mass protest actions that ultimately forced Estrada to flee the presidential palace and in effect resign his position. This was a crowning victory of the SGRM. For growth, conservatism, and upsurge, 2002 to 2019. This period covers the regimes of Arroyo, Aquino, and Duterte, which launched fierce attacks on the NPA and the entire revolutionary movement. The NPA has frustrated all the strategic operational plans aimed at destroying it. It has preserved and increased its strength despite the strategic offensives of the enemy, such as the Oplan Bantaylaya of Arroyo, Bayanihan of Aquino and Kapi Upan of Duterte. As a result of the SGRM, NPA armed strength in high-powered rifles continued to grow and peaked in 2005 to a level surpassing the earlier 1987 peak by a few hundreds. It was a 4% growth from the 2002 level. However, from 2005, NPA strength dropped by 21.6% over the course of the next 4 years until 2009. The NPA armed strength in automatic rifles increased again, but by only a few hundreds, or around 11% accumulated growth in the next 7 years, 2009 to 2016, but remained below the 12.6% 2006 peak. The NPA strength further grew by 9% in the SEC on half of 2016 but remained at 4% below the 2005 peak. From end 2016 to August 2017, the NPA grew more than 8% and surpassed the previous 2005 peak by 3%. Despite the all-out war of the Duterte regime, from its continuation of Aquino's Bayanihan to its adoption of its own US-designed Oplan Kapi Upan, the NPA is growing in strength. The NPA in Mindanao remains the most outstanding in People's War, notwithstanding the prolonged imposition of martial law in the region and the wanton use of bombings and extrajudicial killings to suppress the armed revolution. The CPP was able to hold its second Congress successfully. It was able to identify the error of conservatism and over-dispersal of small NPA units over a wide area as the principal error that has caused the stagnation and erosion of NPA and mass strength in Luzon and the Visayas. It is an error diametrically opposite the error of left opportunism that had emerged in the years 1981 to 83 and grew in various regions until 1992. The error starts with the good motivation of widening and deepening the mass base and developing all political prerequisites. And the erroneous tendency has been to over-disperse small units for mass work and neglect the main NPA task, which is to launch tactical offensives in order to seize weapons from the enemy and strengthen the NPA. The force deployment with no relatively concentrated force for launching tactical offensives, and with the overdispersal of small NPA units results in roving or floating units that are easy prey to the enemy and vulnerable to being put in purely defensive actions. When these small units are squashed by the enemy, the mass base that they have created eventually disappears, although available for recovery in the future. Conservatism amounts to abstinence from tactical offensives, which has played into the enemy campaign plans like those of Oplan Bantalaya of the Arroyo regime, during which the NPA suffered a decrease in strength from 2005 onward. At first, the NPA in Mindanao had difficulties of countering enemy offensives under Oplan Bantalaya and then Bayanihan. But eventually they were able to prevail against the enemy with the effective use of the basic tactics of guerrilla warfare and master the art and science of the tactics of counter-encirclement against the enemy encirclements that were bigger but had wider gaps. The Red commanders and fighters had the wisdom to avail of a combination of mass base and rough terrain and the daring to launch tactical offensives against enemy weak points. In the same way that they benefited from the experience and revolutionary cadres and commanders that came from Eastern Visayas in the 1980s, the CPP and NPA in Mindanao have been sharing the fruits of their victories with their comrades in Luzon and the Visayas, their experience and battle-tested cadres and commanders by their redeployment to the regions of Luzon and the Visayas. Since 2017, they have been able to counter and prevail over the escalation of enemy attacks under the conditions of martial law. A strong nationwide basis for the further advance of the People's War has been established. It is now possible to launch more frequent and more daring tactical offensives on a national scale against enemy weak points. These weak points are in far more areas than the enemy can reinforce, and even where the enemy force is focused it exposes its weak points as soon as it is deployed. Since the last quarter of 2017, there has been a significant increase of NPA tactical offensives nationwide than a long while before. After concentrating 75% of their strength in Mindanao, the enemy armed forces have sent back more than 10% of their strength to the Visayas and Luzon because of the intensified armed resistance here. 5 Prospects of the NPA. The current 5-year plan, 2017 to 2021, of the Central Committee aims to carry forward the anti-fascist, anti-feudal and anti-imperialist movement and overthrow the tyrannical Ustadert regime, and bring the protracted People's War to the advanced phase of the strategic defensive, in order to reach the threshold of the strategic stalemate. The program calls for intensifying anti-fascist agitation, propaganda, organizational work, and mobilization against the mass murders and other atrocities of state terrorism, and the scheme to establish a fascist dictatorship through charter change for a bogus kind of federalism. Building the broadest united front and mobilizing the people in their millions is the key to defeating the regime of terror and greed. First, the program calls for resolving the imbalance of strength, spread, and advance of guerrilla warfare between the relatively more advanced regions in Mindanao and those in Luzon and Visayas, and attain effective cooperation and coordination in advancing guerrilla warfare nationwide. The program seeks to develop 7 to 10 advanced regions, each with more or less 2,000 full-time Red fighters spread throughout Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Secondly, it calls on the advanced regions to develop sub-regions with 3 to 5 interlocking company-sized guerrilla fronts, to serve as anchors and rallying points for inter-regional and national advance. The program estimates that we can effectively combat the sustained large-scale enemy operations in the advanced sub-regions with 1 or 2 full or undersized companies with 9 to 15 horizontal platoons in interlocking or adjacent guerrilla fronts, in addition to units of the People's Militia spread over several hundred villages. Thirdly, the program aims to strengthen the NPA several times over and raise its capability in annihilating enemy teams and squads, and later, platoons. Every region and sub-region must have a company as vertical force following the ratio of 1 vertical company to every 9 horizontal platoons, or 1:3. There must be recruitment campaigns to increase the NPA guerrilla units and People's Militia units and campaigns to generate material and other forms of support. The NPA must be strengthened through ideological building, strengthening absolute party leadership, systematic politico-military training and raising its combat capability, in terms of weaponry and technique, active political work to raise the political consciousness, the will to fight and offensive spirit of the Red Fighters, strengthen their iron discipline and their close links with the masses. It calls for building the NPA operational command at the national level down to the sub-regional level to develop planning, coordination, and leadership of the NPA work. It also calls for the recruitment of cadres from workers and the educated youth and for developing, training and promotion of military cadres. It calls for further expansion and training of units of people's militias, self-defense units of mass organizations to develop their capability in waging mass guerrilla warfare. It calls for building partisan units. Fourthly, the program calls for intensifying guerrilla warfare nationwide and waging all-out resistance against the enemy's all-out war, gradual constriction, and win-hold-win and triad campaigns. It calls for carrying out annihilative basic tactical offensives to deliver solid blows against the enemy, punish the worst fascist criminals, weaken the enemy, seize his weapons, strengthen the People's Army, advance the masses' anti-feudal and other struggles and expand the democratic people's power. The program calls for firmly opposing military conservatism and repudiating the wrong ideas that bring about such weaknesses such as overestimating the strength of the enemy and underestimating the strength of the people and their army, fear of sacrifices and aspiring for comforts and failure to grasp the crucial necessity of intensifying guerrilla warfare in advancing other military and political tasks, locally and in general, lack of attention of leading party committees on military work. Overconfidence, passivity, over-dispersal of forces and so on. The program calls for maximizing NPA armed strength and its deep and wide mass support it enjoys in order to deliver bigger and more frequent blows against the enemy. The program calls for strengthening vertical forces as the NPA leading force in mounting tactical offensives. Compared to horizontal forces, vertical forces are more concentrated in order for them to move quickly, by itself or together with horizontal units, when necessary to hit at the isolated and vulnerable enemy units. However, they should also make use of every opportunity to arouse, organize, and mobilize the masses, help in waging mass campaigns and struggles, participate in production, and conduct training, education, and political work in between battles. The horizontal or front guerrilla forces, on the other hand, ensure widespread and intensive guerrilla warfare by all-sidedly developing guerrilla fronts in the military, political, economic, organizational, and cultural fields. At every given time, the optimum is for 60% of the NPA units to engage in mass work and political work, and 40% to carry out tactical offensives. The program clarifies that mass work in guerrilla fronts is armed propaganda type, that is, military work, tactical offensives, combating enemy attacks and operations, and raising the military capability of the army and the people. Local guerrilla forces serve as centers of gravity of people's militia units and village self-defense units. There must be a principal front guerrilla unit to serve as anchor and rallying point of all combat maneuvers and resistance. Mass work should result in building local party branches and groups, section committees, mass organizations, and organs of political power, in addition to people's militia and self-defense forces. The capacity of local revolutionary forces must be raised to carry out their tasks on their own in order to unburden the local armed units with details of daily administrative work and allow them to concentrate on various aspects of military work. The program calls for mounting well-planned tactical offensives with the aim of annihilating enemy units and seizing their weapons. The general guidelines and the tactics include the following: concentrate a bigger force to mount surprise attacks against weaker, smaller, and isolated enemy units. Combine numerous body blows with occasional head blows. Develop interfront, regional, interregional and national planning and coordination of campaigns and operations to boldly intensify guerrilla warfare by taking hold of the entire strength of the People's Army and carrying out direct and indirect coordination of various guerrilla forces. Raise the capacity for intelligence work at all levels. Carry out partisan operations in order to punish the enemy in the cities, and in their main lines of communication and transportation. The NPA has already spread nationwide and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses. It occupies most of the terrains favorable for guerrilla warfare. It takes full advantage of the strategic line of encircling the cities from the countryside as well as orchestrating tactical offensives in an archipelago according to the principle of centralized leadership and decentralized operations. The NPA is now in a position to deliver lethal blows to the enemy forces anywhere in the archipelago and thereby raise the level of its armed strength. The Filipino people and all their revolutionary forces are confident that they will make great strides towards total victory in the revolutionary war for the people's democratic revolution because they are gaining political and armed strength as the crisis of both the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and that of the world capitalist system are simultaneously worsening at an accelerated rate. The inter-imperialist contradictions are sharpening and resulting in worse forms of exploitation and oppression, unprecedented crisis of global proportions, widespread state terrorism and wars of aggression. These are signals for the further rise and eventual victory of the People's Democratic Revolution in the Philippines and the resurgence of the anti-imperialist movements and the world proletarian revolution. People's War. Status and prospects. In celebration of the 50th anniversary of the founding of the new People's Army. March 29, 2019. Thank you for inviting me to speak on the status and prospects of the People's War in the Philippines and what overseas Filipinos and their friends can do to support such noble revolutionary struggle for the national and social liberation of the people. I shall discuss my assigned subject on the basis of my direct experience and personal knowledge about the founding of the NPA on March 29, 1969 and the development of the NPA from then to 1977. As regards the succeeding years, I rely on my continued reading and study of Philippine revolutionary publications and analysis that I can do as an observer like you from a distance. Only 3 months ago, the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, celebrated its 50th founding anniversary under the theoretical guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. It has been amply proven that the party is a true and effective leader of the Philippine Revolution by waging the People's War. The Filipino people are advancing in their struggle for national and social liberation because they have such a party and the new People's Army as the weapon for overthrowing the oppressive and exploitative ruling system. Status of the People's War. The ceaseless rant of the Stuttgart regime that it is in the process of destroying the NPA and the entire revolutionary movement only serves to stress the fact that these are growing in strength. The NPA is more determined than ever to launch tactical offensives, win resounding victories and defeat the regime's brutal attacks as well as render futile the claims of fake surrenders and fake encounters aimed at deceiving the gullible. The Filipino people detest the Stuttgart regime because it is traitorous, tyrannical, brutal, corrupt, exploitative, and mendacious. It is hell-bent on imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people through martial law nationwide and charter change to a bogus kind of federalism. It is exacerbating the oppression and exploitation of the people. Thus, the broad masses of the people are rising up in resistance and the NPA is more than ever determined to deliver lethal blows to the regime. As the party leading the Philippine Revolution, the CPP has set the general line of People's Democratic Revolution against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system under U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. The CPP has also set the strategic line of protracted People's War for the new People's Army, NPA, to carry out the People's Democratic Revolution. This politico-military line guides the People's Army to fight in the countryside, accumulate strength here until it has adequate strength to seize political power in the cities. The NPA is entrusted with the task of carrying out the principal form of revolutionary struggle, which is armed struggle aimed at overthrowing the ruling system and installing the people's democratic state. To be able to fight effectively, the NPA has carried out integrally the armed struggle, agrarian revolution, and mass base building involving the formation of mass organizations and local organs of political power. The People's War is now in the stage of strategic defensive in opposition to the strategic offensive posture of the enemy forces that are superior in number, weapons, and training. but the NPA has always been determined to launch tactical offensives in order to change the balance of forces and enable itself to reach the strategic stalemate and ultimately the strategic offensive for the total defeat of the enemy forces. The NPA started in 1969 with only 9 rifles and 26 inferior firearms for 60 fighters with a mass base of 80,000 people in the 2nd district of Tarlac province. In 50 years of fighting and conducting mass work, the NPA has reached the force level of several thousands with high-powered rifles. It is now operating in 110 guerrilla fronts in 73 of the 81 provinces of the Philippines. The mass base is now in the millions of people, consisting mainly of poor peasants and farm workers. The optimal size of the NPA force in a guerrilla front is 90 to 120 fighters. It is supported by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and hundreds of thousands of self-defense units in mass organizations as auxiliary and reserve forces. The NPA is now in the process of propagating the best examples of carrying out extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. In order to intensify the People's War, the NPA units devoted to tactical offensives have been increased to 40% and those units devoted to mass work are 60% at every given time. Wherever it has occurred, the errors of military conservatism and over-dispersal of small NPA units are being rectified. The NPA has gained the support of the peasant masses nationwide because it ensures the carrying out of the agrarian revolution in 2 stages, minimal land reform and maximum land reform. This is the main content of the democratic revolution, the satisfaction of the peasants' hunger for land. Within the context of the National United Front, the NPA has built the anti-feudal United Front by relying mainly on the poor peasants and farm workers, winning over the middle peasants, neutralizing the rich peasants and taking advantage of the contradictions between the enlightened and despotic landlords in order to isolate and destroy the power of the despotic landlords, which are also called the evil gentry. The foundation of the National United Front is the basic alliance of the workers and peasants. This wins over the urban petty bourgeoisie, neutralizes the national bourgeoisie, takes advantage of the contradictions among the factions of the exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords in order to isolate and destroy the power of the worst reactionaries most servile to U.S. imperialism. The NPA has initiated the building of the mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, cultural activists, children, and other types of people in the countryside. These mass organizations are the solid forces of the revolutionary mass movement within every barangay and are always active to expand their ranks and consolidate themselves further. The People's Democratic Government has been formed at the barangay level in 2 stages. As soon as possible, the Barangay Organizing Committee is formed by appointment as the provisional form of the local organ of political power. Subsequently, the Barangay Revolutionary Committee replaces it when the mass organizations or the entire barangay people are ready to elect its members. Prospects. The Filipino people are determined to overthrow the Duterte regime and in the process strengthen themselves in the long-term struggle to overthrow the ruling system. It is highly probable that the victories of the People's War in the immediate future will inspire and support the urban-based mass movement to grow to such an extent as to shake the regime from ground to rafters. The people hope that when hundreds, thousands or even millions of people take to the streets in the national capital region and in the provinces, the armed subordinates of Duterte would withdraw support from him as they did in the case of Marcos in 1986 and Estrada in 2001. Thus, the Duterte scheme to impose a fascist dictatorship on the people will come to an end. Whatever extent or length of time that Duterte can keep himself in power, the Filipino people and the People's Army will persevere in struggle and accumulate strength. The worsening crisis of the ruling system and its constant aggravation by the regime are favorable to the growth in strength and advance of the People's War. The strength of the People's War is cumulative and its advance accelerates from period to period. But there can be twists and turns, ups and downs in the struggle due to errors and shortcomings. These are subjected to identification, criticism, and rectification. The People's War advances in waves by relying on the strength of the revolutionary masses and organized forces and by overcoming errors and tremendous odds. The party, the NPA, and all other revolutionary forces nationwide are confronted by enemy forces with limited strength, especially because of the crisis of the ruling system and the bankruptcy of the reactionary government. The enemy forces are still strong in military terms and are still on a strategic offensive, but they can be defeated piece by piece through intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. The NPA can strengthen its existing guerrilla fronts and further increase their number, multiply the platoons and companies for tactical offensives, and advance from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate. The tactical offensives will increase and accelerate the further strengthening of the People's Army. The NPA will be able to deliver more lethal blows to the reactionary armed forces and police and weaken the reactionary government at various levels. Upon the strengthening of the NPA and other revolutionary forces, it shall also become easier to carry out the agrarian reform on a scale wider than ever before. It shall also become easier to dismantle the logging companies, plantations, and mining areas that lessen the amount of land for land reform. Further, it shall be easier to enforce the laws and regulations of the people's government and collect more tax revenues for the various social programs and other responsibilities of the people's government. The mass organizations in the villages, baranais, will be expanded and consolidated more than ever before. And the local organs of political power will become more effective in performing the functions of government related to administration, land reform, production, finance, health and sanitation, cultural work, defense, arbitration and people's court, environmental protection, and disaster relief and rehabilitation. The local organs of political power will give rise to higher levels of people's democratic government from the municipal level upward. They would run parallel to and increasingly become dominant to the corresponding levels of the reactionary government. It is expected that at the stage of the strategic stalemate in the People's War, the NPA shall be able to annihilate entire companies and then battalions of the enemy, and the revolutionary movement shall be able to govern effectively entire municipalities and provincial districts. The stage of strategic stalemate will be much shorter than the already 50 years of strategic defensive. The crisis of the ruling system will worsen and inflict more intolerable suffering on the people whose desire for revolution will become stronger. The contradictions among the reactionaries will sharpen. The higher levels of the reactionary government in major cities and provincial capitals would become more unstable and ripe for overthrow by the revolutionary movement. The crisis of the world capitalist system is worsening at an accelerated rate. The neoliberal and neoconservative policies of the U.S. imperialism have inflicted grave suffering on the people of the world and are driving them to resist. The crisis and class struggle in every capitalist country are sharpening and escalating. So are the contradictions among the imperialist powers. The worsening crisis of the world capitalist system ensures the continued worsening of the crisis of the ruling system in a neocolonial country like the Philippines under imperialist domination. The contradictions among the factions of the exploiting classes are becoming more violent and generating more favorable conditions for the People's War. Tasks of Filipinos abroad. As a result of the chronic crisis and underdevelopment of the economy and the high rate of unemployment, more than 12 million of Filipinos, amounting to more than 10% of the population and more than 25% of the labor force of 44.1 million, are abroad in order to work in more than 120 countries. Let me present in a summary way the tasks concerning overseas Filipinos as I have learned from publications of the CPP as well as those of the mass organizations. Overseas Filipinos must be aroused, organized, and mobilized to uphold and promote their rights and welfare and to support the revolutionary struggle of the people in the motherland. We must conduct social investigation in order to know the conditions of our overseas Filipino compatriots and thereby learn how to connect with them and how to arouse, organize, and mobilize them. We must pursue a patriotic and democratic line in order to unite them to uphold, defend, and promote their rights and interests. They must be aroused to uphold, defend, and promote their rights and interests, to concern themselves with the conditions of the Filipino people and the struggle for national and social liberation in the Philippines. Support the people's democratic revolution through protracted People's War. They must be organized as patriotic communities, migrant workers, women, youth, cultural activists, professionals, ethnology linguistic groups, alumni of the same Philippine schools and otherwise. Each type of mass organization must form chapters at the countrywide and local levels. Campaigns must be undertaken to mobilize them to support the people's struggle in the motherland. All the members of the mass organizations must be cherished and activated. They must be provided with political and legal education regarding their situation and rights abroad, the Philippine situation and the international situation. They must become aware of their tasks and motivated to carry these out. They must be mobilized to realize and recognize their collective strength, express their views and demands and encourage the unorganized Filipinos to participate and get organized. For the purpose, outdoor and indoor mass rallies on burning issues, information campaigns, study meetings, conferences, and seminars must be undertaken. The CPP is determined to recruit and train the most advanced elements to become party members and serve as the core of the mass organizations. Only with the development of proletarian revolutionaries among the masses can we be sure that the mass movement can advance in the direction of the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. The NDFP is determined to propagate the grounds for national and democratic unity among the overseas Filipinos and to promote alliances and federations among their organizations. Such grounds are laid down in the NDFP program for a people's democratic revolution in the Philippines. In this regard, the NDFP takes its own initiatives and participate in cooperative projects and common activities. Efforts must be exerted to build friendship associations and solidarity organizations with the host and other peoples. Special attention must be given to the participation of Filipinos and their foreign spouses. Solidarity and support must be won from the various parties and organizations of the host people and other migrants through joint campaigns and activities. Solidarity and partnership must be developed between the CPP and other parties and between the Philippine-based mass organizations and their counterpart organizations abroad. Cultural exchanges and reciprocal visits must be encouraged and arranged whenever possible. Comrades and friends in developed and higher-income countries have the capacity to visit the Philippines for study tours and interaction with Philippine organizations. They must be encouraged to visit the Philippines and become closer and more supportive of the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. They can also find ways to invite their Filipino partners and friends to visit their countries. The NDFP is resolved to develop friendly relations with parties and foreign government agencies whenever possible. It has been demonstrated in peace negotiations with the reactionary government that the NDFP and other Filipino organizations can cooperate with governments abroad for such and other lawful purposes. The Philippine revolutionary movement led by the CPP has been self-reliant. The strength that it has gained in 50 years comes mostly and mainly from the struggle and sacrifices of the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces. But the CPP and other revolutionary forces are highly conscious of the need for international solidarity among peoples. The Philippine Revolution can support revolutionary and progressive struggles abroad as well as draw support from them. The Filipino people and other peoples of the world are confronted with monopoly capitalism or imperialism as the common enemy. It is therefore necessary for them to unite in a common struggle to defeat the common enemy and create a new world of greater freedom, democracy, social justice, development, cultural progress, healthy environment, and peace. Long live the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. Long live all Filipino compatriots abroad. Long live international solidarity. On the question of people's war in industrial capitalist countries. May 28, 2019. I have been asked many times by avowed proletarian revolutionaries whether protracted people's war as carried out by Mao in China, can be successfully waged in capitalist countries where the industrial proletariat has become the majority class and the peasantry has become a minority class. I will try to answer the question in a theoretical and hypothetical way, on the basis of history and social conditions and within the existing constitutional and legal bounds of industrial capitalist countries. In the process, I will deal with the notion of some people that Mao's theory of protracted people's war is universally valid and applicable. Protracted people's war in China and the Philippines. Mao himself explained in his own time that protracted people's war is not only possible but necessary for the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat to realize a successful people's democratic revolution in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country in chronic crisis. By applying the strategic line of encircling the cities from the countryside, the proletarian revolutionaries can lead the people's army to grow from small and weak to big and strong in stages by availing of the countryside as a wide area of maneuver and getting the support of the peasant masses as the main force of the revolution. The Chinese Communist Party could successfully use the countryside for a protracted period of time in order to accumulate enough armed and political strength to ultimately seize the cities and thereby win the people's struggle for democracy and socialism. I adhere to Mao's theory and practice of protracted peoples in my writings on the specific conditions of the Philippines for armed revolution. And I have taken into account the archipelagic and mountainous character of the Philippines among other considerations. The armed revolution led by the Communist Party of the Philippines has been able to preserve itself and gain strength for more than 50 years by carrying out the strategic line of protracted people's war, despite all the strategic plans of successive US and puppet regimes to crush it and despite drastic changes in the world, such as the full restoration of capitalism in China and the collapse of the Soviet Union since 1991. In industrial capitalist countries, the proletarian revolutionaries cannot begin the revolutionary war with a small and weak people's army in the countryside and hope to use the wide space and indefinite time in the countryside to sustain the war. As soon as that army dares to launch the first tactical offensive, it will be overwhelmed by the huge armed army and the highly unified economic, communications and transport system of the monopoly bourgeoisie. However, the term People's War may be flexibly used to mean the necessary armed revolution by the people to overthrow the bourgeois state in an industrial capitalist country. Definitely, what ought to be protracted is the preparation for the armed revolution with the overwhelming participation of the people. As Lenin pointed out, the revolution cannot win unless the capitalist system has been so gravely stricken by crisis that the ruling class can no longer rule in the old way. The people are desirous of revolutionary change and the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat is strong enough to lead the revolution. It is futile to ignite armed revolution in the city or in the countryside without due regard to the objective conditions and subjective factors of the revolution. An urban armed insurrection against the capitalist state can succeed only as a result of grave debilitation by its internal crisis, the crisis of the world capitalist system, involvement in an inter-capitalist or inter-imperialist war and the rise of the revolutionary mass movement with sufficient armed strength. Historical examples of armed proletarian revolution. The Paris Commune of 1871 showed that the proletarian revolutionaries could wage a successful urban insurrection when France was preoccupied with the Franco-Prussian War and the armed city guards themselves carried out the insurrection, with the overwhelming support of the proletarian masses. In imperialist Russia, the Bolsheviks had the foresight to sow Tatars as revolutionary seeds within the Tsarist army. When the masses of troops became discontented like the people in the course of World War I, they rose up to overthrow the Tsar and then the Kerensky bourgeois government. Subsequently, they waged a successful war against the reactionaries and the foreign interventionists in the countryside of the vast Russian Empire. Even before they were favored by the monopoly bourgeoisie to govern Germany and directly use state terrorism to suppress the proletariat and its revolutionary party, the German fascists formed their armed groups or paramilitary organizations and collaborated with the army and police of the capitalist state to break workers' strikes and people's protests. During the severe crisis of the Weimar Republic, the German communists and social democrats had also their own armed groups but were surpassed by the fascists at the crucial points. But the lesson remains valid that proletarian revolutionaries and the people but always strive to excel and be successful at both preparations and actual conduct of the armed revolution. During World War II, the partisans could arise in several European countries, such as in France, Italy, and elsewhere, to wage partisan warfare against the fascists. Where fascism first rose to power in 1922, the communists and the people engaged in guerrilla warfare in both urban and rural areas until they could hang the fascist dictator and come to the verge of taking state power. Based on the foregoing historical facts, it is always wise for the organized revolutionary proletariat and masses to assume and anticipate that the capitalist system is prone to crisis and that the monopoly bourgeoisie resorts to fascism in order to head off the proletarian revolution. Even if the material foundation for socialism exists in capitalism, the proletariat must first defeat fascism, thus winning the battle for democracy, before socialism can triumph. It is logical and necessary for proletarian revolutionaries to arm themselves, be consciously disciplined and conduct politico-military training in preparation for future armed conflict. I presume that the armed capability of the proletarian revolutionaries is in the first place bound by ideological, political, and organizational principles and rules. As the Bolsheviks did, the proletarian revolutionaries can also deploy cadres for revolutionary work in the reactionary army, especially because most of the soldiers come from the working class. A capitalist state can in the future become so debilitated by crisis and war that its reactionary armed services tend to disintegrate, like the Tsarist army in World War I. As regards to obtaining and keeping arms covertly for decades and launching small formation offensives under the most limited and difficult conditions, the revolutionary armed organizations in Ireland and Palestine provide good examples of conscious discipline, skillfulness, resourcefulness, and durability due to mass support of entire communities opposing an occupying force. However, they are in situations and processes of development which are not typical in capitalist countries today. Considerations for arming the proletariat. By the current constitutional and legal standards of the industrial capitalist countries that pretend to be liberal democratic, any individual can legally acquire firearms for the purpose of sport and self-defense against criminals as well as against the potential of the state to become tyrannical and oppressive. In the United States of America no less, the arms manufacturers invoke the constitutional right of citizens to bear arms in order to keep wide the domestic market for the sale of weapons, despite the bourgeois liberal clamor for stricter gun licensing laws, disarming the white supremacists and the overblown jihadists and keeping the arms out of the reach of children who are in the first place heavily influenced by the U.S. culture of imperialism and senseless violence. In quite a number of industrial capitalist countries, citizens are allowed to keep the firearms that they acquire in military training under the auspices of the bourgeois state. And they have no problems like a few American crazies and a few children using firearms from the home armory to shoot and kill innocent people in schools and other public places. It is therefore possible to organize proletarians with firearms as sporting gun clubs, as community self-defense organizations and as voluntary security for public events and structures. But of course it is unwise to make displays of armed groups of people and at the same time provocatively declare themselves in opposition to the capitalist state, its army, and police. Such imprudence would immediately prompt state measures of violent suppression, as in the historical case of the Black Panthers. In capitalist societies, it is the fascists and other reactionary armed groups that are privileged to publicly boast of their arms and their military training and exercises. It is also unwise to bring arms to mass protests that are supposed to be legal and peaceful and where most of the people are unarmed and are far from ready to launch an armed insurrection. It is wise for the Revolutionary Party of the proletariat not to declare publicly the intent of building a people's army before the conditions are ripe for armed revolution. Whatever are gun licensing laws and no matter how strict they are, there are also among the people those who have the skills, materials, and equipment to make firearms discreetly in their private garages and work sheds. In the long-term effort to prepare for people's war against the fascists and the capitalist state, the people can acquire and make firearms. While there are yet no conditions for fighting and using the arms in a particular capitalist country, proletarian revolutionaries ought to continue arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses in legal and persuasive ways with the confidence that they have the means of self-defense to fight back with certain success against the fascists and capitalist state when the necessity arises. Far more important than acquiring or making the firearms is fulfilling the ideological, political, and organizational tasks to make the proletariat and its party truly revolutionary. But, of course, it is more important to have firearms before the fascists come to power than not to have any when the fascists are already in the process of taking power. To repeat the point, For the purpose of emphasis, even in the USA, the people have the constitutional right to have firearms to preclude the state from monopolizing arms and thus allow the citizenry to have the arms to oppose and overthrow a tyrannical or oppressive government when it arises. And there are many particular legal reasons for citizens to bear arms. Worsening global conditions and proletarian internationalism. In the aftermath of the full restoration of capitalism and collapse of the Soviet Union, U.S. imperialism enjoyed the status of the sole superpower in a unipolar world and proceeded to carry out in a reckless and aggressive way its neoliberal economic policy and neoconservative military policy, unwittingly undermining its own strength, accelerating its strategic decline and now acting protectionist and more bellicose than ever. The strategic decline of the U.S. has become obvious in economic and financial terms since the crisis of 2008, although the U.S. has become more bellicose. The rise of China and Russia as new imperialist powers has aggravated the crisis of the world capitalist system and has intensified inter-imperialist contradictions in a conspicuously multipolar world. The imperialist powers always try to shift the burden of crisis to the proletariat and people of the world, who consequently suffer the escalation of oppression and exploitation and who are ultimately driven to resist. The imperialists will someday force the issue of armed revolution to the proletarian revolutionaries and masses in some of the capitalist countries. Right now, the imperialist states are becoming more repressive and are also unleashing fascist movements. While proletarian revolutionaries are not yet immediately faced with the need to launch an armed revolution in any capitalist country, they can also consider in the spirit of proletarian internationalism and anti-imperialist solidarity to share their revolutionary ideas, experience, and capabilities, including arms and their skills in making these, with the proletariat and people who are preparing for armed revolution or are already engaged in it in the underdeveloped countries. The spread and development of people's war in the underdeveloped countries or in the countryside of the world can be helpful to the rise of armed revolution in the capitalist countries. At present, the imperialist powers headed by the USA are carrying out military intervention and wars of aggression on a wide scale in the underdeveloped countries. Thus, all concrete acts of proletarian internationalism and anti-imperialist solidarity are urgently needed. Follow-up note. On the question of protracted people's war in industrial capitalist countries. June 8, 2019. Waging protracted people's war in any industrial capitalist country is not a matter of dogmatically asserting it or putting every part of my article out of its clear context. For many decades already, I have heard of the notion or threat to wage a protracted people's war in imperialist countries, but to this day I have not seen any Maoist party proclaiming and actually starting it in any imperialist country. In fact, I am not aware of any Maoist party in an industrially developed capitalist country strong enough to lead any armed revolution with the participation of any sizable proletarian masses in the industrial and service sectors of the economy. Nowhere in the industrial capitalist countries is there any Maoist party as formidable as the Bolshevik Party in the trade unions and workers' cooperatives in the run-up to the October Revolution of 1917. There is no protracted people's war of any kind going on in any industrial capitalist country. What has been protracted is merely idle talk or hot air about the possibility of waging protracted people's war. No serious preparations for it are being made. There can never be such a people's war without preparations for a certain period of time, depending on the subjective factors and the objective conditions. It will take at least some years to prepare and to realize the start of such armed revolution of the people. A people's war of whatever duration and scale is possible in the industrial capitalist country only after a period of preparations of ideological work, political education and mass work, party and mass organizing, clandestine accumulation of arms, politico-military training, and Bolshevik-style penetration of the reactionary armed forces. Such preparations or suggestions thereof should not be disdained or begrudged. These preparations ought to take advantage of the imperialist crises and wars, splits among the imperialist powers, violent contradictions among reactionary factions in the imperialist countries, the revolutionary advances being made in the underdeveloped countries, the desire of the proletariat and the people for revolutionary change and the strength of the Revolutionary Party to lead the armed revolution of the people in their millions. It is only a left opportunist, a fake Maoist or even an agent provocateur who has disdain for the lasting admonition of the Communist Manifesto to win the battle for democracy against the bourgeois class dictatorship and who clamors for proclaiming and starting a people's war in an industrial capitalist country without the necessary preparations of the subjective forces and the favorable objective conditions that I have mentioned. Winning the battle for democracy does not mean merely competing with the bourgeoisie within the confines of its class dictatorship but fighting in every possible and necessary way the attempt of the monopoly bourgeoisie to misrepresent itself as the center of moderation and to use reformism or social democracy and fascism as its two arms to stave off the proletarian revolution by debilitating or destroying it. In any kind of country, the serious Maoist party makes concrete plans and preparations for armed revolution. The Filipino proletarian revolutionaries had to study the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, put forward the general line of people's democratic revolution and the strategic line of protracted people's war, conduct social investigation and mass work in the effort to develop the party, the People's Army and the United Front as the weapons of the people's revolutionary struggle against U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes. To prepare for the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines on December 26, 1968 and the new People's Army on March 29, 1969, the Filipino proletarian revolutionaries used a full decade of ideological, political, and organizational work and some 5 years of politico-military training and linking up with remnants of the old People's Army whose main force had been decimated from 1950 to 1952. Communists proclaim their ideological position and political program and never conceal their ultimate goal of overthrowing the class dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and replacing it with that of the proletariat. But they are smart enough to use both the open and legal as well as the clandestine and non-legal forms of struggle and methods of developing the revolutionary mass movement towards the proletarian socialist revolution. And they are prudent enough not to go into the pitfalls of left and right opportunist, the fake Maoist or the agent. Message to Comrade Gabby Fechner and the youth in mass education on imperialism during Whitsun. June 9, 2019. I wish to express warmest greetings of comradeship and international solidarity to Comrade Gabby Fechner and to all the youth in the mass education that she is conducting on the occasion of the Whitsun Youth Festival. Your topic of discussion, what is imperialism, is of great importance and relevance to the life and struggles of the proletariat and people in Germany and elsewhere in the entire world. Let me give you a few basic points about imperialism in order to describe it in accordance with the teachings of Lenin on imperialism. I am sure that Comrade Gabby will update you on imperialism until the current century. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism, the highest and final stage of capitalism. It has gained dominance in the industrial capitalist economies, definitely since the late years of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century. It is an economic system in which bank capital and industrial capitalism have merged to bring forth the financial oligarchy. The export of surplus capital has gained importance over the export of commodities from the imperialist countries. Loan agreements and direct investments by monopoly corporations in less developed and underdeveloped countries give them the leverage to dominate these countries and extract super profits. The monopoly corporations engage in combinations such as cartels and syndicates in order to dominate several countries. The imperialist countries have completed their domination over all other countries as sources of cheap labor and raw materials, markets and fields of investments, and as dependent countries, semi-colonies, colonies or spheres of influence. The imperialist countries engage in economic competition and political rivalry and in alliances against each other. Thus, they tend to outgrow any given balance of forces among them and tend to struggle for a redivision of the world. It is in the very nature of monopoly capitalism to be stricken and upset by economic and financial crisis and to be prone to the use of aggressive wars. Monopoly capitalism is moribund because the extraction of surplus value from the proletariat is faster than ever before and the crisis of overproduction arises more severely than ever before. The monopoly bourgeoisie uses finance capital to revive the depressed or stagnant economy and bail out the failing companies. But the use of financial credit results in bigger economic and financial crises. These cause further destruction of productive forces and inflict intolerable suffering on the proletariat and people of the world. Monopoly capitalism is aggressive. The imperialist powers deliberately use war production as a vital part of their economies and launches wars of aggression in order to expand economic territory and geopolitical hegemony. They have used their war capabilities to engage in the two inter-imperialist wars of the 20th century and wars of aggression against underdeveloped countries. And from the time of the Cold War to the present, U.S. imperialism continues to wage wars of aggression and threaten the very existence of humankind with nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, and with the accelerated plunder and ruination of the environment. In this current message, I can only mention briefly the current balance of imperialist powers since the end of the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union in 1991. The traditional alliance of the U.S., the European Union and Japan is arrayed against the tandem of new imperialist powers, China and Russia. The inter-imperialist contradictions are intensifying because of the entry of two new imperialist powers. There is the danger that the imperialist crisis will worsen and produce several fascist governments that are willing to start an inter-imperialist war. However, there is still an interweaving of inter-imperialist collaborations and debates in the UN, multilateral agencies, and bilateral arrangements. The US tries to rally the old Atlantic alliance against Russia, but the latter is avoiding sustained clashes despite provocations instigated mainly by the US in the Ukraine, on the borders of Russia and elsewhere. At the moment, the US and China are conspicuous with their trade war and exchange of complaints over a wide range of economic, technological, and security issues. But China is deliberately speaking against war, despite its rapid development of strategic weapons, its expansionist claims over 90% of the South China Sea, and its Belt and Road Initiative, which aimed at creating a new center of world trade, and of course despite the strategic aim of the US to upset the Chinese economy and China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The burden of the crisis of imperialism continues to be shifted to the proletariat and peoples of both imperialist countries and the underdeveloped countries. The wars of aggression instigated by the US imperialism are still mainly directed against underdeveloped countries, or are in the form of inter-imperialist proxy wars and avoid being wars of aggression directly among the imperialist powers, although there are already increasing cases of direct collision. Up to now, those who suffer most are the oppressed peoples and nations in the battlegrounds in the underdeveloped and poor but resource-rich countries. The study of imperialism is necessary and urgent. We must understand its evil character and workings in order to be resolute and effective in carrying out the anti-imperialist and democratic struggle, and in bringing about the victory of national liberation, democracy, and socialism on a global scale. The global victory of socialism is premised on the global defeat of imperialism. But in achieving this goal, we must advance in stages and in various countries. It is high time to unite all anti-imperialist, democratic, and progressive forces and build the international anti-imperialist united front against imperialist plunder, state terrorism, fascistization, fascism, foreign military intervention, subversion, and wars of aggression, for democracy and freedom, national and social liberation and socialism. Report of the Chairperson to the 6th ILPS General Assembly. June 23, 2019. Let me reiterate the warm greetings of welcome already expressed by our first Vice Chairperson Len Cooper at the opening of this historic event, the 6th International Assembly of our League. This is a happy occasion to celebrate the achievements that have made our League the largest and most significant international alliance of mass organizations engaged in anti-imperialist and democratic struggle. The historic role of ILPS. Since its founding upon its first International Assembly in Zutphen, the Netherlands from May 25 to 27, the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, has grown in strength and proven itself as a reliable force of the people of the world in their struggle for greater freedom, democracy, social justice, all-round development, and international solidarity against imperialism and all reaction. We have stood firmly, spoken clearly, and acted militantly in defense of the political, civil, economic, social and cultural rights of the people against the depredations of monopoly capitalism, the unbridled greed unleashed by neoliberalism, the ceaseless wars of aggression, and the plunder and environmental ruination by U.S. imperialism and its allies and puppets. We have seen how U.S. imperialism took advantage of its position as sole superpower in a unipolar world in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. It has generated crises, unleashed wars of aggression, and inadvertently undermined its own privileged position through reckless military spending, accelerated its strategic decline and given way to a multipolar world. Since the financial meltdown of 2008, the accelerated U.S. strategic decline has become conspicuous and the inter-imperialist contradictions have intensified. The rise of new imperialist powers like China and Russia, and the wanton abuse of finance capital in futile attempts to override the crisis of production have led to the escalation of the oppression and exploitation of the working people. In view of these conditions, the broad masses of the people are increasing their resistance against imperialism and all reaction. They are fighting back even as the imperialists and reactionaries are resorting to all forms of schemes and devices, including reformism and terrorism, to head off the rise of the revolutionary movements of the people. Current world situation. It is timely and fitting that our assembly has for its theme, "Win a Bright Socialist Future for Humanity." Unite the people to fight and end imperialist war, racism, and fascism. We underscore the socialist future, while the world capitalist system is in unprecedented crisis and is wreaking havoc on the lives of the people. And we likewise stress the need for unity against the worsening conditions of oppression and exploitation that the capitalist system inflicts on the people. Under the current conditions of global capitalism, we are today witnesses to ceaseless wars of aggression, racism, and fascism. We are in the midst of unprecedented barbarism as we perceive the gory crimes against the people, such as massacres of the Palestinians, Kurds, Filipinos, Rohingyans, Yemenis, Sudanese, Syrians, Libyans, and Iraqis and so many others upon the instigation of the imperialists and their puppets. The neoliberal policy regime instigated by U.S. imperialism has aggravated all the features of monopoly capitalism as the highest and final stage of capitalism. The U.S. swing back to protectionism and trade war against China are putting the U.S. in an even worse situation and causing mutual damage. The U.S. cannot take back its various concessions to China without further upsetting its already dire economic and social conditions. The U.S. neoconservative policy of ceaseless wars of aggression has not resulted in the expansion of stable and profitable economic territory in order to outweigh the high costs of aggressive wars. After devastating the former Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya, it has come against the solid wall of the Russia-Syrian alliance and has failed to complete its war of aggression against Syria with the overthrow of the Assad government. In the meantime, Russia has succeeded in courting Turkey to collaborate in the making of the so-called South Stream of Russian gas, while the U.S. seeks to provoke new wars of aggression at distant points by colluding with Israel and Saudi Arabia against Iran and with the Lima Group against Venezuela and the ALBA. The U.S. is desperately trying to reverse the anti-US currents that arose with the rise of oil prices in the early years of the 20th century, such as the Shiite tide in West Asia and the pink tide in Latin America. For decades in East Asia, the U.S. has tried to vilify and isolate the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and to subject it to military and economic blockade and to threats of nuclear war. But the Korean people have put forward their desire for reunification in order to render inutile all the U.S. threats of devastating the DPRK and the entire Korean peninsula. Now, the U.S. is conspicuously taking on China as its chief rival in East Asia and the whole world. But it is being stymied by the latter's invocations of the WTO and declarations of avoiding war, despite its expansionist claims over 90% of the South China Sea. In its economic and military rivalry with China, the US is trying hard to keep Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the ASEAN, and India as allies. The trade war between the US and China is becoming more pronounced. The US is trying to upset the Chinese economy in order to undermine China's development of its strategic military weapons and its drive to create the biggest new center of world trade through its Belt and Road Initiative, which extends to Central Asia, Russia, Europe, South Asia, West Asia, and Africa. Even as the inter-imperialist contradictions between the US and China are sharpening, those between the US and Russia are also sharpening in Europe, Central Asia, and West Asia. The US is banking on its traditional alliance with Western Europe and Japan in facing up to the Eurasian alliance of Russia and China. But among all the imperialist powers, there is still a complex interweaving of contentions and collaborations. The imperialist powers try to maintain amicable relations among themselves by uniting against the proletariat and other working people in both developed and underdeveloped countries and shifting the burden of imperialist crisis to them. But they are inevitably driven to increase their super profits, engage in economic competition and political rivalry, and to expand their share of global hegemony. There are increasingly sharper social and political contradictions in the home grounds of the imperialist powers. But the sharpest of them are still those between the reformist and fascist trends. The revolutionary parties of the proletariat still need to strengthen themselves ideologically, politically, and organizationally in order to gain the initiative in mass struggles. By way of maintaining the system of exploitation, they resort to racism and fascism in their own home grounds and in the underdeveloped countries of the oppressed peoples and nations. But the proletariat and the people are rising up on a global scale and waging various forms of struggle, including legal mass protests and armed revolutionary struggle. Armed revolutions for national and social liberation are thriving in the Philippines, Palestine, Turkey, Kurdistan, India, and other countries in South Asia, and in various countries in Latin America, despite the absence of a powerful socialist country in the current world situation. They are the growing guarantee for the rise of armed revolutions as a consequence of the violent character of the competing imperialist powers. ILPS has the urgent task to rally the proletariat and the people of the world to resist imperialist plunder, war, racism, and fascism. To be able to perform this task, it must develop further its own strength in more countries and to ally itself with all forces that are waging anti-imperialist and democratic struggles. Status and prospects. The ILPS has been outstanding in spearheading the anti-imperialist and democratic struggle. It has now hundreds of member organizations, global region committees and national chapters. Its membership covers all the major continents worldwide. No other international anti-imperialist formation with a mass and non-governmental character is as comprehensive and as deep-seated as the ILPS in scores of countries. The ILPS is relatively strongest in the Asia-Pacific region. But even here it needs to do more work in order to strengthen itself. In North America, Western Europe, and Latin America, we have the base for becoming stronger. But we need to exert more effort to strengthen the ILPS in Africa, West Asia, South Asia, Eastern Europe, and the former Soviet republics. At any rate, it must be recognized that the ILPS is so far the strongest anti-imperialist and democratic formation of international scale in a period where the forces of monopoly capitalism are riding roughshod over the peoples of the world after inflicting severe defeats on the anti-imperialist and socialist cause by a long series of major attacks which include neocolonialism, anti-communism, modern revisionism, reformism, and neoliberalism since the end of World War II. The ILPS has been successful at providing a beacon light for the resistance of the proletariat and people in a dismal period and for showing the revolutionary way to the great resurgence of the anti-imperialist struggles and the world proletarian revolution. As of this moment in world history, we can state that the ILPS has played an effective role as torchbearer of the people's resistance. We are in a period of transition from unprecedented imperialist dominance, inter-imperialist contradictions, social and political turmoil, state terrorism, and aggressive wars to a period of great resurgence of the revolutionary forces of the anti-imperialist resistance and the world proletarian revolution. Despite the fact that we are already the strongest anti-imperialist and democratic alliance, we are not exempt from the law of uneven development. As I have previously pointed out, we are weak or even non-existent in certain countries. Thus, we must find ways of making up for the weaknesses and absence of any strength anywhere in the world. We must strive to expand the work of the ILPS through an international anti-imperialist united front, which is even wider and stronger than what the ILPS is now. We can have a united front with other international anti-imperialist and democratic formations and social networks. We can have bilateral and multilateral alliances and strive to create a wider global anti-imperialist alliance based on consensus, consultations, and coordination. Farewell remarks. I think I have already done my best to serve the principles, policies, aims and purposes of the ILPS for a long period of time. I wish therefore to announce that I shall not run for re-election to the International Coordinating Committee, ICC, and shall therefore step down as the chairperson of the body as soon as the new ICC is elected towards the end of the International Assembly. I have already served the ILPS for more than 20 years, as chairperson of the International Initiative Committee that prepared the founding of the ILPS from 1998 to 2001, as chairperson of the first International Assembly before it elected the first ICC in 2001, as general consultant to the first ICC with term of office from 2001 to 2004, and as chairperson of the ICC elected by the second, third, fourth, and fifth International Assemblies. I wish to thank the entire ILPS, its leading organs, its commissions and every member organization, every national chapter and every global region committee for having extended trust, confidence, and support for every ICC that I have chaired and for letting me serve in various capacities. I am confident that the 6th International Assembly, over which Vice Chairperson Len Cooper continues to preside on my behalf as chairperson, will elect a new ICC that will carry forward the principles, policies, aims, and purposes of the ILPS through the campaigns and activities to a new and higher level of success. I wish the 6th International Assembly and the prospective ICC the utmost success. I congratulate in advance the ICC to be elected by the Assembly and the colleague whom the ICC shall elect as chairperson. I fervently hope that in the years to come the League will become ever stronger and more powerful in carrying out the anti-imperialist and democratic struggle and in helping to advance the cause of national liberation, democracy, and socialism. Thank you. Message of solidarity to Sama-samang Artista para sa Kilusang Agrario, SACA, on its second year General Assembly. June 25, 2019. As chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, I wish to convey warmest greetings of solidarity to the leadership and members of Sama-samang Artista para sa Kilusang Agrario, SAMA, on the occasion of its second founding anniversary and second year General Assembly. In so short a time, you have come to be known nationwide for your advocacy of genuine land reform and rural development. We appreciate highly your commitment to arouse, organize, and mobilize the artists and the creative and knowledge workers and muster their creativity, their talents and skills to serve the peasant movement. You have made a noble decision to help the most numerous exploited class in the Philippines in the struggle to realize their democratic rights to life, to food, to decent work, to justice, to land and self-determination. We recognize that your innovative strategies, methods of production and platforms for action respond to the needs and demands of the peasant masses and that your constant struggle for artistic freedom finds common cause with their struggle for freedom from feudal and semi-feudal conditions within the framework of the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. The peasant masses, including the indigenous people and farm workers who are largely land tillers, produce the food for the entire people and yet find themselves in dire straits in obtaining sufficient food and other basic necessities. Thus, they need to engage in organized actions, occupation protests, and collective cultivation activities. They uphold fundamental human rights and civil liberties. It is correct that you have worked closely with peasant organizations of the movement for national democracy in popularizing the demand for genuine agrarian reform and reimagining forms of democratic participation beyond traditional politics bound by the ballot. You have achieved much in carrying out the mandate to raise the visibility of the peasant struggle. You have done so through online and on-ground campaigns, hosting educational forums and discussions, organizing solidarity cookouts, and most notably launching the Bungkalan Land, Learning and Demonstration project that sparked renewed interest not only in organic agroecology but in collective farming as both a viable and creative means of political action. Through its volunteer illustrators, writers, and comic artists, Saka has raised public consciousness of peasant killings, most recently the massacre of 14 farmers and farm workers from Negros Island. Its creative products have underscored and generated the just demand for the redistribution of land to poor farmers, civil vigilance, and fair investigation of human rights violations. We share with you the optimism that, on the basis of your accomplishments, you will bring further to the forefront of creativity, experimentation, and artistic practice the demand for free land distribution, national industrialization, and people-led democratic development. May your assembly achieve the utmost success in carrying out the following tasks. Take stock of the heroic efforts preceding Saka's establishment, especially the successes of the people's struggle for land, justice, and life. Be critical of the reactionary government's bogus land reform programs and the persistence of feudal and semi-feudal conditions of exploitation and oppression. Strengthen your participation in creating the conditions that will shift power from the landlord class to the peasant class, to move the control of land from the hands of transnational corporations and their partner compradors to those of the workers who participate directly in production. Reaffirm your commitment to the national democratic revolution, started as the anti-colonial struggle led by Andres Bonifacio and the Katipunan and renewed as the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle that upholds the Filipino people's right to self-determination, the right to determine and develop our national and human resources for our own needs and development. Long live the artists and cultural workers of Saka. Mabuhay ang Uring Magsasaka, Mga Pambansang Minorya at Manggagawang Bukid. Long live the peasantry, the national minorities and the farm workers. Ipaglaban ang tunay na reforma sa lupa at pagunlad sa kanayunan. Fight for genuine land reform and the development of the countryside. Mabuhay ang Pambansang Kalayan at Demokrasya. Long live national freedom and democracy. Mabuhay ang Sambayan ng Pilipino. Long live the Filipino people. Duterte's use of anti-communism and anti-terrorism for the fascist suppression of the Filipino people. July 6, 2019. A close reading of Executive Order No. 70, signed by Duterte on December 4, 2018 in order to create the National Task Force to end the local communist armed conflict, shows that it is a major step of his tyrannical rule to realize the imposition of a full-blown fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people and to reassure the US that he is still its puppet even if he makes a fast buck on the side from shady deals with China and the Chinese criminal triads. Duterte's order uses the expression whole nation approach. This is but a rehash of the long discredited and failed catchphrases, such as total war and whole government approach used by previous regimes to mean all-out war against the revolutionary movement of the people. But Duterte and his task force wish to wage war and mass murder on an unprecedented scale, even surpassing the standards of repression set by his idol Marcos. The implementation of the order has proven its repulsive, murderous and deceptive character and its anti-people and anti-democratic objectives. In touting what it deceptively calls a whole nation approach, the Duterte regime is doggedly trying to militarize the Duterte cabinet and entire reactionary government in order to turn the entire Filipino nation against itself and serve the interests of the imperialists and local exploiting classes under the pretext of anti-communism and anti-terrorism. The tyrannical and terrorist regime seeks in vain to misrepresent and demonize the forces of the armed revolutionary movement and at the same time to tag and brand the forces and activists of the legal democratic movement of patriotic and progressive forces as communist and terrorist. Going to the extreme of absurdity, the regime blames both types of forces as the causes of underdevelopment, poverty, and armed conflict. The uppermost counter-revolutionary objective of the regime is to preserve the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in which foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism exploit and oppress the people and to discredit, isolate and destroy all the national and democratic forces that fight for the national and social liberation of the Filipino nation and people. the Duterte regime is using EO-70 to militarize all branches and agencies of the reactionary government, the state educational and communications system, all non-governmental institutions and organizations in order to terrorize the people and impose fascist rule on the entire Filipino people under the long discredited Cold War and McCarthyite shibboleth of anti-communism and the latter-day Bushite pretense of anti-terrorism. The Duterte regime's methods for trying to suppress the legal democratic forces and the revolutionary movement of the people are similar to those employed in Oplantokang in the bogus war on drugs. Scare tactics are used to exact mass compliance, compel barangay officials to list up poor people as drug addicts and pushers and subsequently use the list for murdering people by the tens of thousands. General Ano, the notorious butcher head of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, has ordered the local governments to list down rebel suspects, give the list to the death squads for action, hold fake surrender meetings and declare as persona non grata the revolutionary forces as well as the patriotic and progressive organizations. But he has failed miserably to discourage the people from participating and supporting the revolutionary movement despite the fanfare he tries to stir up in the press. At all levels of the reactionary government, the regime's political and military agents terrorize communities, organizations, or individuals deemed as opposed to or critical of the regime by red tagging them and branding them as communist, waging psy-war campaigns against them and subjecting them to all forms of punitive measures, including harassment, arbitrary arrest on trumped-up charges or planted evidence of firearms and explosives, extortion, torture, murder, bombing and arson, forced evacuation and hamletting. Under the so-called Oplan Kapi Upon, now renamed Oplan Katatagan, Duterte corrupts the reactionary military and police officers with discretionary funds for murdering rebel suspects in fake encounters, for staging fake surrenders under the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program and for arranging token projects and dole-outs under the PAMINA Program, Peace and Development Program and Community Support Program. Duterte's military, police and paramilitary units have extremely limited capacity to deceive the people with token delivery of social services and dole-outs because the programs they operate are encumbered by corruption at various levels. Moreover, the pretenses at civic action or real acts of militarizing civilian functions are discredited by the atrocities being committed by the same or by other military and police units. In the first place, the economic, social and political conditions are rapidly worsening under the crisis-stricken ruling system. After sabotaging the GRP and DFP peace negotiations and terminating them completely, Duterte and his sidekick General Galvez, his supposed presidential advisor, have utterly failed to realize their scheme of dividing the revolutionary movement through so-called localized peace talks, which are preconditioned on surrender and self-humiliation. Since the announcement of the shallow deceptive scheme, all leading organs of the CPP and commands of the NPA at various levels have rebuffed the scheme and vowed to intensify the People's War. The office of the Presidential Advisor on the peace process has become a worse hotbed of corruption and bureaucratic intrigue than ever before. Its open function now is to prevent peace negotiations within the framework of the Hague Joint Declaration, avoid addressing the basic roots of the armed conflict and use the false claim of localized peace negotiations to escalate the armed conflict, seek the total destruction of the people's revolutionary movement by military means and support the imposition of fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. The broad masses of the Filipino people are fighting back against the tyrannical, treasonous, terrorist and corrupt Duterte regime. The anti-imperialist and democratic forces and the broad masses of the people in the Philippines are resolutely and vigorously exposing and opposing the regime's gross and systematic violation of human rights in the civil, political, socio-economic, and cultural fields. As in the time of the Marcos fascist dictatorship, the tyrannical and terrorist Duterte regime is unwittingly and practically forcing social activists and other people to join the armed revolution by threatening them with abduction and murder and is generating a clamor for armed partisan and commando operations against the worst human rights violators and plunderers to obtain justice for the aggrieved people. The tyrant and terrorist Duterte is now being widely ridiculed as having unwittingly become the #1 recruiter and #1 supply and transport officer of the People's Army by oppressing and exploiting the people and sending his armed minions to the countryside for annihilation in the People's War. The revolutionary forces in the countryside and urban underground have been tempered in more than 50 years of revolutionary struggle and have built strength in an extensive and deep-going way among the people, especially the toiling masses. According to their publications, the revolutionary forces of the people are intensifying the People's War, carrying out social programs for the benefit of the people and building a people's democratic government mainly in the countryside. How Duterte serves two imperialist masters. July 15, 2019. The tyrant Duterte recognizes that the US is still the most dominant imperialist power in the Philippines and does not dare to offend it in any serious way. The US is privileged and well entrenched by a comprehensive range of unequal treaties, agreements, and arrangements that give it full spectrum dominance, economic, social, political, military, and cultural. It is not true that the Duterte regime has become independent of the US. It is even more untrue that it is opposed to the US. It is a puppet regime dependent for its tyranny and mass murder of poor people on a military and police force indoctrinated, trained, and armed by the US. Duterte has proven his puppetry to the US by scuttling the GRP and DFP peace negotiations and pledging to it the destruction of the revolutionary movement. He has assured the US of charter change to allow US and other foreign corporations 100% ownership of land, natural resources in all types of businesses. Thus, the Duterte regime continues to receive military aid under Operation Pacific Eagle Philippines in the name of anti-terrorism and beyond U.S. congressional oversight. It still maintains close economic and financial relations with the U.S., the IMF, World Bank and the WTO and subjects the Philippines to a neoliberal policy regime. The U.S. estimates that Duterte is still more of an asset than a liability and that there is yet no urgent need to change him as when Marcos outlived his usefulness to the U.S. in 1986. The U.S. keeps in reserve the issue of human rights violations as potential cause for junking him when the Filipino people rise up to a certain high point and when he thereby becomes more of a liability than an asset. The U.S. appears to tolerate Duterte in trying to enrich his own family and cronies by taking commissions and other payoffs from onerous loans and overpriced infrastructure projects from China and by keeping shady relations with the Chinese criminal triads engaged in illegal drug smuggling and in gambling. But the U.S. has no choice but to consider seriously how threatening to its interest is China's drive to turn the Philippines into a debt colony and field of investment and to have at the same time the artificial islands China has built in the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ, as its military bases in the West Philippine Sea. The U.S. observes that China is making a big headway into the Philippines with the collaboration of Duterte, who has exposed himself as a traitor and paid agent of China by deliberately refusing to enforce the judgment of the Arbitral Tribunal in favor of the Philippines under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea against the false ownership claims of China over 90% of the South China Sea. The exposure of Duterte as a traitor and paid agent of China is one more potential cause for the U.S. to instruct the pro-US military and police officers to withdraw support from him at the time and circumstances it chooses. The broad masses of the Filipino people are already outraged by Duterte's failure to take the appropriate diplomatic steps to consolidate the legal victory of the Philippines against China since the judgment of the Arbitral Tribunal on July 12, 2016. They are deeply insulted by Duterte's constant attempt to scare them with war by China. Duterte has failed to follow the advice of Supreme Court Justice Antonio Carpio for the Philippines to make agreements with Vietnam and Malaysia to define the boundaries of their extended continental shelves and to ask the UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf to confirm the boundaries of Philippine continental shelf west of Luzon. Duterte has also failed to go to the UN and the appropriate courts to complain against the transgressions of China in the Philippine EEZ in the West Philippine Sea and to demand justice and compensation for the building of artificial islands and the destruction of the marine environment. Instead, Duterte does not conceal his self-serving and traitorous scheme to surrender to China the rich marine resources as well as the trillions of dollars worth of oil, gas, and other mineral resources in the Philippine EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. These resources are vital for the sustenance and development of the Philippines. It is in the interest of the US and all other countries of the world to have the freedom of navigation in the high seas of the South China Sea and to be secure from any harassment, interference, threat, or attack from Chinese military forces that are illegally occupying the artificial islands built in the Philippine EEZ. It is a source of wonder why the Duterte regime and the US government have not combined strongly enough to complain against China's violation of the sovereign rights of the Philippines and have not formally invoked against China the USRP Mutual Defense Treaty even only as a warning or deterrent to any act of aggression. As much as the US has not shown any inclination to wage war with China over the West Philippine Sea, China has so far shied away from threatening to wage war with the US and the Philippines because this would completely negate China's line of peaceful rise. China is also known to fear internal economic and political instability, especially at this time that the US has instigated a trade war with it, abandoning the many decades of US-Sino collaboration in pushing neoliberal globalization. There are times to focus on issues against US imperialism. And there are also times to focus on issues against Chinese imperialism. Thus, there is currently a focus on the issue of the West Philippine Sea vis-a-vis China. This is an urgent issue that cries out for a patriotic stand and action. Otherwise the corrupt Duterte regime would have a free hand in selling out Philippine sovereign rights to China. It is even permissible to avail of US-Sino contradictions in order to uphold the Filipino people's sovereign rights. It is safe to predict that the Duterte regime will meet an ignominious end as a result of its gross and systematic human rights violations, its acts of treason in puppetry to two imperialist powers, unprecedented corruption, economic plunder, and so many grievous crimes that are now inciting the people to rise up in defense of their national sovereignty and democratic rights and in pursuit of social justice and all-round development. As in the fall of the fascist dictator Marcos in 1986, the disgraceful end of Duterte is bound to come when gigantic mass actions of the people shake the ruling system from base to rafters and his own military subordinates withdraw support from him either upon instruction of the US or upon their own sense of patriotism and desire to shake off the indignity of being the instrument of Duterte's tyranny. Resist the attacks, persevere in struggle. Solidarity with Bayan Central Luzon on its 7th Congress on August 16 to 17. 2019. August 16, 2019. I convey jubilant greetings and militant solidarity to the leadership and membership of Bayan Central Luzon and to all delegates to its 7th Congress. Your theme, further strengthen Bayan Central Luzon, fight the intensifying crisis and attacks against the people, persevere in the struggle for national liberation and democracy is significant, appropriate, and timely. Your Congress is an important occasion for you to consolidate your ranks and prepare for further expansion and consolidation. You must sum up your history from 1982 to the present, acknowledge the sacrifices and victories, honor the martyrs and heroes, rely on your strength, set your tasks in order to fight the Duterte terrorist regime and its imperialist masters, as well as the ruling classes that oppress and exploit the people, and advance the struggle for national independence and democracy. Today, we are faced with the treacherous, tyrannical, murderous, corrupt, and deceptive Duterte regime. This regime has formally imposed martial law in Mindanao since 2017 and has actually implemented a fascist dictatorship nationwide. It wants to impose a fascist dictatorship actually and formally by throwing out the 1987 Constitution and usurp absolute power. It is appropriate and important to sum up the history of Bayan Central Luzon. This was established when the Marcos fascist dictatorship seemed to be at its peak. But at its core, it had weakened due to the worsening crisis of the ruling semi-colonial and semi-feudal system, the Filipino people's fight against the violation of national and democratic rights, the cruelty and greed of Marcos and his cohorts in government and in business. In 1982, a few brave and known personalities from prominent families in Angela City dared to lead the launch discussion assemblies that were engendered by anti-imperialist and democratic demands. Eventually, these meetings led to the formation of the Concerned Citizens of Pampanga, CCP. The CCP built branches in various parts of Pampanga province. When Ninoy Aquino was assassinated upon his return to the Philippines on August 21, 1983, the discontent and anger of the PEOPLE against the US Marcos fascist regime further intensified. The call "Justice for Aquino, Justice for All" reverberated rapidly throughout the country. This was simultaneous to the call of justice for the killings of youth leader Edgar Jopson and indigenous leader of the Cordillera, Macleang Dilag. These calls were a signal for the people of Central Luzon to launch the first biggest regional mobilization, attended by 5,000 people in 1983 at the Angela City Sports Center. Following this, the Damdaman ng Bayang Nakakaisa, Dambana, Sentiments of a United People, was established in 1984, and the call to oust Marcos reverberated even more. A People's March from Angela City to Plaza Miranda was held. In relation to this, the campaign against the U.S. military bases and nuclear power plant in Bataan intensified. Many people participated in the mass struggles. All these became the basis for the establishment of Bagong Alianzang Makabayan ng Gitnang Luzon, Bayan GL New Patriotic Alliance Central Luzon, in 1985 with its first Congress. A number of personages from Central Luzon joined the anti-imperialist alliance. The mass organizations that composed Bayan CL then were Aliansa ng Mga Magbubukid sa Gitnang Luzon, AMGL Alliance of Peasants in Central Luzon, Workers Alliance in Region 3, War 3, League of Filipino Students, LFS, and Alliance of Concerned Teachers, ACT. From these, the provincial chapters of Bayan in Tarlac, Bataan, Aurora, Bulacan, Pangasinan, and Nueva Ecija were rapidly established. When the people rose up in EDSA from February 25, 1986, the fighting spirit and unity of the people in the region further heightened. More than 5,000 people marched to EDSA from different areas of the region. They joined the call to oust the US Marcos fascist regime. This struggle was victorious. Cory Aquino became president, but the rotten system continued serving the interest of the big bourgeois comprador and landlord. On January 25 to 26, 1987, Bayan CL participated in a demonstration in Manila. During this time, the heinous Mendiola massacre, where 4 peasants from Central Luzon, 1 from Bulacan, 2 from Bataan and 1 from Tarlac, were killed. Instead of condemning and investigating the officers responsible for the massacre, Aquino declared war against the revolutionary movement and ended the ceasefire between her government and the NDFP on February 7, 1987. After 3 days, the regime of Cory Aquino committed the Lupeo massacre in Nueva Ecija, where 17 peasants from the barrio were killed. Due to the massacres, Bayan called for a fact-finding mission and launched mass protest actions to condemn the regime. It became clear that the Cory Aquino regime was anti-peasant and counter-revolutionary. It launched Oplan Lambat Bitag and many others were killed. The anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggles intensified. The people and the revolutionary forces had no choice but to intensify the armed revolution. The call to demolish U.S. military bases in the Philippines spread. In 1988, the Central Luzon Alliance for a Sovereign Philippines, CLASP, was established to intensify the anti-imperialist struggle. The unity of different sectors was strengthened and expanded, and they launched different actions. In 1989, the students of Updiliman launched Lakbayan, People's March, towards Clark Air Force Base, CAFB. Bayan CL held a huge protest action in front of CAFB. In 1991, the Senate decided not to retain U.S. military bases in the Philippines. In 1990, Mt. Pinatubo erupted and the Clark Air Force Base was almost buried in ashes. The eruption brought intense damage in the livelihood of the people of Central Luzon. Then the earthquake disaster of 1991 ensued. The concern was established and acted to respond to the crisis brought about by these disasters and to help the victims. Ugnayan was also established as an organization of victims of Mt. Pinatubo. Likewise, the Central Luzon Disaster Relief Center, CLDRC, was also established in the provinces of the region. Because of their collective struggle, the victims succeeded in asserting their rights to housing, resettlement and livelihood. During his term from 1992, Fidel Ramos implemented neoliberal policies on the economy. He carried out widespread privatization of government corporations, public utilities, and government prime land, including Fort Bonifacio. He facilitated the entry of foreign monopoly corporations into private construction, mining, and other businesses. Foreign debt again increased. The outflow of profit became rapid. The economy became more backward. The reactionary government and the NDFP agreed on the Hague Joint Declaration as the framework for peace negotiations in 1992. This was followed by other agreements. But the reactionary military kept putting obstacles to the negotiations. They are after nothing but the surrender of the revolutionary movement. The military campaign of suppression also continued. On September 20, 1996, a meeting of the Regional Council of Bayan CL was held to resolve the conflict that was destroying the unity of the Bayan membership. In this meeting the entire Bayan Secretariat was expelled because of grave violation of the anti-imperialist and democratic principles of the alliance. Bayan focused once more on strengthening unity and consolidation. In 1998, the Estrada regime approved the Visiting Forces Agreement, VFA, which allows the deployment of U.S. military forces in our country. This was condemned by Bayan as defiling our national sovereignty and the victorious eviction of military bases in the country. Although Estrada signed the Carré Real, he violated the contents of the agreement. In 2001, the Iraq Resign movement erupted due to the people's discontent over Estrada's corruption and puppetry to the United States. The masses subsequently ousted Estrada. In 2003, the Gloria Arroyo regime launched in central Luzon a Plan Bantay Laya led by of Gen. Jovito Palparan, which perpetrated abductions and killings of leaders and members of mass organizations almost daily. Many Bayan leaders were killed. On November 2004, the horrendous Hacienda Luzita massacre was carried out. This impelled formation of the Gloria Resign movement. In 2003, the office of Bayan CL was raided. Because of the grave violations of human rights by the regime, Bayan appealed to the Regional Peace and Order Council in Clark. The ouster campaign intensified further following the Hello Garci scandal of Gloria Arroyo. Despite of the fascist attacks, the people slowly rose up and fought the violence. In 2009, a transport strike, participated by a large number of people in the region, was launched despite the illegal arrest of its 7 leaders in Angela City. During the time of the regime of Benigno Nonoy Aquino starting 2019, Bayan confronted the big issue of government corruption. Bayan effectively led the struggle of the people against the pork barrel system and successfully launched the campaign participated in by a large number of the people that reached 1 million in the People's Initiative to remove the pork barrel. A People's March was held to highlight the issue of corruption. In 2012, the 10th anniversary for justice to the victims of Hacienda Luzita was commemorated. Up to now, the victims' lands have not been returned to them by the Cojuancos Aquinos. The people held the People's March to highlight the issue of justice for the victims of the massacre in conjunction with the issue of genuine land reform. The Peasants' People's March to Manila was repeated in 2014 to highlight once more the issue of genuine land reform. In 2016, the Central Luzon Alliance for Sovereign Philippines was re-established and this became the School of Tata Sensing lecture series. It launched several discussions, forums, and anti-imperialist protest actions. In 2018, the people of Central Luzon held a People's March anew because of the Duterte regime's worsening fascist suppression. Even church people were being killed, 3 were murdered and 2 of them were from the province of Nueva Ecija. Demolition of urban poor communities and land grabbing from peasants are widespread. On the western and eastern part of Central Luzon, so-called development projects are grabbing lands from the peasants and indigenous people. Duterte's Chinese imperialist masters are destroying the Zambales Mountains to mine and haul off the soil to create artificial islands in the West Philippine Sea. In Tarlac, China also dominates the construction of the new Clark City that grabs land from the indigenous people and peasants. Your resolve to fulfill BNCL's great responsibility and duty to unite and lead the multi-sectoral struggle of the region is precise. It is fine to re-establish BNCL provincial chapters and strengthen the membership of its national democratic organizations. The 7th Congress of the New Patriotic Alliance Central Luzon, BNCL, is historic. It is an opportunity to set the new tasks for the further strengthening and advance of your alliance. It is appropriate to thank and honor the long-serving leaders of BN, especially those who have lost and dedicated their lives to the people. I am hopeful and confident that your Congress will be completely successful to further strengthen BNCL to fight the intensifying crisis and attacks of the Duterte regime against the people, and achieve more victories in the struggle for national freedom and democracy. Long live BN Central Luzon! Struggle for national freedom and democracy. Long live the entire Filipino people! On Duterte's scheme of fascist dictatorship and the growing people's resistance. July 29, 2019. Friends among academics, journalists, and political activists have repeatedly asked me whether Duterte is proceeding to establish a fascist dictatorship as a result of successfully rigging the 2019 midterm elections and obtaining overwhelming control of Congress and the local governments. I have dared to say that Duterte is stubbornly on the road of establishing a fascist dictatorship through charter change and ensuring that he is succeeded by someone who can protect him from prosecution for his grave crimes against the people. Duterte is publicly saying ad nauseum that there must be charter change to give him absolute powers, or else he would proclaim a revolutionary government. My friends abroad have also asked me how the Filipino people are responding to Duterte's scheme of fascist dictatorship. I am quick to point out that Duterte is truly hated by the people despite his incredible popularity ratings by paid poll surveys and the recent rigged elections. The people will certainly rise up as soon as Duterte pushes charter change to give himself absolute powers. The people despise Duterte for waging a war on drugs that has murdered 30,000 poor people and that has installed himself as the supreme protector of drug lords and smugglers who continue to benefit from the expanded and thriving illegal drug trade. Close friends and relatives of Duterte have been exposed as key players in the illegal drug trade. In considering his role in the illegal drug trade alone, Duterte has become the biggest crime lord and has converted the military and police as his private killing machines. Aside from the lopsided official transactions of his dummies with Chinese banks and corporations, he connives with Chinese criminal triads in the illegal drug trade, casinos, and other criminal enterprises. He has become the #1 corrupt official. He is the chieftain of his alliance with the biggest plunderers in the previous regimes of Marcos, Estrada, and Arroyo. He has been in connivance with them in the 2016 and 2019 elections and in various major types of corruption involving his presidential office. He has caused the Supreme Court to junk the plunder cases and convictions of his allies and has let them go scot-free. The Filipino people have gone through the historical experience of the 14-year Marcos fascist dictatorship. They remember that it was a time of unprecedented oppression and exploitation by a Filipino tyrant, but it was also the time that the revolutionary forces grew from small and weak to big and strong. The Filipino people are thoroughly disgusted with the tyrannical, treasonous, brutal, corrupt, and mendacious character of the Duterte regime in the last 3 years. They hold Duterte responsible for the aggravation of the crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The crisis conditions abet and yet limit his capabilities for either coercing or deceiving the people. The broad masses of the people and even the overwhelming major ity of government employees are outraged by the militarization of Duterte's cabinet and civilian functions and the colossal amounts of public funds for intelligence, military equipment, military campaigns of suppression and doubling the salaries of soldiers and policemen under the slogan of whole nation approach to end the revolutionary movement. The social economy remains underdeveloped and stagnant, ever exploited by foreign monopoly capitalism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The people are groaning under the weight of soaring prices of basic commodities, joblessness, landlessness, and low incomes perpetuated by the absence of genuine land reform and national industrialization, the system of land grabbing, short-term work contracts and the rapid population growth. The escalating acts of brutality and mass murder are driving the people to greater open resistance to the Duterte regime. Those who are most threatened by red tagging, arrests and summary execution by the regime are finding their way to the urban underground and onward to the ranks of red fighters in the people's war in the countryside. The revolutionary movement is now far more extensive and deeper and is far more experienced and tempered than during the period of the Marcos fascist dictatorship. The armed revolutionary forces can actually move freely in 90% of the Philippines and can strike at will any weak point of the enemy forces. In contrast, the size and strength of the military, police and paramilitary forces of the Duterte regime cannot cover even only 10% of the Philippine population and territory at any given time. Wherever they are, they engage in all kinds of abuses and atrocities, including extortion, mass murder, torture, arson and forced evacuations, and thus they incur the ire of the people. The forces of the reactionary military are over-concentrated in Mindanao due to prolonged martial law. They can focus on only a few areas in the Visayas and Luzon. Their combat strength is further reduced by psy-war and intelligence operations under the pretexts of peace and development and community support program and by staging fake localized talks, fake surrenders and fake encounters. The reactionary military officers take over civilian functions and civilian structures, including public schools, clinics, and barangay halls. They are hated most when they red tag people and murder them to be able to collect cash rewards and merits for fake encounters. They lay open and vulnerable to the tactical offensives of the People's Army, the deployment of small detachments, checkpoints, and patrols. They cannot avoid traveling single file on the highways and country roads. In any particular area, where the reactionary military or police can concentrate and advance in superior strength, the targeted units of the People's Army retreat and observe the deployment of enemy units in order to determine their weak points. The enemy units ultimately become the targets of ambushes, raids and other guerrilla offensives. Thus they unwittingly transport and supply arms to the People's Army. When the reactionary armed forces seek to encircle the forces of the People's Army, the latter have the options of counter-encircling the weak points of the former within the contested area or shifting to another area where the enemy forces are far weaker. Retreat for active defense and shifting of forces are tactics available to the People's Army to evade a superior enemy force and seek better circumstances for launching tactical offensives within the shortest span of time. It is publicly well known that while the People's Army gives full play to tactical offensives in order to seize weapons from the enemy, it can also engage in a wide range of actions that compel the enemy to be on the defensive, merely doing guard duty. Such actions include punitive missions against tyrannical and corrupt officials, harassing enemy camps, sniping, use of command-detonated explosives and the sabotage or destruction of enemy facilities. Should the Duterte regime proclaim nationwide martial law as in 1972, outlaw all urban-based legal democratic forces critical of it and inflict violence on them, the revolutionary movement can be expected to intensify the people's war and administer justice by arresting and punishing all human rights violators and plunderers, thus forcing the military and police to deploy more armed personnel for protection of these brutal and corrupt officials. Common sense tells us, sharpened by theoretical and practical support from Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, that the Duterte regime cannot engage in red tagging and acts of terror without facing fiercer responses from the armed revolutionary movement. Duterte cannot engage in the most brutal acts of butchery and bloodletting without facing the risk of drowning in the same sea of blood that he creates. This is a point that is easily understood by anyone from the developing situation in the Philippines. So far, according to published reports, the People's Army has carried out competently guerrilla warfare within the current strategic defensive of the People's War. It has shown determination to wage only the battles that it is capable of winning. It is also increasingly heeding the clamor of the broad masses of the people for accelerated punitive actions against those reactionary officials who have incurred blood debts and plundered the economy and public resources. Duterte threat of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people through a nationwide martial rule and suppressing all democratic rights does not frighten the revolutionary forces of the people but pushes them to undertake punitive actions against the fascist dictator and his brutal and corrupt subalterns. The declaration of nationwide martial law in 1972 by the fascist dictator did not frighten the people and the revolutionary forces but emboldened them to strengthen their ranks and intensify the people's war. World Situation, an Outline. August 20, 2019. Introduction. After the proletariat and people took a severe beating from the forces of imperialism, modern revisionism, and reaction on a global scale, we live today in a world of intensifying inter-imperialist contractations, worsening economic and political crisis, escalating oppression and exploitation, social disorders and wars in imperialist countries and in the less developed and underdeveloped countries. 1. Socio-economic situation. 1.1 The rapid rise of the world population and technology are unprecedentedly straining the socio-economic relations in the world capitalist system. Contradictions between the social character of the forces and the relations of production under the rule of private appropriation by the capitalist class. The class war between labor and capital is intensifying. 1.2 The neoliberal economic policy has been adopted to press down wages, scrap job tenure, reduce social benefits and curtail democratic rights of the working class. Touted as the creator of wealth and jobs, the monopoly bourgeoisie is privileged to accelerate the accumulation of capital through liberalization of investments and trade, privatization of public assets, deregulation and denationalization of underdeveloped countries. 1.3 From the 1980s, the U.S. found it profitable to outsource consumer manufacturing to China to avail of cheap Chinese labor and to promote the restoration of capitalism in China. After the Schenesman incident, which resulted from economic crisis, the U.S. extended in the 1990s more trade and technological concessions to China as its main partner in neoliberal globalization within the WTO framework. 1.4 As a result of the rapid accumulation of capital in the hands of the monopoly bourgeoisie and the shrinkage of the incomes of the working people, the crises of overproduction and finance have become more frequent and worse, and accelerated the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few. Recall the big costs of recurrent and worsening economic and financial crisis, from the Asian financial crisis of 1997 down to the crisis in the traditional imperialist countries in 2008. 1.5 The global economic and financial crises and depression since 2008 has been prolonged until now and can be more damaging to the world capitalist system than the Great Depression of 1929 that led to the outbreak of World War II. Until recently, China seemed to be able to take advantage of the recurrent crises and fulfill its strategic economic and security goals with the use of two-tiered system of state and private capitalism. 1.6 Under the Trump regime, U.S. has been pushed by the prolonged crisis since 2008 to adopt protectionist measures against China since last year in contradiction to the previous main partnership with China in the policy of neoliberal globalization. Neoliberalism has practically run to its opposite, protectionism. Now the US is building higher tariff walls and restricting technological transfers to China and wishing to revive its consumer manufacturing by means that are unclear, especially in view of the anti-immigrant campaign. 1.7 In their economic competition, the US and China avail of alliances with fellow imperialist countries. The US and its traditional allies make use of such multilateral agencies as the IMF, World Bank, and the WTO. China avails of its alliance with Russia and they make use of the BRICS bloc, the New Development Bank, the very ambitious Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, and the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, AIIB. 1.8 The imperialist powers compete hard economically and avoid direct wars among themselves by shifting the burden of the crisis to the less developed and underdeveloped countries. They have done so since the end of World War II. Thus, there has been no direct inter-imperialist war for more than 70 years despite the Cold War of 1948 to 1991. Even then, they seek to expand economic territory and have engaged in foreign military intervention and wars of aggression against underdeveloped countries, especially in the form of proxy wars. 1.9 In the US, China and other imperialist countries, the monopoly bourgeoisie requires military buildup not only as a means of national security but as a means of obtaining super profits. The danger of war arises from the constant drive to increase war production in the name of safeguarding expanding the overseas economic and geopolitical interests of the monopoly bourgeoisie. 1.10 The monopoly bourgeoisie is the fundamental cause and source of threats to the very existence of humankind, such as nuclear war and global warming. The biggest capitalist corporations are engaged in military-industrial production and the plunder of natural resources and the perpetuation of the use of fossil fuel. Humankind is threatened today by sudden death and slow death by global warming. 2. Geopolitical situation. 2.1 The US has never been able to override the problem stagflation since the mid-1970s when this arose because of the full reconstruction of the capitalist countries devastated in World War II. The strategic decline has been aggravated by socio-economic crisis under the neoliberal policy and by waging ceaseless costly wars under the neoconservative policy. Thus, the US has declined from being the sole superpower from the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 to the biggest crisis so far in 2008. 2.2 The US strategic decline has favored the rise of China as an imperialist power. In its desire to promote capitalist restoration in China, the US outsourced consumer manufacturing to China since the 1980s. China gained huge trade surpluses and began to buy US securities. Consequently, the US became the biggest world debtor from being the biggest creditor. Recall the stages of US-China economic cooperation and the series of US-led wars of aggression in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. 2.3 But the US is still the number one imperialist power desperately trying to maintain such position, cut down the manufacturing, trade, and technological concessions to China and undermine the SCO, BRICS, NDB, AIIB and BRI. China has ambitiously pushed these to grab resources and markets while the US was preoccupied with wars. It has touted the BRI as a reversal of the dominance of Western powers in world trade since the 16th century. 2.4 The US tries to use its traditional alliance with EU and Japan to counter China's back-to-back alliance with Russia in the escalating inter-imperialist contradictions. The US boasts of augmenting its unilateral military and political strength with the NATO and other multilateral and bilateral security alliances with various countries. By making a strategic pivot to East Asia, the US is exerting pressure on China and challenging its claim to 90% of the South China Sea. 2.5 The imperialist powers compete to dominate the less developed and underdeveloped countries in order to obtain sources of cheap labor and raw materials, markets, fields of investments and spheres of influence. The highest profits are drawn by the imperialist powers from such countries. The imperialist powers engage in collusion and contention with each other in exploiting and dominating these countries. 2.6 But there are countries whose governments assert national independence and aspire for socialism. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Cuba, and Vietnam have stood firmly against US imperialism. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has resisted the repeated attempts of the US and its puppets to overthrow its government. Syria has frustrated the war of aggression launched by the US and its puppets. Those subjected to blockades, threats of war and actual war have availed of the cooperation and assistance of China and Russia. 2.7 There are countries where revolutionary struggles are being waged for national and social liberation. The People's War in the Philippines is the most outstanding in being the longest running and covering the entire length and breadth of a country. In India, the People's War is developing in various areas and promises to win victory in a big country comparable to Russia and China in the past. People's wars continue to rage in Turkey, Kurdistan, Colombia, and other countries. 2.8 Under any circumstances at present, the proletariat and oppressed peoples can take advantage of the inter-imperialist contradictions to advance the proletarian revolution and the national liberation movements. They can wage various forms of struggle against imperialism and reaction. 2.9 Under conditions of worsening economic and political crisis, the monopoly bourgeoisie in imperialist countries have become even more exploitative and oppressive and are encouraging fascist movements in order to counter the rise of anti-imperialist movements. 2.10 The proletarian revolutionaries are driven to fight back against their oppressors and exploiters. They wage class struggle and forge alliances with all anti-imperialist, anti-fascist, and other progressive forces concerned with the threats of nuclear war and environmental catastrophe. 3 Prospects. 3.1 The inter-imperialist conflicts will continue to intensify due to the worsening socio-economic crisis and the rise of fascist movements. 3.2 The US will continue to decline in a multipolar world, while its current protectionist measures can also impede China's expansion. There is self-damaging effect of protectionism to the US and to the global economy. 3.3 The US-China conflict will be increasingly at the center of inter-imperialist contradictions. With the collaboration of their respective allies, US and China will strive to block each other's advance. 3.4 The proletariat and oppressed peoples will be subjected to worse forms of exploitation involving a mix of neoliberalism and protectionism and will be driven to join mass movements in defense of human rights and to engage in revolutionary resistance. 3.5 The revolutionary parties of the proletariat will rise against imperialism and fascism for democracy and socialism in imperialist countries and for national and social liberation in other countries. 3.6 The revolutionary parties of the proletariat will have to win the battle for democracy, especially against fascism, before they can take power and realize socialism. 3.7 The oppressed peoples and nations will be able to take the most advantage of the worsening crisis of the world capitalist system and the inter-imperialist conflicts by waging people's war for national and social liberation. In the imperialist countries, there are advocates of protracted people's war. But they have merely been talking about it as long as the Social Democrats and other reformists have hoped for the evolution of capitalism to socialism. 3.8 The existing anti-imperialist governments and their peoples are bound to persevere and resist submission to imperialism. They can take advantage of inter-imperialist contradictions but must be vigilant towards any imperialist country. 3.9 The peoples of the world will stand against the use of nuclear weapons in the inter-imperialist wars and will seek to prevent any imperialist government from using them. Proletarian revolutionaries will increasingly forge alliances with movements against wars and nuclear weapons. 3.10 The peoples of the world will increasingly identify and oppose monopoly capitalism as the primary cause of global warming and environmental catastrophe. Proletarian revolutionaries will increasingly forge alliances with ecological movements. We are in transition to a world in which the revolutionary forces and movements of the proletariat and the people are of unprecedented scale and intensity and are in the process of winning great victories in the struggle for national liberation, democracy, and socialism. The Philippine Revolution. A brief review. September 10, 2019. 1. Origins. Spain colonized the Philippines more than 300 years since the 16th century. Still lacking national consciousness, the people engaged in more than 200 localized revolts intermittently. But these were defeated. Spain was therefore able to impose a colonial and feudal system on the people who were still in diverse types of highly localized communities. But the centralized system of oppression and exploitation resulted in the formation of national consciousness among the oppressed and exploited people. They ultimately realized that the system could rule over them because they were divided in disparate communities and were thus vulnerable to subjugation with the use of the sword and the cross. The revolutionary organization Katipunan started the Philippine Revolution in 1896 when it called for national independence of the Filipino people against Spanish colonialism. At that time, the leadership of the revolution had a bourgeois liberal ideology and targeted the Spanish colonial administration and the religious orders owning vast landed estates. The Philippine Revolution won against Spanish colonialism throughout the archipelago in 1898. But the US had its own plan of colonizing the Philippines. It engaged Spain in a war through which it would take over Spain's colonial possessions. In December 1898, the US and Spain made a treaty in Paris which effected the sale of the Philippines to the US for $20 million. the U.S. launched a war of aggression against the new Philippine Republic, starting on February 4, 1899. The Filipino people fought heroically and valiantly. But the U.S. prevailed with superior military force. With 75,000 troops with machine guns and cannons, it massacred 1.5 million Filipinos up from 1899 to 1913. It was also able to co-opt a number of leaders of the Philippine government who came from the landed class. The U.S. started laying the ground for a new colonial regime in 1902 with the capitulation of the key leaders of the Philippine government, even as the national resistance was still going on. By the second decade of the 20th century, the U.S. had consolidated its power over a colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. By 1930 the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI, was established mainly by Filipino trade union leaders, under the auspices of the Third Communist International and the U.S. Communist Party. The CPPI upheld Marxism-Leninism as guide to action and promoted the class leadership of the proletariat in the struggle for national independence and democracy. The CPPI was banned soon after its founding and its leaders were arrested and convicted on the charge of sedition, for which they were imprisoned or exiled. But in 1936 the U.S. allowed the puppet President Sison to release these leaders from prison or exile in connection with the International Anti-Fascist United Front developing against the fascist powers. The CPPI merged with the Socialist Party to form one party in 1938. After the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in 1941, the merger party decided to form the People's Army against Japan, Hukbalahap, in 1942. By fighting the invaders, this army became strong mainly in central Luzon, a region adjacent to Manila, and enabled land reform, the strengthening of peasant and other mass organizations and the establishment of local organs of political power. Were it not for certain major errors of the leadership of the merger party during World War II and the succeeding years, the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces would have emerged far stronger and more capable of overcoming the return of U.S. imperialism and achieving national liberation and democracy. Instead, U.S. imperialism was able to dominate the Philippines again and turn it to a semi-colonial and semi-feudal system run by puppet politicians representing the big comprador and landlord classes. Because of its errors, the merger party weakened itself, the People's Army and other revolutionary forces to the extent that they became insignificant and close to total destruction from 1952 onward. It became the task of young proletarian revolutionaries from the youth, trade union, and peasant associations to revive it from 1963 onward and to leave it when the revisionist elements became obstructive to the advance of the revolutionary movement. 2. General line. The Communist Party of the Philippines was re-established on December 26, 1968 in accordance with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought as the theoretical guide to action, the general political line of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War and the organizational principle of democratic centralism. We applied Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought to the study of the history and concrete circumstances of the Filipino people, and we were determined to apply it further to the realization and development of the Philippine Revolution. We considered ourselves fortunate that our revolutionary knowledge and vision of the socialist and communist future were enriched by the teachings of Comrade Mao in the practice of the Cultural Revolution. But we were absolutely clear that our general political line was to pursue and realize the People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War against U.S. imperialism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. We were continuing the unfinished revolution that was started by the Katipunan but was frustrated by the U.S. imperialist war of aggression. But it was also clear to us that we are carrying out a new democratic revolution led by the working class in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. In carrying out the general line, we consciously built the three revolutionary weapons of the Filipino people, the CPP as the advanced detachment of the working class and the leading force of the revolution, the new People's Army as the main instrument for destroying the state power of the reactionary classes and for guaranteeing the rise of the people's organs of democratic power, and the National United Front, supported by the anti-feudal United Front in the countryside. The CPP builds itself ideologically through the study and practice of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. It conducts social research and investigation and issues statements and acts on important concerns. Organs and units at various levels collect adequate reports for collective discussion and decision-making. Party schools are run at basic, intermediate, and advanced levels for cadre formation. The party conducts politico-military training for cadres and fighters of the People's Army, People's Militia, and self-defense units. The CPP builds itself politically. It arouses, organizes, and mobilizes the masses. It conducts political education on the general line and on the burning issues. It exercises absolute leadership over the People's Army. It builds various types of mass organizations of the workers, peasants, indigenous peoples, women, youth, professionals, and other people. To invigorate and make them effective, they are mobilized in campaigns to inform, protest and make demands or to carry out constructive programs and projects. The CPP builds itself organizationally. It recruits from the ranks of the most committed and most militant activists of the mass movement, especially from the organizations of the toiling masses of workers, peasants, and lower middle on a nationwide scale. It follows the principle of democratic centralism, which means centralized leadership on the basis of democracy. It observes conscious iron discipline as well as democracy in collective discussions and decision-making. Under the leadership of the party, the NPA carries out the strategy and tactics of protracted people's war. It encircles the cities from the countryside. It avails of the physical and social terrain of the countryside, which allows it to grow from small and weak to big and strong over a long period of time. It must relies on the peasantry as the main force of people's war. This shall develop in three probable strategic stages: defense, stalemate, and counteroffensive. The main form of warfare can advance from guerrilla warfare to regular mobile warfare and finally to regular warfare. The NPA carries out agrarian revolution in order to gain the trust and confidence of the peasant masses and satisfy their democratic demand for land. According to the circumstances, the NPA carries out the minimum land reform program of rent reduction, elimination of usury, improvement of the wages of farm workers, raising the prices at the farm gate and promoting agricultural production and sideline occupations. When possible, the maximum program of land confiscation from the landlords and big corporations for free distribution to the poor peasants and farm workers are carried out. The NPA engages in mass base building in the countryside and applies the anti-feudal United Front policy of relying mainly on the poor and lower middle peasants, winning over the middle peasants, neutralizing the rich peasants and taking advantage of the splits among the landlords in order to isolate and destroy the power of the despotic landlords. The NPA encourages and supports the mass organizations of the peasants and other sections of the people, builds the organs of political power and trains the people's militia and the self-defense units in every village. The National United Front implements the revolutionary class line of developing the working class as the leading force and the peasantry as the main force, winning over the urban petty bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie and taking advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the enemy, which is the ruling clique of big compradors and landlords subservient to U.S. imperialism. In case of aggression by an imperialist power, the current civil war becomes a national war against such aggression. The most consolidated form of the National United Front is the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, which consists of 18 revolutionary organizations. While the NDFP itself is already a formidable united front, it is always open to a broader united front in order to isolate and destroy the power of the current enemy. It employs all forms of legal and illegal struggle. It develops all forms of revolutionary forces and allies. It engages in all forms of struggle inside and outside the ruling system. Like the CPP, which always strives to develop relations of proletarian internationalism with other communist and workers' parties and movements, the NDFP always strives to develop relations of internationalist solidarity with all peoples and their anti-imperialist and democratic parties and organizations. It develops relations of friendship, mutual support, and cooperation between the Filipino people and other peoples of the world on the basis of seeking a new and brighter world against the oppressive and exploitative conditions under imperialism and all forms of reaction. 3. Development. When it was founded in 1968, the CPP had only 80 full and candidate members. They led trade unions, youth organizations, and other types of mass organizations whose members ran into thousands, but not yet more than 25,000. Now, the CPP membership is in the tens of thousands. Its organized mass base of workers, peasants, national minorities, women, youth, professionals, and other sectors run into millions. The CPP has become the largest and most powerful revolutionary proletarian party that has ever arisen in Philippine history. The mass base is nationwide, in nearly all the 81 provinces of the Philippines, and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. This has been realized by waging the People's Democratic Revolution through the strategic line of protracted People's War. The CPP had a wide basis for nationwide expansion because of the thousands of mass activists in the youth organizations, trade unions, and peasant associations led by the CPP cadres. It also engaged in politico-military training for hundreds of committed and able-bodied activists for possible expansion of the prospective People's Army in as many as 5 regions. After only 3 months from its founding in 1968, the CPP founded the new People's Army on March 29, 1969, and expanded the CPP mass base by 80,000 people with the integration of the veteran fighters of the old People's Army in the 2nd District of Tarlac Province. The NPA started with only 9 automatic rifles and 26 other inferior firearms for the initial 60 Red fighters. NPA expansion teams without firearms were immediately deployed to prepare guerrilla zones and acquire firearms from localities. Now, the Red fighters run into thousands and their units operate nationwide in more than 110 guerrilla fronts in 74 provinces. More than 90% of NPA firearms have been seized from the enemy, and the rest have been acquired as gifts and through purchases. The full-time Red fighters are augmented by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and hundreds of thousands of members of the self-defense units of the mass organizations. These are active auxiliaries as well as reserve forces for the NPA. The NPA has surpassed the number, strength, and scale of all previous revolutionary armies in Philippine history. It is now striving to advance from the middle phase to the advanced phase of the strategic defensive in order to enter the stage of the strategic stalemate. The advance of the revolution is assured by the tempering and accumulated experience of the revolutionary forces and the desire of the people for revolutionary change because of the worsening crisis of the ruling system and the escalating oppression and exploitation. The wide reliable rural mass base of the CPP and NPA is constituted mainly by the peasant masses who participate and benefit from the various stages of the agrarian revolution. It is the solid foundation of the local party branches and the local organs of political power. In carrying out the agrarian revolution in stages, the CPP applies the anti-feudal United Front as earlier explained. As a result of the advances in armed struggle and mass work, the CPP has been able to establish and develop the People's Democratic Government in the countryside on a nationwide scale. At first, the organs of political power are constituted by appointed cadres of the party and the representatives of the masses, and subsequently by those elected by the mass organizations or the masses in the guerrilla bases. The People's Democratic Government is in charge of local administration, mass organizing, public education, socio-economic programs, cultural activities, self-defense, settlement of disputes, the People's Court, environmental protection, and social work to cope with enemy-caused and natural disasters. The enemy is deluding itself when it claims that the Philippine Revolution has failed because after the last 50 years the CPP has not yet captured the presidential palace in Manila. In fact, there are now 2 governments fighting each other. One is the revolutionary government of the workers and peasants, and the other is that of the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrat who are servile to imperialist masters. By applying the National United Front policy and tactics, the CPP has been effective in advancing the revolutionary armed struggle and the various forms of legal struggle. As a result, the broad United Front has been successful at isolating and ousting from power the most hated enemy regimes, like the US-instigated Marcos fascist dictatorship in 1986 and subsequently the corrupt Estrada regime in 2001. At the moment, a broad united front has arisen to fight and overthrow the traitorous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt Duterte regime in order to frustrate its scheme of establishing a full-blown Marcos-type fascist dictatorship through a series of extremely repressive measures of state terrorism and under the pretext of charter change for federalism. In the grossest way, this regime is culpable for treason, mass murder, corruption, and other grievous crimes against the people. The tyrant Duterte is obsessed with seeking to destroy the CPP, NPA, and other forces of the Philippine Revolution. He announced that he would destroy the revolutionary movement before the end of 2018. When he saw his impending failure, he moved his deadline for destroying the movement to the second quarter of 2019. Subsequently, he and his subalterns have moved their deadline 2022 in the face of the growing strength of the revolutionary forces and the people. The Filipino people fully recognize and detest the anti-national, anti-democratic, and anti-people character of the Duterte regime in terminating the peace negotiations with the NDFP in order to push through its scheme of fascist dictatorship. This regime faces the prospect of political destruction even before the end of his term in 2022. Whether Duterte can finish his term or not, the Philippine Revolution will outlast his rule and will continue to grow in strength and advance. The CPP has established comradely relations with communist and workers' parties and movements abroad in the spirit of proletarian internationalism. It has promoted the relationship of Filipino mass organizations with their counterparts abroad in the internationalist spirit of people's solidarity. It has also fostered the solidarity relations of overseas Filipinos and their organizations with the host peoples and other guest communities in scores of countries. 4. Setbacks and rectification. The great achievements of the Philippine Revolution in more than 50 years have been realized by building the CPP, the NPA, the mass organizations and the organs of political power through hard work and fierce struggle, which involve overcoming tremendous odds in the objective situation, the violent and deceptive assaults of the enemies and the setbacks that are due to subjectivist and opportunist errors and shortcomings of the revolutionary forces. The tremendous odds in the objective situation not only from the domestic semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system but also from the world capitalist system. In fact, U.S. imperialism has dictated on Filipino puppet regimes the preservation and aggravation of the domestic system of oppression and exploitation and has provided a wide range of counter-revolutionary weapons, including the ideology of anti-communism and the hardware to surveil, track and kill people. The CPP resumed the armed revolution of the Filipino people when the U.S. was waging the Cold War to spread anti-communism in the Philippines, and the Soviet Union was also spreading modern revisionism to discourage armed revolution through Filipino revisionist renegades. Worse external conditions seemed to go against the Philippine Revolution when the Soviet Union collapsed and U.S. imperialism became the sole superpower. But the CPP became inspired by the continuing revolutionary movements abroad and focused on taking advantage of the chronic crisis of the Philippine ruling system, the growing inability of the ruling classes to rule in the old way and the rising desire of the Filipino people for armed revolution. It became even more determined to strengthen itself and wage the people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war. The CPP has been able to overcome all the strategic campaign plans of military suppression and psy-war unleashed by the reactionary ruling system from the 14-year fascist dictatorship of Marcos through the subsequent pseudo-democratic regimes of Corazon Aquino, Ramos, Estrada, Arroyo, and Benigno Aquino III to the current tyrannical regime of Duterte, who idolizes Marcos and aspires to rule as fascist dictator. In the course of the revolutionary struggle, there are times when the attacks of the enemy can be damaging to the people and the revolutionary movement. But the scale and duration of the damage has never eliminated any regional organization of the CPP or regional command of the NPA or any of the various forms of people's struggle in any region of the Philippines. In fact, the major subjectivist and opportunist errors of certain renegades have been more than damaging than the offensives unleashed by the enemy. The CPP has benefited greatly from criticizing, repudiating, and rectifying the major errors of the series of Lava brothers acting as General Secretary of the Merger Party. Vicente Lava committed the error of right opportunism from 1942 to 1946 by adopting the pacifist retreat for defense policy and welcoming the return of U.S. imperialism to the Philippines. Jesus Lava committed the error of left opportunism from 1948 to 1949 by taking the adventurous line of aiming to win the armed revolution in only 2 years without need of land reform and mass work. Finally, Jesus Lava committed the error of right opportunism again from 1950 to 1962 by issuing orders to liquidate the People's Army in 1955 and the Merger Party in 1957. So far, the biggest errors committed by certain renegades in the CPP are the subjectivist one of reconsidering the semi-feudal character of the Philippine social economy as industrial capitalist, in effect praising Marcos for supposedly industrializing the country, and the left opportunist one of prematurely regularizing and verticalizing the NPA and neglecting mass work for the purportedly to speed up military victory. These errors resulted in serious shrinkage of mass base and more effective enemy attacks in certain regions at different periods from 1985 to 1992, limiting gains from the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Worst of all, the renegades scapegoated comrades and allies in good standing as deep penetration agents and meted out undeserved punishments. The second great rectification identified the major errors, criticized, repudiated and rectified them. The rectification movement resulted in raising the level of theoretical and political education in the entire CPP rank and file and caused the recovery and advance of the revolutionary forces in the areas adversely affected by the errors. Thus, from 1992 onward the Philippine Revolution gained in strength and advanced. The CPP was able to play a major role in the overthrow of Estrada in early 2001. In subsequent decades, the problematic phenomenon of conservatism arose in Luzon and Visayas, while the forces of the NPA in Mindanao were able to adopt the correct combination of combat and mass work in order to strengthen the NPA and the mass base. Conservatism is characterized by over-concentrating on mass work and neglecting the task of launching tactical offensives against the enemy by over-dispersing small NPA units, squads or teams, over wide areas and reducing effective command over them. The over-dispersal of small NPA units renders these vulnerable to enemy offensives. They can be easily put in purely defensive positions and upon their destruction their previous mass work comes to nothing. The need for full-time combat units of the NPA to take the initiative in launching tactical offensives is also sometimes prejudiced by overdependence on the People's Militia and the self-defense units of the mass organizations, which should be properly assigned to internal security tasks in the main. The result is that the NPA commanders at higher levels and even the NPA units themselves adopt civilian ways for extended periods at the expense of politico-military training and combat operations. The Second Congress of the CPP identified conservatism as a major error and launched a rectification movement against it. There is unanimity in rectifying the error by comprehending further the strategy and tactics of people's war and by redeploying the NPA units in such a way that there is a center of gravity for the people's war and a sufficient proportion of fighters dispersed for mass work. The periodic rotation of Red commanders and fighters is undertaken to give every NPA formation or unit the chance to experience and learn combat and mass work. 6. Prospects. The prospects for the further advance and ultimate total victory of the Philippine Revolution are bright. This guaranteed by the continued worsening of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The inability of the ruling class to rule in the old way is demonstrated by the recurrence of the open rule of terror from Marcos down to Duterte. The ruling system continues to decompose and heighten the people's desire for revolutionary change. The conditions are therefore favorable for the growth and advance of the CPP, NPA, and other subjective forces of the revolution. There is no let-up in the worsening of the socio-economic crisis. The whole economy and the reactionary state are bankrupt and dependent on rising taxes and domestic and foreign debt. While import-dependent consumption is favored, the agricultural and industrial sectors are deteriorating. Underdevelopment, unemployment, and poverty are rampant as the foreign monopolies rake in super profits from the exploitation and export of natural resources and importation of consumer goods, and the local big compradors and landlords increase the exploitation of the people. The socio-economic crisis generates political crisis within the ruling system. The ruling classes of big compradors and landlords, together with their political agents, brazenly engage in the plunder of public resources. Divided into political factions, they compete in using criminal means in order to keep power and enrich themselves. The current Duterte regime is escalating the repression of the people as well as its political rivals within the ruling system. The regime and its political rivals are engaged in a competition for influence and control over the reactionary armed forces and police. The regime tries to win the support of two imperialist powers, the US and China, which are now increasingly at odds with each other. To gain the support of the US, it has pledged to destroy the revolutionary movement. It has allowed the re-establishment of US military bases within the puppet military camps, and it has promised to amend the constitution to allow US corporations 100% ownership of all kinds of business enterprises. To gain the support of China, it has sold out Philippine sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea and the rich marine and mineral resources under it in exchange for high-interest Chinese loans and overpriced infrastructure projects. But the regime is not getting everything in its favor from the two imperialist powers. The US resents Chinese interference and obstruction of the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, China gaining control over the telecommunications system in the Philippines and turning the Philippines into its own debt colony. The US remains the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines and is in a position to instigate a coup against Duterte among the pro-US military officers. At the same time, China is not promptly delivering on its promised infrastructure projects, while it is still compelling Duterte to make more explicit declarations of sellout and treason. Even then, he has already made enough declarations of puppetry to China that the people and a significant number of pro-US military officers are already enraged against him. Even when the US had not yet declined strategically as much as now and had not faced any overt challenge of political rivalry from China, the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces could successfully wage the new democratic revolution against the US-supported reactionary government of big compradors and landlords. It can be expected that the escalation of inter-imperialist contradictions, especially those between the US and China, would aggravate and complicate the contradictions among the reactionary political factions of the big compradors and landlords and result in advantages for the Philippine Revolution. In any case, the revolutionary forces will continue to advance on the basis of the mass participation and support of the people. The depredations made by the tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, corrupt and swindling Duterte regime inflict great suffering on the people, but at the same time drive them to rise up in resistance. By its own gross and systematic crimes against the people, the regime is unwittingly compelling the people to join the armed revolution and provide support to the revolutionary forces such as the CPP, NPA, the mass organizations and the local organs of political power. The protracted People's War has enabled the growth of the people's government in the countryside and all the revolutionary forces on a nationwide scale. On the basis of the experience and strength they have already gained, the revolutionary forces will gain further strength from year. The CPP will strengthen itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The NPA will strive to develop guerrilla warfare intensively and extensively on the basis of widening and deepening mass base during the strategic defensive, build companies and battalions as combat units in the strategic stalemate and mobilize entire battalions and regiments for the strategic offensive. At the same time, the NDFP shall strengthen its component organizations and develop broad alliances with others' forces in order to isolate and destroy the enemy, whether this be a domestic ruling clique in the Civil War or an imperialist power in a war of national liberation. The Philippine Revolution will be able to take advantage not only of the crisis of the domestic ruling system but also the crisis of the world capitalist system. All the imperialist powers will continue to shift the burden of crisis to the oppressed peoples and nations. But the contradictions within and among the imperialist powers will sharpen. The Filipino people will carry out the Philippine Revolution not only to realize their own national and social liberation but also to help the working class and all oppressed peoples and nations to advance in their own revolution. They will benefit from mutual support and cooperation under the principles of proletarian internationalism and internationalist people's solidarity. The scheme of mass intimidation and murder against Duterte regime critics and opponents. August 22, 2019. The tyrant Duterte and his political military and police agents are labeling the critics and opponents of his regime as communists and terrorists, that they are the biggest problems afflicting the country and that they deserve to be subjected to all kinds of measures to intimidate, silence and even kill extrajudicially or under flimsy legal pretenses. Of course, the biggest problems plaguing the Filipino nation are imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, which despot Duterte wishes to preserve through state terrorism. And the world's #1 terrorist is US imperialism with the assistance of terrorist puppets like Duterte and his armed minions. All of these real terrorists are driving the people to fight for national liberation and democracy. The criminal methods of labeling and then killing drug suspects extrajudicially by using death squads are now being increasingly used against critics and opponents of the regime in the countryside and even in urban areas. Duterte himself no less has instigated his death squads to red tag, discredit and then kill them under the pretext that they resist arrest, nanlaban, or that they kill each other. The perpetuation of martial law in Mindanao and the actual implementation of martial law nationwide, without formal proclamation, are being used by the Duterte regime to subjugate the entire Filipino nation and murder those labeled enemies of the state and thus allow the regime to engage in the most brazen acts of treason, corruption, and rigging of the 2019 elections and other criminal acts. Not satisfied with his nanlaban doctrine of killing anyone on the pretext of resisting arrest, Duterte is trying to reinforce this license to kill by seeking to amend the Human Security Act or the anti-terrorism law in order to facilitate his political and military agents in labeling his critics and opponents as terrorists, allow his armed agents a period of 2 months to make anyone disappear temporarily or permanently and remove any liability of his armed minions for the arbitrary detention of people. There is also the move of Duterte's agents to revive the old discredited anti-subversion law as if the anti-terrorism law and other repressive measures were not enough. The purpose of reviving the latter is to terrorize the people with the provisions for outlawing democratic organizations and suppressing democratic rights and imposing the death penalty on those who are deemed as criminals on the basis of guilt by association, even before they are tried and convicted by any court. The anti-terrorism law if amended and the anti-subversion law if revived amount to overkill in view of the law on rebellion whose penalty has been raised to reclusion perpetua of 40 years. But this law has been either set aside or augmented by charges of common crimes against suspected political offenders in violation of the long-established Hernandez political offense doctrine, which prohibits complexing the charge of rebellion with charges of common crimes. While Duterte's political and armed agents are drawing attention to amendments in the anti-terrorism law and revival of the anti-subversion law, the regime is actually engaged in mass murder under the Nanlaban doctrine and under the cover of fake encounters. Duterte's armed minions also use the method of planting firearms and explosives in making arbitrary arrests to detain indefinitely or kill extrajudicially those targeted. Many people wonder why the U.S., which is still the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines, has tolerated the Duterte regime in boasting that it is becoming independent of the US and is becoming closer to China, in fact going to the extent of selling out Philippine sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea and favoring China in infrastructure building and technology agreements. The reason is that Duterte and his pro-US military officers have assured the US that they will end the Communist Party of the Philippines and the Filipino People's Democratic Revolution and that the US can continue to ride roughshod over the people and can get bigger gains through charter change. But Duterte can be undone by his failure to end the CPP and the People's Democratic Revolution and by his success in aggravating the crisis of the ruling system and inciting greater numbers of the Filipino people to join the revolution. Duterte can end up like Marcos, who became more of a liability than an asset to the US and was junked in 1986. China has delayed the implementation of infrastructure projects as a way of pressuring Duterte to declare in more explicit terms his sell-out of the sovereign rights over the exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea, especially with regard to the exploration and exploitation of oil and gas resources and the several islands built and militarized by China in the area. Duterte can be dumped by a combination of pro-US military OFAC and patriotic elements in the armed forces of the Philippines who are opposed to Duterte's traitorous dealings with China as well as his notorious collaboration with Chinese criminal triads in the smuggling of illegal drugs, rice, and other commodities and the operation of casinos and offshore gambling. Duterte threat to wipe out CPP and NPA is futile. August 28, 2018. Duterte is currently the chief representative of the evil forces of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. These are the root causes of the civil war. They exploit and oppress the Filipino people and drive them to engage in armed revolution for national and social liberation. Duterte has threatened so many times to wipe out the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army. But his threats have always been futile not only because of the evil character of the forces that he represents but also because he has been exceptionally tyrannical, treasonous, murderous, corrupt, and deceptive. Thus, the armed revolutionary movement has become stronger from year to year. Even among many officers of the reactionary military and police forces, Duterte is increasingly being ridiculed as a traitor for selling out the sovereign rights of the Filipino people to China and for talking and acting like a nitwit in sharp contrast to late fascist dictator Marcos. Many of his own armed minions consider him as undeserving of the position of commander-in-chief and are planning to withdraw support from him. Of course, the CPP and NPA have an even far lower regard for Duterte. They always recall that the 14-year fascist dictatorship of Marcos could not wipe them out but served only to incite more PEOPLE to join the revolutionary movement. In comparison, the Duterte tyranny has incited more people at a faster rate to join the revolution in less time. Even then Duterte disregards the fact that he is detested by the people and is aiming to impose a fascist dictatorship on them. Thus, he has incited and ordered his military, police and paramilitary forces to engage in wide-scale red labeling, mass intimidation and mass murder and has issued proclamations to impose martial law in Mindanao and de facto martial law nationwide, terminate the GRP and DFP peace negotiations, designate the CPP and NPA as terrorists and allow the military to militarize civil functions under Executive Order No. 70. But the People's War led by the CPP and carried out by the NPA has spread and intensified. The ideological, political, and organizational work of the CPP has served to strengthen its ranks and to expand its mass base. And the NPA has increased its tactical offensives, seized more weapons from the enemy, carried out land reform and secured an ever-growing number of organs of political power on a nationwide scale. Thus, Duterte has already earned the distinction of being the best recruiter and best transport and supplier of the armed revolution. Strive for a stronger Carapatan with the people's support. Message to the National Council meeting of Carapatan, October 12 to 13, 2019. October 12, 2019. I wish to convey warmest greetings of solidarity to all the organizations, groups, and individuals belonging to Carapatan as an alliance working for the promotion and defense of human rights and people's rights in the Philippines and worldwide. I congratulate Carapatan for all its hard work, sacrifices and achievements in upholding, defending, and promoting civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. You have done excellent work in documentation and research, direct services to victims of human rights violations, education and training, public information and campaign, network and alliance building and international solidarity. You are outstanding in devotedly, courageously and diligently investigating, documenting and exposing violations of human rights, providing direct services and support for the victims of human rights violations and carrying out the campaigns and activities to engage other concerned forces and the entire Filipino nation to seek and obtain justice for those who are oppressed and exploited. I am happy that your National Council is meeting to assess the national, economic, and political situation and the recent trends in the human rights situation in a comprehensive way, and at the same time listen to regional, sectoral, organizational and workshop reports and recommendations. I am confident that the meeting will be successful at summing up the situation, consolidating your strength and setting forth the tasks to achieve greater achievements in fighting for human rights against the tyrannical rule of Duterte. The need for Karapatan to become stronger and more active is ever greater as the Duterte regime remains obsessed with imposing martial law and fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. Under a formally declared martial law since May 23, 2017, Mindanao has become the base of the tyrant Duterte for imposing de facto martial law in the Visayas and Luzon under Memorandum Order No. 32 and other orders, and for rigging the May 2019 elections in realizing a barefaced fascist dictatorship through a projected charter change and fake referendum. Since the beginning of his term in 2016, Duterte has carried out an all-out war policy against the people and revolutionary forces under a series of strategic campaign plans, the continuance of Bayanihan and then Kapi-Upan and Kapanatagan. He has deliberately terminated the GRP and DFP peace negotiations with Proclamation 360 on November 23, 2017, and then designated the CPP and NPA as terrorist organizations on December 5, 2017, in order to use the continuance of the armed conflict as pretext for escalating measures of repression in preparation for a full-blown fascist dictatorship. We are now confronted with nationwide campaign of militarization and fascistization under Executive Order No. 70 and Upland Kapanatagan. With the avowed aim of eliminating the revolutionary movement of the people under the leadership of the CPP, a national task force has been created in order to militarize the entire government and the entire society in a so-called whole nation approach. It has the strategic objective of terrorizing and destroying the legal democratic forces of the people in the urban areas as well as the armed revolutionary movement in the countryside on the wild presumption that the latter depends on the former. This is a barefaced scheme of fascist dictatorship. An increasing amount of public funds and other resources are being directly placed under the disposal of the Commander-in-Chief, the military and police for the purposes of intelligence, psy-war, combat, and corruption at the expense of social services and civil administration. All government agencies and all social entities are commanded to imagine and hate communism as the sole or main problem of the nation and not the existing evils of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism that are being served by the cabal of criminals headed by Duterte. Under the slogan of anti-communism, puerile persona non grata proclamations are being issued by local reactionary governments against the revolutionary forces of the people. Fake surrenders and fake encounters are being staged and real abductions, real assassinations and real massacres are being carried out by the military and police to enable their officers to pocket public funds, take bribes from the exploiters and extort from ordinary people. The peasants and indigenous people are being forced through the killing of their leaders, mass intimidation and bombings to evacuate in order to allow the plantation, mining and real estate companies to take over the land. Red tagging, trumped-up charges, arbitrary arrests, planted evidence, extortions, and outright extrajudicial killings are being committed against human rights defenders and other social activists as well mere suspects among the workers, peasants, the indigenous people, youth, women, teachers, lawyers, and other professionals. All these human rights violations are being committed on a wide scale to intimidate the people in both urban and rural areas. They are meant to establish a fascist dictatorship of Duterte and to preserve and aggravate the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The recrudescence of state terrorism a la Marcos under the Duterte regime, after a series of pseudo-democratic regimes with their respective designed strategic plans to destroy the revolutionary movement of the people, is a manifestation of the insoluble and ever-worsening crisis of the ruling system. The joint dictatorship of the comprador big bourgeoisie and landlord class is becoming more unable than ever to rule in the old deceptive and coercive way. There is a growing revolutionary movement of the people, with the general line of People's Democratic Revolution and the strategic line of protracted People's War by encircling the cities from the countryside. The military and police forces of the Duterte regime are detested by the people for violently serving the exploiting classes and corrupt officials, taking over civilian structures and functions and gobbling up public resources for anti-people purposes. They have the license to kill people with impunity, but their combat capabilities against the armed revolutionary movement are diminished and overcome by the people's repudiation, by taking over civilian functions, by preoccupation with corrupt intelligence and psy-war practices, and by feudal shows of force which subside into small detachments, patrols and checkpoints that are vulnerable to counter-offensives by the People's Army. They are incapable of focusing even only on 10% of the guerrilla fronts at any given time, while the revolutionary forces of the people can always maneuver on more than 90% of the rural terrain of the peasant masses and indigenous peoples. Under the present circumstances, there is no worse representation of the moribund ruling system than by a regime that has already proven to be brazenly traitorous, tyrannical, mass-murdering, corrupt and mendacious, and by a chieftain who is physically, mentally, and morally sick. Duterte is very aware that at his age he cannot prolong his own personal rule like Marcos, although he dreams of extending his anti-people, anti-national, and anti-democratic rule through a dynastic bequeathal of power to his daughter, through his plunder alliance with the Marquesas and Arroyo, or through a military junta. The open rule of terror inflicts a great amount of suffering on the people but drives them to resist and fight for revolutionary change. They cannot be coerced to accept the tyrannical regime of Duterte and the oppressive and exploitative ruling system. They become more determined than ever to fight for their national and democratic rights. They are moved by their own concrete suffering, needs and demands to take up the cause of the new democratic revolution. All the human rights violations being heaped upon the people compel them to fight back and aim for national and social liberation. Long live Carapatan! Defend people's rights! Long live the Filipino people! Message to the ILPS Commission on the Rights of Youth to Education and Employment. October 15, 2019. I am deeply pleased and highly privileged to greet the Commission on the Rights of Youth for Education and Employment of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, on the launching of its quarterly newsletter for sharing reports and articles about the work of the Commission in various regions and for facilitating discussions about issues that affect the youth. I congratulate the Commission and the editorial staff for publishing the inaugural edition. I commend the excellent choice of topics and the writing style in the articles. I am confident that you will maintain a high standard of publication so that the newsletter can progress as a means of information, education, and consensus for the youth's common courses of action. Let me point out that for the newsletter to be interesting to the youth and students, it must uphold, defend, and promote their rights to education and employment. But such sectoral interest is inseparable from the anti-imperialist and democratic line of struggle pursued by the entire ILPS, including the other commissions and all territorial organs and organizations. Your newsletter must heighten and sharpen the awareness among the youth and students about the constant rottenness and worsening crisis of imperialism, especially due to the neoliberal policy regime and ceaseless wars of aggression unleashed by the US and other imperialist powers. The youth and students suffer from what the rest of the people suffer, such as widespread poverty and hunger, increasing exploitation in the workplace, unemployment and underemployment, racial and gender discrimination, environmental degradation, repressive measures of state terrorism, displacement, mass forced migration, trafficking, and deportations. You must fight for all the democratic rights of the youth and students in the civil, political, social, economic, and cultural fields. You must strive to overcome and defeat the imperialist system and the domestic ruling systems in order to achieve fundamentally new and better social conditions. You must promote a system of studies towards a cultural revolution that is anti-imperialist, scientific and pro-people. Even now, the youth and students are awakening and rising up to fight for their rights and interests. And they are also joining up with the toiling masses of the people in order to resist the imperialist and other anti-democratic forces. The newsletter can contribute to further arouse and organize and mobilize the youth and students and to put them in unity, cooperation and coordination with all sectors of society in the common struggle against imperialism and all reaction. All the oppressed and exploited classes and sectors must unite and rise together in order to realize a new and better world of greater freedom, democracy, social justice, all-round development, and international solidarity. Reflections and Perspective on the GRP and DFP Peace Negotiations 5. October 18, 2019. Let me discuss the achievements of the peace negotiations between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, as well as the adversities and obstacles since 1992. Consequently, I share with you my perspective on these negotiations. Achievements in the peace process. The achievements in the GRP and DFP peace negotiations consist of a series of joint agreements that the GRP and the NDFP as negotiating parties have negotiated and mutually approved since 1992. Let me mention the most important ones. The limited time does not allow me to mention all agreements and all the goodwill and confidence-building measures like the ceasefire agreements of short duration and the releases of political prisoners and prisoners of war. The Hague Joint Declaration was signed by the representatives of the GRP and NDFP on September 1, 1992. It sets forth the framework of the peace negotiations. This includes the aim of resolving the armed conflict through formal peace talks, the guiding principles of national sovereignty, democracy, and social justice, as well as the principle of non-capitulation by any of the negotiating parties, the method of negotiating and drafting the comprehensive agreements through reciprocal working committees, and the substantive agenda for forging the comprehensive agreements on a. Respect for human rights and international humanitarian law, b. Social and economic reforms, c. Political and constitutional reforms, and d. The end of hostilities and disposition of forces. It is clear that the attainment of a just and lasting peace is by addressing the roots of the armed conflict through social, economic, and political reforms. 5. Message delivered as NDFP Chief Political Consultant. The Briukalan Joint Statement was signed and approved on June 14, 1994. This is the product of the first exploratory meeting of the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels after their delayed formation and after the failure of the intervening National Unification Commission, NUC, to carry out so-called localized peace negotiations under the direction and control of the GRP and its military. The NUC was unilaterally created by the GRP on September 2, 1992. The NDFP objected to the NUC as running counter to the Hague Joint Declaration and criticized it as a scheme to sabotage the peace negotiations and to misrepresent military assets as surrendering NPA fighters and as a futile Psy-war attempt to divide and disintegrate the revolutionary movement. The Joint Agreement on Safety and Immunity Guarantees was signed and approved on February 24, 1995. It guarantees the safety and immunity of the negotiating panelists, consultants, advisors, and resource persons, staff and other negotiating personnel of the GRP and the NDFP during and after the peace negotiations, irrespective of their results. It stipulates the holding of peace negotiations in a foreign neutral venue. It firms up the consistent position of the NDFP that the formal peace talks be held abroad in order to avert the consequences of GRP military surveillance which were adverse to the NDFP negotiating personnel and staff during and after the ceasefire talks and the ceasefire agreement from 1986 to 1987 during the Aquino regime. Abductions and murders of NDFP negotiating personnel were done after the ceasefire agreement broke down as a result of the Mendiola massacre of peasants and their urban supporters on January 23, 1987. 4. The Joint Agreement on the Formation, Sequence, and Operationalization of the Reciprocal Working Committees, RWCs, was signed and approved in the course of the formal opening of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations in Brussels on June 25, 1996. It guides how the comprehensive agreements are to be drafted by the reciprocal working committees for negotiations by the negotiating panels in accordance with the substantive agenda. Additional implementing rules pertaining to the documents of identification was signed on June 26, 1996. It reinforces the Joint Agreement on Safety and Immunity Guarantees. It stipulates the exchange of lists and number of persons to be mutually agreed upon for coverage by the safety and immunity guarantees. The Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, CARE-REAL, between the GRP and the NDFP was signed by the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels in The Hague on March 16, 1998. This is the most important agreement so far made by the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels and mutually approved by their respective principals. It is the accomplishment of the first item of the 4 items in the substantive agenda of the peace negotiations. It was the product of a total of 6 months of continuous negotiations and drafting by the reciprocal working committees and the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels. The joint agreement in support of socio-economic projects of private development organizations and institutes was signed on March 16, 1998. It is an agreement that allows and encourages socio-economic initiatives by non-governmental entities. It is valid and effective even before the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms is negotiated and mutually approved. The joint statement of the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels on March 9, 2001. It has the signal importance of demonstrating how the peace negotiations can be resumed after a unilateral act of termination by a negotiating party. It reaffirmed the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992 and all other subsequent agreements of the 2 parties in order to override the act of termination made by the Estrada regime. It was during the time of the Arroyo regime that the GRP and the NDFP agreed to have the Royal Norwegian government as the third-party facilitator responsible for providing the foreign neutral venue for the peace negotiations and the resources for the purpose. The GRP and the NDFP also agreed on the operating guidelines of the Joint Monitoring Committee under CARE-REAL. This mechanism is important for the recording and exchange of complaints under CARE-REAL in order to deal with said complaints and ensure the continuity of the peace negotiations. Through a GRP-NDFP joint statement, the GRP assured the NDFP that the victims of human rights violations under the Marcos fascist regime would receive indemnification from the Marcos loot recovered from Switzerland. During the first year of the Duterte regime, the prospects for accelerated peace negotiations and agreements were bright even as the new president reneged on his promise on May 16, 2016 to amnesty and release all political prisoners before the resumption of peace negotiations. The longest ceasefire between the armed forces of the GRP and the NDFP occurred from August 2016 to February 2017. There was an agreement to accelerate the negotiations of all 3 remaining items of the substantive agenda, without violating the intact agreement on the sequence of comprehensive agreements. The GRP and NDFP reciprocal working committees have detailed the guiding principles and sections on agrarian reform and rural development and national industrialization and economic development of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CARE. Tentative agreements were made for a joint ceasefire in conjunction with the approval and implementation of the CARE. The aforementioned agreements can be regarded as positive factors for resuming the peace negotiations at any time. They can be the base for forging the 3 remaining comprehensive agreements and for completing the peace process. Since 2017 the NDFP has drafted its own full version of the CARE and has published this in 2018. For its own internal study and in readiness for the resumption of peace negotiations in the future, the NDFP also has tentative drafts of the Comprehensive Agreement on Political and Constitutional Reforms and the Comprehensive Agreement on the End of Hostilities and Disposition of Forces. Adversities and obstacles to the peace process. It is a fact that the GRP and NDFP are 2 contending parties or belligerent forces in a civil war but have agreed to become negotiating parties open to addressing and resolving the root causes of the armed conflict. Accordingly, the NDFP has always made clear that it is open to comprehensive agreements on bourgeois democratic reforms under the guiding principles of national sovereignty, democracy, and social justice. It has never prematurely made socialist or communist demands in the peace negotiations. But the GRP has had difficulties deciding and acting independently of the traditional dictates of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, bureaucratic corruption, and repression. Whenever peace negotiations were delayed, disrupted or terminated, certain reactionary motivations of the GRP became conspicuous, such as seeking the capitulation and destruction of the revolutionary movement of the NDFP and abandoning the substantive agenda for addressing the roots of the armed conflict to benefit the people and build a just and lasting peace. Take note of the fact that every GRP regime has carried out strategic military plans to destroy the revolutionary movement while the peace process or even a ceasefire is going on. The Duterte regime has been the most violent and vociferous in seeking to destroy the revolutionary movement by purely military means under the slogan of rabid anti-communism. This is in contempt of the broad masses of the people who are conscious of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism as the biggest problems plaguing them. Duterte and his military minions try to discredit the GRP and DFP peace negotiations by claiming that these have achieved nothing in 25 years from 1992 to 2017. In fact, these have achieved a lot despite delays, disruptions and terminations, which have cut down the days of productive bilateral formal peace talks to less than a year despite the passage of more than 25 years since 1992. Far more time has been devoted to expensive but futile strategic operational plans of the military and to the sabotage of the peace negotiations. Despite the fact that most of the aforesaid major agreements were negotiated and mutually approved during the Ramos administration, the peace process was disrupted almost immediately after the signing of the Hague Joint Declaration, with Ramos creating the National Unification Commission, NUC, on September 2, 1992 to undertake the localized peace talks. The NDFP promptly denounced this as an attempt to divide and destroy the revolutionary movement and to scuttle the peace process. The NUC prevented the start of the formal peace talks until 1994 when it was clearly proven that the NUC could not realize the so-called localized peace talks. Right after the formal opening of the peace negotiations in Brussels in 1995, Defense Secretary Renato de Villa insisted on detaining Sotero Lamas and disrespecting the agreement to release him as a consultant in the peace negotiations. However, as soon as Lamas was released, the peace talks proceeded and progressed relatively fast. Several major agreements were forged in quick succession. The GRP and DFP negotiating panels and their respective reciprocal working committees had the distinction of negotiating, finalizing, and signing the comprehensive agreement on respect for human rights and international humanitarian law within only 6 months in 1997 to 1998. But GRP President Ramos hedged from signing the agreement until his term ended in 1998. President Estrada signed the Carreril on August 7, 1998 but terminated the peace negotiations on May 29, 1999 as a reaction to the capture of General Abillo and Captain Monte Alto by the New People's Army under conditions of no ceasefire agreement and despite the willingness of the NDFP to release the prisoners of war. He also took offense from the patriotic opposition of the NDFP to the USRP Visiting Forces Agreement. No peace negotiations occurred for most of the years that Estrada was in power. President Arroyo and the GRP negotiating panel agreed to resume the peace negotiations and reaffirm all previous agreements in early 2001. She also agreed to the Royal Norwegian government becoming the third-party facilitator and to the joint agreement on the operating guidelines for the Joint Monitoring Committee which had been created under a provision of Carreril. But in April 2001, under increasing militarist influence of her national security advisors, Arroyo found cause to suspend the peace negotiations indefinitely over the death of Cagayan Governor Rodolfo Aguinaldo who had resisted arrest by the New People's Army on the basis of an arrest order long issued by the People's Court for grave crimes of human rights violations during and after the Marcos fascist regime. For 9 long years, during the time of the Arroyo regime, there were no peace negotiations. The Aquino administration agreed to resume the peace negotiations and reaffirm all previous agreements. But the National Security Cluster of the Cabinet and the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, OPAP, repeatedly disrupted the peace negotiations by seeking to subordinate these immediately to the sole authority of the GRP and demanding an indefinitely prolonged ceasefire before the negotiations on the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CASER. The OPAP secretary also directed the chairman of the GRP negotiating panel to pontificate that the Hague Joint Declaration was a document of perpetual division and the Carré Reel was a propaganda document of the NDFP, and to insult the NDFP as aiming for the moon by demanding social, economic and political reforms. Consequently, the peace negotiations broke down without making any significant progress. There was practically no advance whatsoever in taking up social and economic reforms during most of the 6 years of Aquino in power. Before Duterte became president, he was harping on the line that he would immediately negotiate peace with the NDFP and form a coalition government with the CPP. On May 16, 2016, he promised to amnesty and release all political prisoners upon assumption of office. He did not fulfill this promise and thus caused the NDFP to doubt his further pronouncements. Despite the ceasefire agreement from August 2016 to the first week of February 2017, the Duterte regime continued with its all-out war policy and operations against the revolutionary movement by continuing Aquino's Oplan Bayanihan until he launched his own Oplan copy upon in January 2017. Then he issued the proclamation of martial law in Mindanao on May 23, 2017, which openly made the revolutionary movement a target of all-out war. Soon enough, Duterte issued Proclamation 360 to terminate the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations and Proclamation 374 to designate the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army as terrorist organizations. Further, he issued Executive Order No. 70 to create a national task force to end the revolutionary movement through a whole-nation approach of militarizing the government and society along the line of rabid anti-communism. The repressive policies and actions continue to escalate. Even as the Duterte regime has terminated the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations, the OPAP, now under the complete control of the rabidly anti-communist military, has sought to repeat the Psy-war scheme of the National Unification Commission in 1992 to 1994 to stage localized peace talks under the direction and control of the GRP military. Like the NDFP, the NPA at every level of command has publicly condemned the so-called localized peace talks. As in 1992 to 1994, the reactionary military and police forces have merely staged fake surrenders aside from concocting fake encounters and inflicting a wide range of human rights violations on the people. The real purpose of the Duterte regime in ending the peace negotiations is to blame the revolutionary movement for the armed conflict and to realize Duterte's scheme of fascist dictatorship. In the process, the regime has undertaken a series of measures by which the president as commander-in-chief has used the military and police's forces to violate the civil and political rights of all deemed opposed to the regime. The regime tries in vain to terrorize the people with the use of red tagging, trumped-up charges, planting of evidence, abductions, torture, assassinations, mass murders, bombings and forced mass eviction of urban poor dwellers, peasants and indigenous people in order to generate a climate of fear and facilitate the repression of all those opposed to the regime, including the legal opposition, critics, social activists, and ordinary people. Perspective on resuming the peace process. By knowing both the achievements of, as well as the adversities and obstacles, to the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations, we know what positive factors to develop and what negative factors to overcome. The positive factors are the agreements, the experience and expertise that have arisen and accumulated over time. The support of the peace advocates and the broad masses of the people is certainly a positive factor in favor of the peace negotiations. The negative factors involve mainly the rabid anti-communism and the presumption that the GRP can deliver services to the people and end the armed revolutionary movement through sheer military force and not through peace negotiations. It is during the current Duterte regime that the negative factors are so overwhelming on the side of the GRP, as manifested by the series of presidential issuances to terminate the peace negotiations, designate the CPP and NPA as terrorists and create a national task force for the militarization and fascistization of government and society under the banner of anti-communism. While Duterte and his ruling clique remain in power, there is no hope for the resumption of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations due to their obsession to escalate repressive measures and impose a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people under the pretext of fighting and defeating communism and the armed revolution. There is only a small chance that Duterte will be willing to resume peace negotiations if he is convinced of the futility of his enterprise to destroy the revolutionary movement by sheer armed force, and if he is moved to recognize and respect the tremendous growth of the broad popular opposition as well as that of the armed revolutionary movement, resulting precisely from the current escalation of oppression and exploitation. But the revolutionary movement most probably will not find it useful to engage in peace negotiations with the GRP under the Duterte regime when this is already on the verge of being ousted or is approaching the end of its term. If the ouster movement becomes imminent, the revolutionary movement would find it more reasonable, beneficial, and necessary to help accelerate the regime's downfall and negotiate with the next GRP administration. It is advisable for all those honestly interested in peace negotiations, aside from the GRP and the NDFP, to continue working for the resumption of peace negotiations as soon as conditions permit. We look forward to the struggle of the Filipino people against tyranny, treason, plunder, and deception, generating better conditions for peace negotiations. The anti-national and anti-democratic character of the Duterte regime has aroused a broad range of patriotic and progressive forces and the broad masses of the people to demand the resumption of peace negotiations as the way for advancing and realizing full national independence, democracy, social justice, economic development, cultural progress, and international solidarity. Message to Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, MLKP, on the occasion of its 25th founding anniversary 6. September 10, 2019. We, the National Democratic of the Philippines, including the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army and other revolutionary forces, wish to convey to the central leadership and entire membership of Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of Turkey/Kurdistan warmest greetings of proletarian internationalism on the 25th anniversary of your party. We congratulate you for all the victories that you have achieved with hard work, militant struggle, and sacrifices. In this regard, we join you in giving the highest honor to your countless immortal martyrs for rendering the supreme sacrifice for strengthening and advancing your revolutionary party and mass movement. We share with you the joy of celebrating the revolutionary struggle and victories with the general call for unity revolution, a declaration of war against imperialism and the capitalist system of wage slavery and patriarchy, and for unified revolution of Turkey and Kurdistan. You have marched forward under fire against the fascist dictatorship of Erdogan. You have walked through the gates of sacrifice, as Comrade Baron Serhat has said, who has become immortal as a communist leader in the revolution of Rojava on March 23, 2019, as a result of a deliberate attack of the colonialist Turkish state. We admire your determination and rising capabilities to fight the enemy and win victory with all the available means of struggle. You have effectively led the workers and other oppressed people in the cities and countryside of Turkey and Kurdistan. We are confident that you will win ever greater victories because the crisis of the world capitalist system and the domestic ruling system is ever worsening, and you are exerting the utmost efforts to strengthen and advance the revolutionary movement. 6. Message delivered as CPP founding chairman. We applaud and support you for raising the banner of freedom for a democratic and socialist life not only in Turkey and Kurdistan, but throughout the Middle East in the course of the world proletarian revolution. The Filipino people share with the people of Turkey and Kurdistan the aspiration for freedom and justice, which knows no bounds. We are united in the revolutionary struggle. We help each other by waging revolutionary struggles in our respective countries for the common purpose of national and social liberation from the scourge of imperialism and all reaction. Long live the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, MLKP. Carry forward the revolution to complete victory in Turkey and Kurdistan. Workers and oppressed of all countries, unite. Chinese imperialist motivations and initiatives in relation to US and other imperialist powers. Keynote message to the study conference, Defending Sovereignty by ILPS Commission 6. October 26, 2019. First, let me thank Ka Peng, Rafael Mariano, and the ILPS Commission 6 for inviting me to deliver this keynote message. I convey warmest greetings of solidarity to all participants in this study conference titled, Defending Sovereignty and Focusing on China as a Rising Imperialist Power. We are all united in the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles of the peoples of the world. I am aware that your conference includes representatives of non-governmental groups and peoples from countries like Pakistan, India, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. You are all concerned with the growing tentacles of Chinese monopoly capitalism. China takes the road of capitalism and imperialism. Soon after the death of the great Mao in 1976, the capitalist roaders headed by Deng Xiaoping were able to stage a coup to overthrow the proletariat in China. The proletarian revolutionaries in the Central Committee and lower organs of the Communist Party of China were arrested and imprisoned. The revolutionary committees created by the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, were dissolved. In quick succession, the GPCR was proclaimed a complete disaster. The capitalist roaders took over the state enterprises, dismantled the commune system, privatized the rural industries and allowed the old big bourgeoisie and new private entrepreneurs to access funds from state banks. On the basis of socialist construction that it had previously attained, the Chinese economy became monopoly capitalist, with the state sector leading the private sector. Deng's policy of capitalist reforms and opening up to the world capitalist system was adopted and enforced in 1978. The US conceded consumer manufacturing to China and provided low-end technology for the sweatshops. In the 1980s, China exported a huge amount of consumer manufactures mainly to the US and relied on foreign investments and trade surpluses as key factor for the development of China's capitalist economic and financial system. China promoted a boom in public and private construction. This ultimately resulted in corruption in the private acquisition of public land and grants of state loans and other business privileges and inflation of food prices as the amount of food needed by the construction boom and manufacturing soared. Thus corruption and inflation were raised as main economic issues in the mass uprisings of the youth and workers at Tiananmen Square in Beijing and in many cities of China in 1989. By the end of the 1980s, China had built up both state and private capitalism by extracting enormous profits from Chinese cheap labor. The state sector assured itself of resources for achieving economic and strategic goals, and the private sector developed rapidly with loans and cheap raw materials from the state sector. China's GDP grew at a rapid rate, but the per capita income of the Chinese people remained low in comparison to other industrial capitalist countries. From being the world's biggest creditor at the beginning of the 1980s, the US dropped to being the biggest debtor at the end of the decade. It undermined its own economy by outsourcing consumer manufacturing. Though China increased its own public debt, it became a major creditor of the US by using a part of its export income to buy US securities. The ratio of China's population to agricultural land is quite high and remains problematic. China must feed 20% of the world's population on 7% of the world's agricultural land. To aggravate the dismantling of the commune system, rapid industrialization and real estate development have also chewed up agricultural land. But China has been able to use its income from manufactured exports to make food imports and to lease or purchase land abroad in order to cover its food deficit. China as main US partner in neoliberal globalization. Since the 1980s, China had become a major partner of the US in neoliberal globalization. But in the 1990s and thereafter, it would become the main US partner. It became a far more willing partner of the US and host of foreign investments after the 1989 mass uprising. The US was also encouraged to promote capitalism in former socialist countries after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. It coaxed China to join the World Trade Organization, WTO, and further privatize state-owned enterprises in exchange for increased US investments, technology transfer and further trade accommodations. China complied with the US demands to a satisfactory extent. it reduced the number of state corporations in relation to private corporations, but the former continued to dominate the economic sectors vital to strategic economic and security goals. The US allowed China to have its way in its economic development inasmuch as the US was confidently concentrating on the production of big items, financializing its economy and riding high on its high-tech boom in the entire decade of 1990s. Concerned with the expansionism of the NATO, China and Russia set up the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in 2001 as an economic, political and security alliance. However, they consented to the wars of aggression by the coalition forces headed by the US against Iraq in 1991 as well as in March 2003 to December 2011, even as the US boasted of its neoconservative policy of full-spectrum dominance in the 21st century. Nevertheless, they set up the BRICS in 2010 as an economic bloc to counter the most adverse policies of the US-controlled multilateral agencies and take advantage of the US preoccupation with wars in the Middle East. Even as it enjoyed the position of being the winner of the Cold War and sole superpower, the US continued its strategic decline by spending trillions of dollars on wars of aggression, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere, and suffering a series of economic setbacks, including the crisis of overproduction in high-tech goods in 2000 and the mortgage meltdown of 2006, which led to the global financial crisis of 2008. Since 2008, the U.S. strategic decline has accelerated in the prolonged stagnation of the U.S. and global economy. Although the U.S. remains the strongest imperialist power, it has slid down to a multipolar world. By being able to manipulate its two-tier economy, China continued its economic rise despite the 2008 financial crisis, as in the aftermath of the Asian financial crisis in 1997, when China benefited from the decline of the so-called Asian tigers. By 2013, China launched the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, to serve as the outlet for its surplus capital and for its own overproduction of steel and construction equipment. The BRI has been touted as a trillion-dollar project which aims to put at least half of global trade within its ambit. In fact, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, started with a capitalization of $100 billion. But soon in 2015 the prolonged global depression began to adversely affect the Chinese economy. The Chinese stock market crashed, wiping out more than 30% of assets. Japanese and other foreign investments were leaving China in significant amounts. And the Chinese economic growth rate slowed down. According to the International Finance Institute, IFI, China's total debt, state, corporate and household, has leaped to the level of 303% of GDP as of July 17, 2019 amid the trade war with the US and the economic slowdown. See growing US-China contention. As early as during the time of Obama, the US became openly wary of the economic and military rise of China. Thus it undertook the policy of strategic pivot to East Asia in order to increase its air and naval assets in the region. But the pivot has been slowed down by the US failure to extricate itself from the ceaseless wars in the Middle East. However, Trump has preferred to make a futile sideshow in East Asia by repeatedly threatening the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Eventually, he has confronted China with maintaining a two-tier economy, manipulating its currency and stealing technology, and has proceeded to raise tariffs on Chinese exports to the US, impose restrictions on technology transfers to China and increase US air and naval patrols in the South China Sea. By raising tariffs on Chinese exports, the US is trying to cut down China's trade surplus, its foreign exchange reserves and surplus capital for self-development and for taking advantage of other countries, especially those within the BRI ambit, with high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects, which are difficult or impossible to repay and put debtor countries in danger of becoming debt colonies. The loan and infrastructure contracts outrightly violate national sovereignty with provisions requiring that disputes are subject to arbitration by Chinese courts, that the supplies come exclusively from China, that the labor force be 40 to 60% Chinese and that upon failure to repay the loans these are convertible to equity or 99-year Chinese control over project, land, and the natural resources. The negotiations with China of loans and infrastructure projects are usually done under the cover of confidentiality, thus allowing corrupt deals between the bureaucrats of the borrowing country and the multiplicity of Chinese state and private corporations responsible for the delivery of construction materials, equipment, and all sorts of services. In the current trade war between the US and China, the former is putting up tariff barriers against the manufactured exports of the latter, which in turn has retaliated by drastically reducing its import US food products. We can therefore expect China to strive for increasing its access to agricultural lands in underdeveloped countries by leasing them, acquiring them by outright purchases or through loan defaults by borrower countries, and deploying corporations to exploit land and natural resources abroad. Your panel discussions can deal in detail with particular projects in several countries. To counter China's export of capital through bilateral loans and loans by China-controlled AIIB, the US is putting up the US International Development Finance Corporation, USIDFC, with $60 billion capitalization to augment the loan capabilities of the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the World Bank. It is creating space for those overburdened by Chinese loans to engage in debtors' revolt someday. By imposing restrictions on technology transfers to China, the US is trying to stop the scientific and technological advance of China. But China has already gained so much from the technology transfers and the exchange of science and technology experts and students for a long period of time, and has even improved on the previous technology for purposes of civil and military production. China's military production has increased tremendously, although the US still has the upper hand in higher volume and quality of its own weapons for the purpose of aggression. The US and China are now generally at par in being able to use science and technology to raise the social character and efficiency of the means of production. This leads to worse crises of overproduction due to the private monopoly character of the system of appropriation, especially under the neoliberal policy regime. Higher levels of abusing finance capital can be used. But the global debt has already become a big bubble of more than $247 trillion, which is equivalent to 320% of global GDP as of 2019, according to the IFI. By asserting the right of free navigation in the South China Sea, the US is protecting its own imperialist interests as well as exposing China's imperialist interests in building and militarizing artificial islands within the Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ, of the Philippines. Through its puppet assets in the Philippine Reactionary Armed Forces, it has also successfully pressured the Duterte regime to allow it to establish a military base in Palawan in order to confront the militarized artificial islands in the West Philippine Sea. In violation of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea and the pertinent final judgment of the Permanent Arbitration Court in 2016, China is claiming 90% of the South China as its own property and using it as the area for displaying its growing military power. It has also established an overseas military base in Djibouti and is using the BRI gradually to acquire bases for its ground, air, and naval forces and access the markets and natural resources of client countries. China has more than enough weapons to defend itself and maintain a peaceful economic rise. But it is increasingly driven by ultra-nationalist sentiments and inter-imperialist contradictions to increase military production and to gear itself up for the struggle to redivide the world. The building and militarization of the artificial islands in the Philippine EEZ and the overseas military base in Djibouti are signal events manifesting the belligerent imperialist character of China and challenging US military power directly. After more than 40 years of cooperation with China, the US strategists consider it timely to undermine and stop China's economic and military rise. In an already multipolar world, where other imperialist powers are also at play for their own interests, the US objective may not succeed on a straight line. But insofar as they can collide directly, the US and China can become involved in a process of mutual debilitation under conditions of ever-worsening global economic crises. The contradictions between the US and China as well as among all imperialist powers are intensifying. They are resulting in crisis and wars to the detriment of the peoples of the world. But the people are at the same time driven to carry out anti-imperialist and democratic struggles in order to achieve national and social liberation. We can expect the resurgence of national liberation and socialist movements and revolutions in the forthcoming years and decades. Thank you. The Philippine Revolution, a brief review. October 29, 2019. I am highly honored and deeply pleased to be invited to the Seminar, which is being held on the occasion of the yearly Literature and Revolution Congress and which carries in this year the theme, the anti-colonial status of mankind. I am aware that the focus is on the Third World people's struggles against imperialism and colonialism. I thank the organizers from the Teatro dos Desoprimidos project for inviting me to lecture on the Philippine Revolution and present its origins, general line, development, setbacks, and rectification and prospects. I convey warmest greetings of international solidarity to you dear organizers, to my fellow lecturers who will speak on other people's struggles in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and to the entire audience and participants from the Espiritu Santo Federal University and from various sectors of the progressive intelligentsia. 1. Origins. Spain colonized the Philippines for more than 300 years since the 16th century. Still lacking national consciousness, the people in various communities in the archipelago engaged in more than 200 localized revolts intermittently. But these were defeated even as they expanded from century to century. Spain was able to impose a Colorado Nile and feudal system on the people who were still in diverse types of highly localized communities. But the centralized system of colonial administration, oppression, and exploitation resulted in the formation of national consciousness among the oppressed and exploited people. They ultimately realized that the system could rule over them because they were divided in disparate communities and were thus vulnerable to subjugation with the use of the sword and the cross. The revolutionary organization Katipunan started the Philippine Revolution in 1896 when it called for national independence of the Filipino people against Spanish colonialism. At that time, the leadership of the revolution had a bourgeois liberal ideology and targeted the Spanish colonial administration and the religious orders owning vast landed estates. The Philippine Revolution won against Spanish colonialism throughout the archipelago in 1898. But the U.S. had its own plan of colonizing the Philippines. It engaged Spain in a war through which it would take over Spain's colonial possessions. On December 10, 1898, the U.S. and Spain made a treaty in Paris which effected the sale of the Philippines to the U.S. for $20 million. The U.S. launched a war of aggression against the new Philippine Republic, starting on February 4, 1899. The Filipino people fought heroically and valiantly. But the U.S. prevailed with superior military force. With 75,000 troops with machine guns and cannons, it massacred 1.5 million Filipinos from 1899 to 1913. It was also able to co-opt a number of leaders of the Philippine government who came from the landed class. The U.S. started laying the ground for a new colonial regime in 1902 with the call for benevolent assimilation and capitulation of the key leaders of the Philippine government, even as the national resistance was still going on. By the second decade of the 20th century, the U.S. had consolidated its power over a colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. By 1930 the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI, was established mainly by Filipino trade union leaders, under the auspices of the Third Communist International and the U.S. Communist Party. The CPPI upheld Marxism-Leninism as guide to action and promoted the class leadership of the proletariat in the struggle for national independence and democracy. The CPPI was banned soon after its founding and its leaders were arrested and convicted on the charge of sedition for which they were imprisoned or exiled. But in 1936 the U.S. allowed the puppet President Sison to release these leaders from prison or exile in connection with the International Anti-Fascist United Front developing against the fascist powers. The CPPI merged with the Socialist Party to form one party in 1938. After the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in 1941, the merger party decided to form the People's Army against Japan, Hukbalahap, in 1942. By fighting the invaders, this army became strong mainly in central Luzon, a region adjacent to Manila, and enabled land reform, the strengthening of peasant and other mass organizations and the establishment of local organs of political power. Were it not for certain major errors of the leadership of the CPP-ISP merger party during World War II and the succeeding years, the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces would have emerged far stronger and more capable of overcoming the return of U.S. imperialism and achieving national liberation and democracy. Instead, U.S. imperialism was able to dominate the Philippines again and turn it to a semi-colonial and semi-feudal system run by puppet politicians representing the big comprador and landlord classes. Because of its adventurous errors in 1948 to 1949, the merger party weakened itself, the People's Army and other revolutionary forces to the extent that they became insignificant and close to total destruction from 1952 onwards. It became the task of young proletarian revolutionaries from the youth, trade union, and peasant associations to revive it from 1963 onwards and to leave it in 1966 when the revisionist elements became too obstructive to the advance of the revolutionary movement. 2. General line. The Communist Party of the Philippines was re-established on December 26, 1968 in accordance with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought/Maoism as the theoretical guide to action, the general political line of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War and the organizational principle of democratic centralism. We applied Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought to the study of the history and concrete circumstances of the Filipino people, and we were determined to apply it further to the realization and development of the Philippine Revolution. We considered ourselves fortunate that our revolutionary knowledge and vision of the socialist and communist future were enriched by the teachings of Comrade Mao in the course of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China. But we were absolutely clear that our general political line was to pursue and realize the People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War against U.S. imperialism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. We were continuing the unfinished revolution that was started by the Katipunan but was frustrated by the U.S. imperialist war of aggression. But it was also clear to us that we were carrying out a new democratic revolution led by the working class in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. In carrying out the general line, we consciously built the three revolutionary weapons of the Filipino people, the CPP as the advanced detachment of the working class and the leading force of the revolution, the new People's Army as the main instrument for destroying the state power of the reactionary classes and for guaranteeing the rise of the people's organs of democratic power, and the National United Front, supported by the anti-feudal United Front in the countryside. The CPP builds itself ideologically through the study and practice of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought/Maoism. It conducts social research and investigation and issues statements and acts on important concerns. Organs and units at various levels collect adequate reports for collective discussion and decision-making. Party schools are run at basic, intermediate, and advanced levels for the education of cadres and members. The party conducts politico-military training for cadres and fighters of the People's Army, People's Militia, and self-defense units. The CPP builds itself politically in accordance with the general line of People's Democratic Revolution. It arouses, organizes, and mobilizes the masses. It conducts political education on the general line and on the burning issues. It exercises absolute leadership over the People's Army. It builds various types of mass organizations of the workers, peasants, indigenous peoples, women, youth, professionals, and other people. To invigorate and make them effective, they are mobilized in campaigns to inform, protest and make demands or to carry out social programs and projects. The CPP builds itself organizationally under the principle of democratic centralism. It recruits from the ranks of the most committed and most militant activists of the mass movement, especially from the organizations of the toiling masses of workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie on a nationwide scale. It follows the principle of democratic centralism, which means centralized leadership on the basis of democracy. It observes conscious iron discipline as well as democracy in collective discussions and decision-making. Under the leadership of the party, The NPA carries out the strategy and tactics of protracted people's war. It encircles the cities from the countryside. It avails of the physical and social terrain of the countryside, which allows it to grow from small and weak to big and strong over a long period of time. It relies on the peasantry as the main force of people's war. This can develop in three probable strategic stages: defensive, stalemate and counteroffensive. Through successful tactical offensives, the main form of warfare can advance from guerrilla warfare to regular mobile warfare and finally to regular warfare. The NPA carries out agrarian revolution in order to gain the trust and confidence of the peasant masses and satisfy their democratic demand for land. According to the circumstances, the NPA carries out the minimum land reform program of rent reduction, elimination of usury, improvement of the wages of farm workers, raising the prices at the farm gate and promoting agricultural production and sideline occupations. When possible, the maximum program of land confiscation from the landlords and big corporations for free distribution to the poor peasants and farm workers are carried out. The NPA engages in mass base building in the countryside and applies the anti-feudal United Front policy of relying mainly on the poor and lower middle peasants, winning over the middle peasants, neutralizing the rich peasants and taking advantage of the splits among the landlords in order to isolate and destroy the power of the despotic landlords. The NPA encourages and supports the mass organizations of the peasants and other sections of the people, builds the organs of political power and trains the people's militia and the self-defense units in every village. The National United Front implements the revolutionary class line of developing the working class as the leading force and the peasantry as the main force, winning over the urban petty bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie and taking advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the enemy, which is the ruling clique of big compradors and landlords subservient to U.S. imperialism. In case of aggression by an imperialist power, the current civil war becomes a national war against such aggression. The most consolidated form of the National United Front is the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, which consists of 18 revolutionary organizations. While the NDFP itself is already a formidable united front, it is always open to a broader united front in order to isolate and destroy the power of the current enemy. It employs all forms of legal and illegal struggle. It develops all forms of revolutionary forces and allies. It engages in all forms of struggle inside and outside the ruling system. Like the CPP, which always strives to develop relations of proletarian internationalism with other communist and workers' parties and movements, the NDFP always strive to develop relations of internationalist solidarity with all peoples and their anti-imperialist and democratic parties and organizations. It develops relations of friendship, mutual support, and cooperation between the Filipino people and other peoples of the world on the basis of seeking a new and brighter world against the oppressive and exploitative conditions under imperialism and all forms of reaction. 3. Development. When it was founded in 1968, the CPP had only 80 full and candidate members. They led trade unions, youth organizations, and other types of mass organizations whose members ran into thousands, but not yet more than 25,000. Now, the CPP membership is in the tens of thousands. Its organized mass base of workers, peasants, national minorities, women, youth, professionals, and other sectors run into millions. The CPP has become the largest and most powerful revolutionary proletarian party that has ever arisen in Philippine history. The mass base is nationwide, in nearly all the 81 provinces of the Philippines, and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. This has been realized by waging the People's Democratic Revolution through the strategic line of protracted people's war. The CPP had a wide basis for nationwide expansion because of the thousands of mass activists in the youth organizations, trade unions, and peasant associations led by the CPP cadres. It also engaged in politico-military training for hundreds of committed and able-bodied activists to serve in expansion teams for selected areas in 5 regions of the Philippines. After only 3 months from its founding in 1968, the CPP founded the New People's Army on March 29, 1969 and expanded the CPP mass base by 80,000 people with the integration of the veteran cadres and fighters of the Old People's Army in the 2nd District of Tarlac Province. The NPA started with only 9 automatic rifles and 26 other inferior firearms for the initial 60 Red fighters. NPA expansion teams without firearms were immediately deployed to prepare guerrilla zones and acquire firearms from localities. Now, the Red fighters run into thousands and their units operate nationwide in more than 110 guerrilla fronts in 74 provinces. More than 90% of NPA firearms have been seized from the enemy and the rest have been acquired as gifts and through purchases. The full-time Red fighters are augmented by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and hundreds of thousands of members of the self-defense units of the mass organizations. These are active auxiliaries as well as reserve forces for the NPA. The NPA has surpassed the number, strength, and scale of all previous revolutionary armies in Philippine history. It is now striving to advance from the middle phase to the advanced phase of the strategic defensive in order to enter the stage of the strategic stalemate. The advance of the revolution is assured by the tempering and accumulated experience of the revolutionary forces and the desire of the people for revolutionary change because of the worsening crisis of the ruling system and the escalating oppression and exploitation. The wide reliable rural mass base of the CPP and NPA is constituted mainly by the peasant masses who participate and benefit from the various stages of the agrarian revolution. It is the solid foundation of the local party branches and the local organs of political power. In carrying out the agrarian revolution in stages, the CPP applies the anti-feudal United Front as earlier explained. As a result of the advances in armed struggle and mass work, the CPP has been able to establish and develop the people's democratic government in the countryside on a nationwide scale. At first, the organs of political power are constituted by appointed cadres of the party and the representatives of the masses and subsequently by those elected by the mass organizations or the masses in the guerrilla bases. The people's democratic government is in charge of local administration, mass organizing, public education, socio-economic programs, cultural activities, self-defense, internal security, settlement of disputes, the People's Court, environmental protection, and social work to cope with enemy-caused and natural disasters. The enemy is deluding itself when it claims that the Philippine Revolution has failed merely because after the last 50 years the CPP has not yet captured the presidential palace in Manila. In fact, there are now 2 governments fighting each other. One is the revolutionary government of the workers and peasants, and the other is that of the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrat who are servile to imperialist masters. By applying the National United Front policy and tactics, the CPP has been effective in advancing the revolutionary armed struggle and the various forms of legal struggle. As a result, the broad United Front has been successful at isolating and ousting from power the most hated enemy regimes, like the US-instigated Marcos fascist dictatorship in 1986 and subsequently the corrupt Estrada regime in 2001. At the moment, a broad United Front has arisen to fight and overthrow the traitorous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt US Duterte regime in order to frustrate its scheme of establishing a full-blown Marcos-type fascist dictatorship through a series of extremely repressive measures of state terrorism and under the pretext of charter change for federalism. In the grossest way, this regime is culpable for treason, mass murder, corruption, and other grievous crimes against the people. The tyrant Duterte is obsessed with seeking to destroy the CPP, NPA, and other forces of the Philippine Revolution. He announced that he would destroy the revolutionary movement before the end of 2018. When he saw his impending failure, he moved his deadline for destroying the movement to the second quarter of 2019. Subsequently, he and his subalterns have moved their deadline to 2022 in the face of the growing strength of the revolutionary forces and the people. The Filipino people fully recognize and detest the anti-national, anti-democratic, and anti-people character of the Duterte regime in terminating the peace negotiations with the NDFP in order to push through its scheme of fascist dictatorship. This regime faces the prospect of political destruction even before the end of his term in 2022. Whether Duterte can finish his term or not, the Philippine Revolution will outlast his rule and will continue to grow in strength and advance. The CPP has established comradely relations with communist and workers' parties and movements abroad in the spirit of proletarian internationalism. It has promoted the relationship of Filipino mass organizations with their counterparts abroad in the internationalist spirit of people's solidarity. It has also fostered the solidarity relations of overseas Filipinos and their organizations with the host peoples and other guest communities in scores of countries. Setbacks and rectification. The great achievements of the Philippine Revolution in more than 50 years have been realized by building the CPP, the NPA, and DFP, the mass organizations and the organs of political power through hard work and fierce struggle, which involve overcoming tremendous odds in the objective situation, the violent and deceptive assaults of the enemies and the setbacks that are due to subjectivist and opportunist errors and shortcomings of the revolutionary forces. The tremendous odds come from the objective situation not only in the domestic semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system but also in the world capitalist system. In fact, U.S. imperialism has dictated on Filipino puppet regimes the preservation and aggravation of the domestic system of oppression and exploitation and has provided a wide range of counter-revolutionary weapons, including the ideology of anti-communism and the hardware to surveil, track and kill people. The CPP resumed the armed revolution of the Filipino people when the U.S. was waging the Cold War to spread anti-communism in the Philippines, and the Soviet Union was also spreading modern revisionism to discourage armed revolution through the Filipino revisionist renegades. Worse external conditions seemed to go against the Philippine Revolution when the Soviet Union collapsed and U.S. imperialism became the sole superpower in 1991. But the CPP became inspired by the continuing revolutionary movements abroad and focused on taking advantage of the chronic crisis of the Philippine ruling system, the growing inability of the ruling classes to rule in the old way and the rising desire of the Filipino people for armed revolution. It became even more determined to strengthen itself and wage the people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war. The CPP has been able to overcome all the strategic campaign plans of military suppression and psy-war unleashed by the reactionary ruling system from the 14-year fascist dictatorship of Marcos through the subsequent pseudo-democratic regimes of Corazon Aquino, Ramos, Estrada, Arroyo, and Benigno Aquino III to the current tyrannical regime of Duterte, who idolizes Marcos and aspires to rule as fascist dictator. In the course of the revolutionary struggle, there are times when the attacks of the enemy can be damaging to the people and the revolutionary movement. But the scale and duration of the damage has never eliminated any regional organization of the CPP or regional command of the NPA or any of the various forms of people's struggle in any region of the Philippines. In fact, the major subjectivist and opportunist errors of certain renegades have been more than damaging than the offensives unleashed by the enemy. The CPP has benefited greatly from criticizing, repudiating and rectifying the major errors of the series of Lava brothers acting as General Secretary of the merger party. Vicente Lava committed the error of right opportunism from 1942 to 1946 by adopting the passive retreat for defense policy and welcoming the return of U.S. imperialism to the Philippines. Jesus Lava committed the error of left opportunism from 1948 to 1949 by tacking the adventurous line of aiming to win the armed revolution in only 2 years without need of land reform and mass work. Finally, Jesus Lava committed the error of right opportunism again from 1950 to 1962 by issuing orders to liquidate the People's Army in 1955 and the Merger Party in 1957. So far, the biggest errors committed by certain renegades in the CPP are the subjectivist one of reconsidering the semi-feudal character of the Philippine social economy as industrial capitalist, in effect praising Marcos for supposedly industrializing the country, and the left opportunist one of prematurely regularizing and verticalizing the NPA and neglecting mass work supposedly for the purpose of speeding up military victory. These errors resulted in serious shrinkage of mass base and more effective enemy attacks in certain regions at different periods from 1985 to 1992, limiting gains from the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Worst of all, in certain regions, the renegades scapegoat comrades and allies in good standing as deep penetration agents and meted out undeserved punishments. The second Great Rectification identified the major errors and crimes. It criticized, repudiated and rectified them. The rectification movement resulted in raising the level of theoretical and political education in the entire CPP rank and file and caused the recovery and advance of the revolutionary forces in the areas adversely affected by the errors. Thus, from 1992 onwards the Philippine Revolution gained in strength and advanced. The CPP was able to play a major role in the overthrow of Estrada in early 2001. In subsequent decades, the problematic phenomenon of conservatism arose in Luzon and Visayas, while the forces of the NPA in Mindanao were able to adopt the correct combination of combat and mass work in order to strengthen the NPA and the mass base. Conservatism is characterized by over-concentrating on mass work and neglecting the task of launching tactical offensives against the enemy by over-dispersing small NPA units, squads or teams, over wide areas and reducing effective command over them. The over-dispersal of small NPA units renders these vulnerable to enemy offensives. They can be easily put in purely defensive positions and upon their destruction their previous mass work comes to nothing. The need for full-time combat units of the NPA to take the initiative in launching tactical offensives is also sometimes prejudiced by over-dependence on the People's Militia and the self-defense units of the mass organizations, which should be properly assigned to internal security tasks in the main. The result is that the NPA commanders at higher levels and even the NPA units themselves adopt civilian ways for extended periods at the expense of politico-military training and combat operations. The Second Congress of the CPP identified conservatism as a major error and launched a rectification movement against it. There is unanimity in rectifying the error by comprehending further the strategy and tactics of people's war and by redeploying the NPA units in such a way that in guerrilla fronts there is a center of gravity for the people's war and a sufficient proportion of fighters dispersed for mass work. The periodic rotation of Red commanders and fighters is undertaken to give every NPA formation or unit the chance to experience and learn combat and mass work. 4 prospects. The prospects for the further advance and ultimate total victory of the Philippine Revolution are bright. Further victories in the revolutionary struggle are guaranteed by the continued worsening of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The inability of the ruling class to rule in the old way is demonstrated by the recurrence of the open rule of terror from Marcos down to Duterte. The ruling system continues to decompose and heighten the people's desire for revolutionary change. The conditions are therefore favorable for the growth and advance of the CPP, NPA, and other subjective forces of the revolution. There is no let-up in the worsening of the socio-economic crisis. The whole economy and the reactionary state are bankrupt and dependent on rising taxes and domestic and foreign debt. While import-dependent consumption is favored, the agricultural and industrial sectors are deteriorating. Underdevelopment, unemployment, and poverty are rampant as the foreign monopolies rake in super profits from the exploitation and export of natural resources and importation of consumer goods, and the local big compradors and landlords increase the exploitation of the people. The socio-economic crisis generates political crisis within the ruling system. The ruling classes of big compradors and landlords, together with their political agents, brazenly engage in the plunder of public resources. Divided into political factions, they compete in using criminal means in order to keep power and enrich themselves. The current Duterte regime is escalating the repression of the people as well as its political rivals within the ruling system. The regime and its political rivals are engaged in a competition for influence and control over the reactionary armed forces and police. The regime tries to win the support of 2 imperialist powers, the US and China, which are now increasingly at odds with each other. To gain the support of the US, it has pledged to destroy the revolutionary movement. It has allowed the re-establishment of US military bases within the puppet military camps, and it has promised to amend the Constitution to allow US corporations 100% ownership of all kinds of business enterprises. To gain the support of China, it has sold out Philippine sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea and the rich marine and mineral resources under it in exchange for high-interest Chinese loans and overpriced infrastructure projects. But the regime is not getting everything in its favor from the two imperialist powers. The U.S. resents Chinese interference and obstruction of the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, China gaining control over the telecommunications system in the Philippines and turning the Philippines into its own debt colony. The U.S. remains the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines and is in a position to instigate a coup against Duterte among the pro-US military officers. At the same time, China is not promptly delivering on its promised infrastructure projects while it is still compelling Duterte to make more explicit declarations of sellout and treason. Even then, he has already made enough declarations of puppetry to China that the people and a significant number of pro-US military officers are already enraged against him. Even when the US had not yet declined strategically as much as now and had not faced any overt challenge of political rivalry from China, the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces could successfully wage the new democratic revolution against the US-supported reactionary government of big compradors and landlords. It can be expected that the escalation of inter-imperialist contradictions, especially those between the US and China, would aggravate and complicate the contradictions among the reactionary political factions of the big compradors and landlords and result in advantages for the Philippine Revolution. In any case, the revolutionary forces will continue to advance on the basis of the mass participation and support of the people in accordance with their national and democratic rights and interests. The depredations made by the tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, corrupt and swindling Duterte regime inflict great suffering on the people but at the same time drive them to rise up in resistance. By its own gross and systematic crimes against the people, the regime is unwittingly compelling the people to join the armed revolution and provide support to the revolutionary forces such as the CPP, NPA, the mass organizations and the local organs of political power. The protracted People's War has enabled the growth of the people's government in the countryside and all the revolutionary forces on a nationwide scale. On the basis of the experience and strength that they have already gained, the revolutionary forces will gain further strength and advance from year to year. The CPP will strengthen itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The NPA will strive to develop guerrilla warfare intensively and extensively on the basis of widening and deepening mass base during the strategic defensive, build companies and battalions as mobile combat units in the strategic stalemate and mobilize entire battalions and regiments for the strategic offensive. At the same time, the NDFP shall strengthen its component organizations and develop broad alliances with other forces in order to isolate and destroy the enemy, whether this be a domestic ruling clique in the civil war or an imperialist power in a war of national liberation. The Philippine Revolution will be able to take advantage not only of the crisis of the domestic ruling system but also the crisis of the world capitalist system. All the imperialist powers will continue to shift the burden of crisis to the oppressed peoples and nations. But the contradictions within and among the imperialist powers will sharpen. The Filipino people will carry out the Philippine Revolution not only to realize their own national and social liberation but also to help the working class and all oppressed peoples and nations to advance in their own revolutions. They will benefit from mutual support and cooperation under the principles of proletarian internationalism and internationalist people's solidarity. Carry forward the struggle against terrorism and tyranny. Message to the participants in the launch of Volumes I and II of Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny. November 6, 2019. First of all, I wish to thank the sponsors, the guest speaker, the book reviewers, the reactors, and all who are present for enabling this launch of Volumes I and II of Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny. These volumes include all the significant writings that I did in 2018 in various capacities, mainly as Chief Political Consultant of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and as Chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle. They follow up my earlier books, People's Resistance to the Reign of Greed and Terror and Combat Tyranny and Fascism, which include my writings in 2016 and 2017, respectively. All the 4 volumes give you a clear view of major developments in the Philippines and abroad since 2016. As NDFP chief political consultant in peace negotiations with the reactionary government, I have been a close witness to the unfolding of the Duterte regime as one with the president claiming to be left and socialist to the complete opposite, with the vile character of being treasonous, tyrannical, murderous, corrupt, and mendacious. We are confronted today by a cabal of murderers and plunderers in power who are now inflicting state terrorism and tyranny on the people, and who are hell-bent on imposing a full-blown fascist dictatorship under the pretext of rabid anti-communism in order to stay in power beyond the limited lifespan of a physically, mentally, and morally sick president. We are challenged to stand up and fight for national independence, democracy, social justice, genuine development, and cultural progress. The Filipino people are obliged to wage all forms of struggle against a regime that engages in mass murders in the name of a bogus war on drugs, and increasingly in the name of anti-communism against critics and political opponents. As chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle in 1918, I observed closely major international events, especially the worsening of the crisis of global capitalism under the auspices of neoliberalism and neoconservatism, the intensifying inter-imperialist contradictions, chiefly between the US and China, and the oppression and exploitation suffered by the people. I have sought to understand the most important social, economic and political phenomena to arrive at and express the basis for raising the consciousness and militancy of the people of the world in carrying out anti-imperialist and democratic struggles for a better world of greater freedom, democracy, and socialism. In the last few years, we have witnessed the rise of fascist regimes and movements as a result of the failures of social democratic, liberal democratic, and other reformist regimes. But today it is heartening to see that the broad masses of the people and the anti-imperialist and democratic forces are rising up in mass protests all over the world. All these make us wish that the anti-fascist, anti-imperialist, and anti-feudal mass movement in the Philippines raise the mass struggle to a new and higher level comparable to the first quarter storm of 1970 and the mass actions of 1983 to 1986 that ultimately brought down the Marcos fascist dictatorship. The current upsurge of the anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles in so many countries today indicate that we are in transition to a world in which the oppressed and exploited peoples and the forces of national liberation, democracy, and socialism rise up in mass struggles to unprecedented levels of intensity and scale and win ever greater victories in the forthcoming years and decades. Once more I thank you for the opportunity of making my brief remarks. Long live all of you. Carry forward the struggle against terrorism and tyranny. Long live the Filipino people. Celebrate Andres Bonifacio Day, unite and fight for genuine national independence and democracy. November 30, 2019. We, the Filipino nation and all patriotic and progressive forces, celebrate today the 156th birth anniversary of Andres Bonifacio in order to honor him and the Katipunan for their revolutionary heroic deed of declaring and fighting for Philippine independence against Spanish colonialism in 1896. We likewise honor all the national heroes who have followed their example in fighting against foreign and feudal domination. We make special mention of Kabataan Makabayan, founded on November 30, 1964, for striving to continue the unfinished revolution, interrupted by the U.S. imperialist war of aggression and conquest of the Philippines soon after the people's victory over Spanish colonialism. The best way to celebrate Bonifacio Day is to renew and reinvigorate the revolutionary unity and will of the Filipino people to continue the struggle for genuine national independence and democracy against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system dominated by U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords. This ruling system is now chiefly represented by the traitorous Duterte regime, which tries to serve two imperialist masters by keeping the all-sided overall dominance of U.S. imperialism and at the same time selling out the sovereign rights of the Filipino nation over the West Philippine Sea and over its economy and natural resources in the entire archipelago. The chronic crisis of the ruling system is worsening rapidly due to the policies of neoliberalism and state terrorism. Foreign monopoly capitalism extracts super profits by keeping the Philippines underdeveloped and a cheap source of labor and raw materials and a denationalized and deregulated field of imperialist trade and investments. The people are being subjected to worse conditions of exploitation, deteriorating working and living conditions, rising unemployment, and mass poverty. While the local and foreign public debt is growing rapidly due to the importation and consumption of foreign manufactures, the Duterte regime has increased the tax burden at the expense of the ordinary people only to use the public funds to feed bureaucratic corruption and reinforce the instruments of state terrorism. There is now a de facto regime of fascist dictatorship in the Philippines. Under the pretext of rabid anti-communism, the reactionary government is under a process of militarization and fascisation in accordance with Executive Order No. 70 for the purpose perpetuating and serving the three evil forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The traitorous, tyrannical, genocidal, corrupt and swindler Duterte regime is imposing extreme and intolerable forms of exploitation and oppression on the Filipino people. It is therefore inciting and goading the people to fight back. It is driving them to rise up in mass protests for full national independence and democracy and to engage in the new democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. Indeed, the conditions for the people's struggle for national and social liberation are favorable in the Philippines. So are the conditions abroad favorable for the revolutionary struggle. The world capitalist system is in grave crisis. It has been unable to solve the problem of stagnation and depression since 2008. The inter-imperialist contradictions are intensifying. For decades, US and Chinese monopoly capitalism were main partners in neoliberal globalization. Now, they are in a vortex of struggle for a redivision of the world. The people of the world have undergone intolerable suffering from imperialist plunder, state terrorism, foreign military intervention and wars of aggression. In response, they have risen up in militant mass protests all over the world, especially against neoliberalism and fascism. These mass protests are bound to intensify and grow and stimulate the spread of people's war and the resurgence of the anti-imperialist and proletarian socialist revolutionary struggles on a world scale. In carrying out the new democratic revolution for more than 50 years, the Communist Party of the Philippines as leading force and the entire revolutionary movement of the Filipino people under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism Maoism have withstood and overcome the pro-imperialist currents of neocolonialism, anti-communism, reactionary liberalism, social democracy, and neo-Keynesianism, modern revisionism, neoliberalism and fascism. They have stood out as torchbearer of the world anti-imperialist struggles and the world proletarian revolution and continue to grow in revolutionary strength and advance in concert with the peoples of the world, as did the Katipunan under Bonifacio when it was the leading force of the old democratic revolution. This was the first national liberation movement to defeat a Western colonial power in Asia, and served as the torchbearer of liberal democratic revolution in Asia, long before the Chinese Revolution of 1911 and the emergence of new states after World War II. In carrying out the new democratic revolution, the Communist Party of the Philippines is inspired by the revolutionary spirit of Andres Bonifacio and the Katipunan. It is the new Katipunan at a new and higher level of revolutionary struggle, that of the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective, in the era of modern imperialism and the world proletarian revolution. It seeks to contribute the best it can to the achievement of national liberation, democracy, and socialism in other countries. Long live the revolutionary spirit of Andres Bonifacio and the Katipunan. Intensify and carry forward the new democratic revolution of the Filipino people. Long live the Philippine Revolution and the Filipino people. Long live proletarian internationalism and the international solidarity of peoples. Challenge to people's artists and cultural workers. Message to Sining Bugos on its assembly. December 1, 2019. I am sending jubilant greetings of congratulations and unity to the leadership and members of Sining Bugos on the occasion of your assembly on December 1, 2019 at Updiliman, Quezon City. I am with you in spirit and in remembering the 20th year of the founding of Sining Bugos, in acclamation of your sacrifices and victories and new resolve to advance in the path of struggle for national liberation and democracy. Appropriate and timely is the theme you have chosen for your gathering, People's Artists, Serve the People. I am glad that the theme was adapted from the instructions I have provided during the founding of Xining Bugos and based on what you viewed as needed to invigorate the cultural work of the national democratic movement, and also its integration to the struggle of the masses and the need to increase people's artists and their groups. Your calls are correct: put to practice, enrich, and spread the national, scientific, mass culture. Uphold and cherish the national language and cultural heritage. Defend and advance the national sovereignty and independence of the Filipino people. You have the basic strength and wealth of experience to respond and realize these calls. It is commendable that you have 8 organizations which are members of Xining Bugos in the whole of Metro Manila, although varying in size and activity. I trust that you will be able to strengthen yourselves, spread the scope and raise the level of your work and struggle. In your renewed efforts and struggle depend the strengthening of Xining Bugos and its member organizations, Musicians for Peace, Ugat Lahi Artists Collective, Liga ng Kabataan Propagandista, League of Young Propagandists, CAUSAP, Organization for Theater, Xining Laya, Group of Youth Artists in Quezon City, Association of Dramatists in Marikina, Tulahan Workers Cultural Alliance, and Art is the Bullet of the Youth, Group of Young Artists in San Juan with chapters in high schools and universities. We are faced today with the Duterte regime that is extremely hateful and treacherous in nature, tyrannical, executioner, plunderer and swindler. Its campaigns of suppression against the toiling masses and middle stratum of society and its scheme to impose once again a fascist dictatorship a la Marcos upon the Filipino people are not sign of strength but of weakness and the fast decay not only of the regime but of the whole semi-feudal and semi-colonial ruling system. The systematic and gross violations of national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people in the name of anti-communism are intensifying the oppression and exploitation brought about by the 3 plagues of the country: imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. It is a challenge to Xining Bugos and for all of us fighting and undertaking all measures in all fields to intensify the struggle and achieve more victories. A people united and fighting will never be defeated by the enemy. Your struggle in the field of culture is important and decisive. You must wield all forms of art to illustrate the horrible situation of our motherland and assert the need for the Filipino people to fight in order to achieve a glorious future of national liberation, democracy, social justice, all-sided development, and just peace. In the ideology and creativity of the people's artists and cultural workers spring the different forms of art to encourage, strengthen their belief and inflame the feeling of the Filipino people to participate in the national democratic struggle and defeat the scourge and the greedy and cruel monsters prolonging the ruling rotten system. I am hopeful that in your assembly, you will be consolidated to further expand and strengthen. You must sum up your experiences, learn from your mistakes and weaknesses, rely on your strength and victories and define the tasks to further advance your work and achieve more victories in struggle. Long live Xining Bugos and all its member organizations. Long live the people's artists and cultural workers. Long live the Filipino people and the national democratic movement. Study the Philippine Revolution for the purpose of solidarity and common struggle against imperialism and all reaction. December 5, 2019. I wish to convey warmest greetings of solidarity to the organizers and all the participants who are meeting today to study Philippines, society, revolution, and national liberation. I am very happy that you are interested in the study of the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation. I thank the New Fatherland Movement, Movimiento Nova Patria, Josue de Castro Base Nucleum, Nucleo de Base Josue de Castro, and Leonel Brizola Foundation, Fundaco Leonel Brizola, for organizing this study meeting. I thank Comrade Rodrigo Ortega of Nova Cultura for being the speaker. I thank the progressive students of Pernambuco Federal University for participating as the main audience in this meeting. I hope that you will enjoy and learn from the presentation of the speaker and raise questions in the open forum in order to sharpen your understanding of the issue. I suggest that you read and study the Brazilian edition of Philippine Society and Revolution to learn the essentials of Philippine history, the basic problems of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism which the Filipino people suffer in their current society, and the comprehensive solution which is the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. I also suggest that you monitor the decomposition of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal society and the progress of the various forms of revolutionary struggle, especially the main form of struggle which is the People's War in the Philippines, by reading the following websites: https://cpp.ph and www.josemriazison.org. At the moment, the Filipino people are fighting the Duterte regime, which is traitorous, tyrannical, genocidal, corrupt, and mendacious. This regime serves the local exploiting classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists, as well as two imperialist powers, the US and China. It allows US imperialism to have economic, political, and military dominance over the Philippines by virtue of treaties, agreements and arrangements, and pleases it with the promise to destroy the People's Revolutionary Movement led by the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP. At the same time, the Duterte ruling clique sells out to China sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea and enriches itself with commissions for high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects. It also collaborates with Chinese criminal syndicates in smuggling and distributing drugs in the Philippines. The Filipino people fight the Duterte regime and the entire ruling system with the CPP as the advanced detachment of the proletariat, the People's Army, the mass organizations of the various patriotic and progressive classes and sectors, the United Front, and the local organs of political power being established in the countryside. All the brutal and malicious attempts of the regime to destroy the People's Revolutionary Movement will fail, like all the previous reactionary regimes in more than 50 years. Such futile attempts aggravate the suffering of the people and drive them to intensify the revolutionary struggle and achieve further advances towards victory. I urge you to keep on studying the Philippine Revolution for the purpose of extending your solidarity and support to the Filipino people, as well as for learning lessons that may be helpful to you in carrying out revolutionary struggle in Brazil. We learn from each other and support each other in the spirit of proletarian internationalism and people's solidarity against imperialism and all reaction as our common enemies, in order to advance the revolutionary struggle of the peoples of the world for national liberation, democracy and socialism. Defend the rights and welfare of migrants and their families. Message to the Second Congress of Migrant Europe. December 8, 2019. I wish to convey warmest greetings of solidarity to Migrant Europe as a whole and to all the delegations present in the Second Congress of Migrant Europe. This is an occasion to take stock of the situation, celebrate the achievements, identify problems to be solved, and set forth the tasks and methods to further strengthen Migrant Europe in the whole of Europe and in particular countries. This is the time for you to renew your determination to serve the Filipino migrants and their families, and I appreciate highly that in the theme of the Congress definite tasks are already put forward. You must strengthen your unity and expand your ranks in order to raise your capabilities for social investigation and for arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the migrant workers and their families. I presume you will be learning more about the general and specific conditions of the migrants and their families, tracing and deploying more organizers and instructors, and carrying out campaigns to engage the migrants and their families. You must promote and defend the rights and welfare of the migrants and their families in the face of adversities due to a reactionary Philippine government that is good at offering cheap labor to foreign employers and at collecting all sorts of fees, but is bad at serving the migrants and in effect their families, as well as tremendous odds due to worsening crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines and that of the world capitalist system, which generate the conditions for escalating oppression and exploitation. It is important to understand the general conditions and factors related to the overriding tasks of promoting and defending the rights and welfare of the migrants and their families, so that they themselves can speak out and act in their just interest and gain the solidarity and support of the Filipino people, the host people, and the people of the world. You must raise the political consciousness and ability of the migrants and their families to contribute to and participate in the struggle for national freedom and democracy against the forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. These forces perpetuate the conditions of underdevelopment, unemployment, and mass poverty and compel millions of Filipinos to seek employment abroad. It is an appalling fact that at least half of the Philippine labor force of 44 million cannot be employed by the Philippine economy, 12 million people have to be employed abroad and still 10 million remain unemployed. We are confronted today by the extremely traitorous, tyrannical, genocidal, corrupt, and deceptive Duterte regime. This is a regime that wastes the foreign exchange remittances of migrant workers and uses them not for economic and social development but for import-dependent consumption, assurance of super profits for imperialist and big comprador firms and banks, and feeding bureaucratic and military corruption. It is therefore the duty of migrant Europe, the migrants, and their families to exert all possible efforts to contribute to and participate in the struggle to end the Duterte regime within the context of the struggle for national freedom and democracy against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. Long live migrant Europe! Defend the rights and welfare of migrants and their families. Advance the national democratic movement. Long live the Filipino people! Long live international solidarity! The world capitalist system is bankrupt and breaking down, causing the resurgence of the world proletarian revolution. Message of solidarity and gratitude to the participants in the launch of Reflections on Revolution and Prospects and Ein Leben im Widerstand. December 21, 2019. I express to you warmest greetings of solidarity. Thank you for coming to this joint launch of Reflections on Revolution and Prospects and its German version Ein Leben im Widerstand. It is an honor and pleasure to be with you in this event. I wish to give special thanks to my co-author Dr. Rainer Werning, our editor Julieta de Lima, the publishers International Network for Philippine Studies and the Verlag Neuer Weg, the book reviewers, the moderator Connie Ledesma and the host of this event, the NDF International Office. I am pleased that on this occasion Rainer has ample opportunity to talk about our cooperation since we were young and his steadfast solidarity with the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. I am glad that as book reviewer Louis Jalandoni will focus on Philippine issues and refer to the 51st anniversary of the Communist Party of the Philippines, and Peter Weisfenning will focus on global issues in relation to German-Filipino solidarity. The two books being launched appear to sum up my life, views, and work and to say goodbye to the Philippines and to the world. But not really. I still have some years to go. I am determined to express my views on Philippine and global issues and call for militant actions by the people's mass movement against imperialism and all reaction. It would be a pity to say goodbye in the year 2019 when the world is on fire and great masses of people are rising up in anti-imperialist and democratic struggles against the depredations of neoliberalism, state terrorism, economic blockades, military intervention and wars of aggression. The scale and intensity of the mass protests are unprecedented. They manifest the resistance to the extreme oppression and exploitation of the proletariat and people of the world in the hands of the imperialists and local reactionaries. I dare to foretell that these mass protests will lead either to reforms or fascism, and on the whole will stimulate the growth of revolutionary movements. 50 years ago, it was said during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution that if the problem of modern revisionism were solved, then imperialism would be heading towards total collapse and socialism would be marching towards total victory. But Mao cautioned that it would take another 50 to 100 years for such a possibility to become real. Indeed, in the zigzag course of history, the world proletarian socialist revolution would suffer major setbacks. After the death of Mao in 1976, the Dengist counter-revolution seized power from the proletariat and enabled the capitalist restoration in China. In 1991, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, U.S. imperialism became the sole superpower. But subsequently, the frequently recurrent economic and financial crisis of the U.S. and world capitalism and the ceaseless U.S. wars of aggression accelerated the strategic decline of U.S. imperialism. We are now living in a world of intensifying inter-imperialist contradictions, chiefly between the US and China, which used to be the main partners in neoliberal globalization from the 1980s to the first decade of this century. But since the economic and financial crash of 2008, the smartest guys of the capitalist world have failed to solve the problem of prolonged global depression. The US is the chief instigator of neoliberalism but is increasingly protectionist and remorseful over its trade and technological concessions to China. While the traditional and new imperialist powers are locked in a struggle for a redivision of the world, they continue to shift the burden of crisis to the proletariat and people of the world, who are made to suffer the ever-worsening conditions of oppression and exploitation. The accelerated capital accumulation by a few, bureaucratic corruption, military overspending and the growing tax and debt burden have aggravated the conditions of low income, unemployment and poverty among the toiling masses. In their own homelands and in the client states, the imperialist powers push the use of state terrorism and fascism to suppress the people's resistance and perpetuate the neoliberal methods of exploitation. They engage in military buildup, foreign military intervention and wars of aggression in order to expand their sources of cheap labor and raw materials, markets, fields of investments and spheres of influence. Imperialism ruins the lives of the people through class exploitation and threatens the very life of humankind with the degradation of the environment and the proliferation of nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. But the proletariat and people of the world can rise up and unite to fight imperialism. The current worldwide mass protests against neoliberalism, fascism, war, and ruination of the environment expose the rottenness of the world capitalist system and signal the transition to a world of resurgent revolutionary struggles, characterized by mass protests, people's wars, and great victories of the cause of national liberation, democracy, and socialism. The Filipino people can be proud that they have persevered in their new democratic revolution through protracted people's war, have overcome adversities from within the Philippines and abroad and have won significant victories. Through their revolutionary struggle, they have served as the torchbearer of the world proletarian revolution at a time that the toiling masses have taken severe punishment as a result of neocolonialism, anti-communism, revisionist betrayal of socialism, neoliberalism, state terrorism, wars of aggression and other weapons in the arsenal of imperialism. The Filipino people have excelled at waging armed revolution and becoming stronger through struggle against escalating campaigns of military suppression designed by US imperialism and its Filipino puppets. They have overcome the Marcos fascist dictatorship and a series of pseudo-democratic regimes. They have been able to carry out the program of new democratic revolution against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and to build the revolutionary party of the proletariat, the People's Army, a wide array of mass organizations, alliances, and the organs of democratic political power on a nationwide scale. But since 2016, there has been a retrogression of the ruling system towards fascist dictatorship by the Duterte regime. The tyrannical, treasonous, genocidal, plundering and swindling policies and acts of this regime can only drive the Filipino people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants, to raise their revolutionary strength and intensify their revolutionary struggle, as they did during the Marcos fascist dictatorship. They have the rich experience, the ample strength and abundant international solidarity and support to avail of. Regarding the recent offer of Duterte to resume peace negotiations with the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, I think that he has made the offer because his military efforts have failed to destroy the revolutionary movement and, by committing grievous crimes against the people, he and his military minions have instead caused this movement to grow in strength and advance. But for the peace negotiations to be resumed, the regime must agree to the reaffirmation of previous joint agreements made since 1992 and must do away with all the presidential issuances that have terminated and prevented said negotiations. So long as there is no final agreement on a just peace that addresses the roots of the armed conflict through comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms under the principles of national independence, democracy, all-round development and social justice, the Filipino people together with all their revolutionary forces have all the sovereign right to wage all forms of revolutionary struggle until they win complete victory. Sincerity in the GRP and DFP peace negotiations can be proven only by a willingness to agree on respect for the national and democratic rights of the Filipino people and on what is beneficial to them in clearly substantial and realizable social, economic and political terms. I hope that the two books being launched today will contribute to the understanding of Philippine and global issues, promote the unity of the Filipino people and inspire them to raise the level of their revolutionary struggle to a new and higher level. The world capitalist system is bankrupt and breaking down, incapable of solving social and environmental problems, and is generating the conditions for anti-imperialist and democratic struggles, the upsurge of militant solidarity of all peoples and the resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. Thank you. Onward with the world proletarian revolution against imperialism, fascism, and all reaction. Message of Solidarity. December 14, 2019. I wish to express warmest greetings of solidarity and gratitude to all those present at this launch of the French translation of Philippine Society and Revolution. I thank Comrade Christophe Kistler for having translated this book from English to French, the edition Soleil Rouge for publishing it, the panel of speakers and the Red Spark Collective for organizing this event. I am honored and delighted that since it was first published in mimeograph in 1969, the book has been described as a classic revolutionary literature of the Philippines and foundation of one of the largest and oldest revolutionary movements in the world. Since then, this book has been read and studied by Filipino mass activists and by cadres and members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, because it was the first publication to analyze the principal contradictions facing the country and illuminated the path to resolve them. While certain changes have occurred in Philippine society since the bloody Marcos dictatorship, especially due to the reign of neoliberalism, the content of the book has remained generally valid and critically relevant despite the post-Marcos series of pseudo-democratic regimes down to the increasingly retrogressive open rule of terror under the current Duterte regime. PSR's continued significance and relevance, not just in the Philippines, but also internationally, is evidenced by its frequent republication and translation into different languages. The sixth edition in the Philippines came out in 2016. Editions came out in Hong Kong in 1971, in Germany in 1973, in the US in 1976, in Turkey in the late 1970s. And Japan in the late 1980s. Most recent editions are the Portuguese in 2017 and Spanish in June 2019, and today edition Soleil Rouge launches the French version. While the focus of the book is on the Philippines, summing up the history of the Filipino people, making a class analysis of semi-colonial and semi-feudal Philippine society and putting forward a program of people's democratic revolution to overthrow imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism, its essential content holds widespread relevance to revolutionary movements all over the world. By studying this book, one can gain considerable depth in comprehending the current flow of events in the Philippines. The analysis of current situation, well reported and analyzed by CCP publications and other revolutionary forces as well as by those of patriotic and progressive Filipino organizations and foreign friends in solidarity with the Filipino people, continues to be built from the foundation laid out by the PSR. Luis Jalandoni of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines is highly qualified to speak at this event. He had dedicated his life to God as a priest when his study of PSR and engagement with the movement made him an revolutionary activist. His life experience of over 50 years as a staunch proletarian revolutionary is a testament to the power of the PSR to aid in the transformation of people of all walks of life, through understanding the conditions around them and thus understanding that they can change them. Christophe Kistler, PSR's translator and member of the Red Spark Collective, has been close to the Philippine revolutionary movement, and has published other books of mine through the Foreign Languages Press, as well as translated many of my statements, articles, and works into French. He is well equipped to discuss my work and its roles in the world proletarian revolution. The Filipino people's democratic revolution, through protracted people's war, has been a torchbearer of the world proletarian revolution in the ongoing transition from the last 50 years of the seemingly permanent global hegemony of U.S. imperialism to the next 50 years of intensified inter-imperialist contradictions and the resurgence of revolutionary movements on a global scale. These are well indicated by the unprecedented global scale of mass protests against the rigors of imperialist plunder and wars. I am pleased that Berenice Bocquet, publisher of Edition Soleil Rouge, will speak about communist publishing in France today. Trained as a professional editor, she contributed substantially to the editing of the French edition of PSR, as well as other Edition Soleil Rouge publications. Her contributions are aiding in the professionalization of Maoist publishing in France today. This work is vital to the French proletariat and people to continue to wage revolutionary struggles for socialism, according to concrete conditions and under the red banner of communism, the ultimate goal of the world proletarian revolution. For the workers and other people in all countries to unite and fight against imperialism and all reaction, they must learn from each other and draw inspiration from their joint and separate revolutionary struggles. They must be highly conscious of the fact that they have common enemies to defeat and common aspirations to fulfill, such as national liberation, people's democracy, and socialism. In fighting for national and social liberation, the Filipino people have been self-reliant but have also needed the solidarity and support of other peoples. At the same time, they always desire that their revolutionary struggle contributes to the advance of the world proletarian revolution overall and that their revolutionary forces can engage in concrete forms of bilateral and multilateral cooperation and mutual support under the principles of anti-imperialist solidarity and proletarian internationalism. Thank you. Duterte regime goes downhill as revolutionary movement rises. December 26, 2019. In keeping with my historic title as founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, guided by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, I convey my warmest revolutionary greetings to the cadres and members for continuing to strengthen their great and glorious party as the advanced detachment of the working class and as leader of the Filipino people and all revolutionary forces in the struggle for national and social liberation along the general line of new democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. I salute you for your achievements in responding to the demands of the people for revolutionary change against the rotten semi-colonial and semi-feudal system dominated by foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Like you, I honor most highly all the revolutionary martyrs and heroes of the CPP and the revolutionary mass movement for all their efforts and sacrifices in order to realize the accumulated and current victories in the struggle for national independence and democracy. This is a time for you to celebrate your struggles, sacrifices, and successes, to examine the objective conditions in the Philippines, the worsening crisis and the opportunities it presents, sum up your experiences and learn from positive and negative lessons, base yourselves on the strength that you have achieved and set forth the tasks and goals that you wish to realize in the ideological, political, and organizational fields. Worsening crisis of the ruling system. The objective conditions are exceedingly favorable for advancing the people's democratic revolution because the traitorous, tyrannical, murderous, corrupt, and deceptive Duterte regime has aggravated the chronic crisis of the ruling system by escalating the oppression and exploitation of the people and driving them to wage people's war and all forms of resistance. More than ever the regime has worsened the conditions of underdevelopment, high unemployment, low incomes, soaring prices of basic commodities and mass poverty. It has further bankrupted the economy by shunning land reform and national industrialization, increasing import-dependent consumption and rapidly making the local and foreign debt burden and tax burden of the people intolerably heavier. Worst of all, colossal amounts of public funds are wasted on bureaucratic and military corruption and on feudal schemes to destroy the revolutionary movement and impose a fascist dictatorship on the people. It is apt to describe the regime of state terrorism and unbridled greed as unwittingly the best recruiter of CPP members, Red Fight ERS and other revolutionaries. It is also the best transport and supply officer of the new People's Army for sending its troops for annihilation on terrain advantageous to guerrilla warfare. Since he became president in 2016, Duterte has been obsessed with seeking to destroy the revolutionary movement in order to please U.S. imperialism and the local reactionary classes. At first, he claimed to be left and socialist and pretended to be for peace negotiations. But he used these pretenses only to cover up his all-out war against the people and the revolutionary forces in the countryside and further launch in the name of rabid anti-communism the series of repressive measures, especially proclamations NOS 360 and 374 to Executive Order No. 70. The regime has used the most brutal and deceptive methods to impose a de facto fascist dictatorship on the entire nation and undisguised martial rule in Mindanao and in so-called focus areas of attacks. Deviously named the whole nation approach, the scheme to militarize and make fascist the entire government and society is totally and extremely counterproductive and costly. The broad masses of the people detest the systematic and gross violations of human rights through red tagging, fake surrenders, fake encounters, extrajudicial killings, looting, arson, bombing of communities and grabbing of land and resources for plantations, mining, and logging. All efforts of the Duterte regime to destroy the CPP and the revolutionary mass movement have failed. Thus, out of desperation, he offered once more peace negotiations with the National Democratic Front of the Philippines on December 5. Within 24 hours, he and his military and police officers exposed their own evil intentions by demanding that the peace negotiations be held in the Philippines and that the NDFP negotiating personnel put themselves under enemy duress, control, and surveillance and make themselves available for slaughter at any time. Nonetheless, the people's demand for a just peace, the clamor of peace advocates for peace negotiations and the willingness of the anti-militarist section of the Duterte regime support the consistent stand of the CPP and the NDFP to be open to peace negotiations and to seek all possible ways to counter the rampant violations of human rights and to propagate the people's demand for basic social, economic and political reforms. Thus, the NDFP has agreed with the GRP to engage in reciprocal unilateral ceasefires from December 23, 2019 to January 7, 2020 in order to foster the environment favorable to the resumption of peace negotiations. The resumption of the peace negotiations can be realized by reaffirming the mutual agreements since the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992, by superseding the presidential issuances that previously terminated and prevented peace negotiations and by laying the ground for the interim peace agreement, which is a package of agreements involving the 1. General amnesty and release of all political prisoners. 2. The approval of articles of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CASER, particularly those on agrarian reform and rural development and national industrialization and economic development, and 3. Coordinated unilateral ceasefires. Notwithstanding the current ceasefire agreement and the probability of resuming the peace negotiations, the CPP and the entire revolutionary movement need to be vigilant and militant against the continuing scheme of the counter-revolutionaries and their imperialist masters who seek in vain either the destruction or capitulation of the revolutionary forces at the expense of the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people. So long as there is yet no final agreement that ensures a just peace, the people and their revolutionary forces have all the right to wage revolutionary struggle. The growing strength of the revolutionary movement. The CPP and revolutionary mass movement are invincible. They have been tempered by more than 50 years of revolutionary struggle against the ruling system and all the strategic plans devised by U.S. imperialism and their Filipino puppets to destroy them. They keep on growing because the objective conditions for waging armed revolution are increasingly favorable and the broad masses of the people demand revolutionary change. On the basis of the CPP publications, I am well aware that the CPP is resolutely and vigorously building itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It continuously educates and trains the new recruits and its accumulated membership of tens of thousands in the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. As the leader of the revolutionary movement, it carries out the people's democratic revolution by skillfully strengthening itself, waging armed struggle and availing of the united front. It conducts mass work and builds the mass organizations of various exploited classes, strata, and sectors of Philippine society. It keeps on creating new units of the People's Army and the auxiliary forces of the People's Militia and the self-defense units in mass organizations. It engages in alliance work by relying mainly on the basic toiling masses of workers and peasants, winning over the middle forces and taking advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the enemy. At the moment, the Duterte regime is encircled by the legal democratic movement, the revolutionary movement, and by the intrasystemic conservative opposition. As the reactionary government is corrupt, bankrupt, and decadent, the CPP creates the organs of democratic political power to displace the power of the reactionary state in the countryside until conditions are ripe for the seizure of the cities dominated by the exploiting classes. In the course of its ideological, political, and organizational work, the CPP engages in criticism and self-criticism in order to correct errors and shortcomings in a timely and period manner, to improve work and style of work and achieve bigger and better results. In the course of the current rectification movement and for an extended period, it is solving the problem of conservatism, which has overemphasized mass work at the expense of launching tactical offensives in certain areas and which has been characterized by overdispersal of full-time small units, squads and teams, of the People's Army. The CPP is ensuring that in a guerrilla front the command platoon or main unit of a company is relatively concentrated and capable of collecting actionable information, planning and carrying out tactical offensives, and 2 other platoons or secondary units are relatively dispersed for mass work but prepared for tactical offensives whenever necessary. The NPA personnel are rotated periodically for combat and other non-combat tasks in order to develop their skills in a well-rounded way. In the face of enemy onslaughts, NPA combat units are oriented to seize the initiative and wage offensive operations to annihilate enemy units, destroy their facilities and force them to guard duty. In the finest communist and patriotic tradition, the stronger regions of the revolutionary movement are sharing competent and battle-tested cadres and red commanders and fighters to help strengthen weaker regions and raise higher the overall fighting capacity of the entire revolutionary movement. The revolutionary forces under concentrated attacks by their enemy are faring well with the employment of major and minor tactics of guerrilla warfare and are developing the strategy and tactics of counter-encirclement. Those forces under relatively less concentrated enemy attacks are doing their best to launch tactical offensives by way of helping those under more concentrated attacks. In response to the expectations of the Filipino people, the CPP is determined to lead the NPA in bringing about the full development of the strategic defensive of the People's War, from the middle phase to the advanced phase, through extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare. The regional leading organs of the CPP are developing the coordination and interoperability of 2 or 3 neighboring guerrilla fronts for the purpose of defense and offense. The entire CPP is ever determined to create new guerrilla fronts by winning battles and campaigns in the direction of developing more NPA companies and reaching eventually the stage of the strategic stalemate. The worsening crisis of the ruling system and the people's hatred of the Duterte reign of terror and greed make it impossible for the coercive and deceptive instruments of the state to know and suppress all the revolutionary forces and their activities. The evil agents of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism are weighed down by their own brutality and corruption. The more violent and intimidating they become, the more they goad the people to wage all forms of resistance. The Duterte regime is going downhill to hell and cannot find enough relief from its imperialist masters to overcome the rising revolutionary movement of the Filipino people. Despite being able to retain overall dominance over the Philippines, the U.S. is increasingly looking at Duterte as more of a liability than an asset, as he fails to fulfill his pledge to destroy the revolutionary movement and as he allows China to gain advantages that prejudice the economic and security interests of the U.S. in the Philippines. At the same time, while pressuring the Duterte regime to do a more flagrant surrender of Philippine sovereign rights, China has not promptly complied with its promises to deliver extremely onerous loans and overpriced infrastructure projects, despite the already treasonous waiver of Philippine sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea and the rich oil, gas, and marine resources under it, as well as the lopsided agreement for China to explore and exploit energy resources and monopolize the valuation of the costs and the information on production. Worsening crisis of the world capitalist system. The world capitalist system is in grave crisis. The major capitalist economies, the so-called emerging markets and the many underdeveloped economies have become depressed since the economic and financial crash of 2008. The strategic decline of the US has accelerated because of the costly ceaseless wars of aggression and the bankruptcy of the neoliberal economic policy. The US has become blatantly protectionist and blames China's state monopoly capitalism for enjoying large export surpluses in trade with the US and using state-owned enterprises and state planning to be able to take advantage of the economic, trade and technological concessions from the US in achieving strategic economic and security goals. The main partners in neoliberal globalization for several decades are now at odds with each other. Their conflicts are the main feature of the intensifying inter-imperialist contradictions. They arise at a time that the US is made desperate by its own strategic decline but is still in a position to expose China sitting on a mountain of bad debts and to upset and sabotage China's accumulation of surplus capital for imperialist deployment through the Belt and Road Initiative. We can expect more conflicts to come from the two imperialist powers over the Philippines, the South China Sea, East Asia, and in other regions of the world. The rapidly worsening crisis of the world capitalist system is causing the intensification of inter-imperialist contradictions. The traditional imperialist powers headed by the US and the new imperialist powers headed by China and Russia are now locked in a bitter struggle for a redivision of the world. At the same time, the crisis has resulted in the escalation of the exploitation and oppression of the proletariat people both in the advanced capitalist countries and underdeveloped countries. Thus, we see today the unprecedented spread and intensity of mass protests on a global scale, especially against neoliberalism and fascism. The current mass protests are harbingers of greater struggles of the people of the world for national liberation, democracy, and socialism against imperialism and all reactions. Quite a number of the unarmed mass movements have the potential of being transformed into people's war to address the central question of political power in the face of the growing propensity of the imperialists and reactionaries to use fascist terror to be able to continue the extreme forms of exploitation under neoliberalism. The Philippine Revolution is favored by the worldwide rise of popular resistance against imperialism and reaction. Consequently, it can accelerate its advance and further strengthen its role as torchbearer of the world anti-imperialist and proletarian socialist revolution. Long live the Communist Party of the Philippines! Long live the People's Democratic Revolution with socialist perspective! Long live the Filipino proletariat and people! Long live the proletariat and peoples of the world! Long live proletarian internationalism and anti-imperialist solidarity of peoples! Vital importance of the environment issue to the Filipino people and humankind. December 14, 2019. Introduction. It is gratifying to the Filipino people that Punlan Institute, a non-governmental organization focused on sustainable agriculture, food security, and environmental protection, has translated and published Stefan Engel's book, Catastrophe Alert. This book is comprehensive and profound. It gives us the fundamentals of earth science about the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere and their dialectical interactions since hundreds of millions years ago, even before the emergence of the human species. It brings us up to date on the anthropogenic factors for climate change and alerts us to the danger of environmental catastrophe and human extinction. In the cycles of natural evolution, we are not in any phase that threatens the existence of humankind. But the anthropogenic factors for climate change, if unchecked and unreversed, can bring us soon to the tipping point. Since the advent of classes and class struggle some 6,000 years ago, monopoly capitalism has been the worst social phenomenon and extremely damaging and destructive to society and the environment. It is responsible for the grave social and environmental crisis that we face today. Engel's book takes the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method of analysis. There is no other way to expose monopoly capitalism or imperialism as the root cause of environmental degradation, disasters, and the danger of human extinction and to illumine the revolutionary course for the anti-imperialist, Democratic and socialists struggle to avert environmental catastrophe. Vital importance of the environmental issue. To the Filipino people. Let me first point out the vital importance of the environmental issue to the Filipino people. The best way is to show the role of U.S. imperialism and its allies in damaging, polluting, and destroying the Philippine environment in the course of plundering the natural resources and exploiting the cheap labor of the toiling masses for the purpose of extracting super profits. Since gaining hegemony over the Philippines at the beginning of the 20th century, U.S. imperialism has been responsible for opening of mines, using open pits and heavy doses of acids to process the ore, poisoning the streams and rivers and damaging agriculture. It has caused the rapid expansion of monoculture plantations for export crops. It has carried out wide-scale logging and deforestation not only for acquiring the timber but also for expanding mines, plantations, and real estate development. All these have resulted in landslides and the alternation of droughts and floods. U.S. imperialism has deliberately made the Philippines semi-colonial and semi-feudal to make it dependent on the export of raw materials and cheap labor and on the heavy importation of consumer manufactures and fossil fuel. It has favored the kind of transport system that uses fossil fuel. The Philippines has its own share of emitting carbon dioxide and is in turn victimized by the global rise of carbon dioxide emissions and global warming. An average of 25 typhoons and super typhoons now devastate the Philippines every year because global warming has made the Pacific Ocean a superhighway for them, and thus the country has become more vulnerable to typhoons due to the elimination of the forests and mangroves that functioned as shield. The expansion of mining and wanton use of dams have also greatly disturbed the ground and have probably contributed to the frequent occurrence of earthquakes. The environmental issue is of vital importance to the entire people in the world. Carbon dioxide emissions have increased tremendously and have accelerated global warming. There are clear manifestations that the world is nearing the tipping point of irreversible environmental destruction. Scientists, conscientious social activists and the broad masses people are alarmed and concerned with the heating up of the Earth's surface, the frequent wide-scale forest fires, the melting of icebergs and rise of the sea level. The worsening global crisis of imperialism and intensifying struggle of the imperialist powers to redivide the world, especially for acquiring and controlling natural resources, are aggravating the environment problem. Consequences of the environment problem is the mass displacement and migrations people due to counter-revolution and wars of aggression, as well as due to the destruction of the environment and the means of people's livelihood. Amidst the accelerated surge of environmental destruction, the monopoly capitalists, their corporate representatives, political agents, and ideologues offer sham solutions which do not solve the environment problem but aggravate it, together with the social problem. The most absurd solution they proposed is to let corporate giants take more super profits by getting allowances for carbon emissions, acquiring and supposedly repairing natural resources and public assets that they have damaged. The Filipino people must solve the environmental problem in the Philippines and contribute what they can in solving the global environmental problem. They must struggle against foreign monopoly capitalism and all its local reactionary agents, the big compradors and landlords and the corrupt bureaucrat capitalists. They must engage in all possible and necessary form of struggle to protect the environment and obtain environmental and social system. They must do so in accordance the program of People's Democratic Revolution with a socialist perspective. Scientific and global context of the environmental issue. To put in the scientific and global context the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation in connection with the environment, we must read and study Stephen Engel's book. Thus, I present here under my full appreciation of the book so that all the Filipinos interested in social and environmental justice can enrich their knowledge and take guidance for waging effective struggles for social and environmental justice. Stephen Engel, former chairman of the Central Committee of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, MLPD, is commendable for seeking to comprehend present-day earth science and impart knowledge about nature, particularly about the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere and their dialectical interactions since hundreds of millions years ago, long before the emergence of the human species. In the lithosphere, Soil formation is an important geological process that is beneficial to the biosphere and eventually humanity. But even more fundamental is plate tectonics in causing change through geophysical, chemical, and biological processes. In the hydrosphere, in the geologic past, there were natural cycles of ice ages and warm ages, caused by wobbles in the rotation of the Earth, periodic variations in solar activity and extended periods of volcanism, leading to mass extinctions of living organisms. Fortunately, we are not currently in the cusp of a global mass extinction phase of any such cycles. But the broadest possible scientific view can allow us to better evaluate the anthropogenic factors for climate change. We can focus on the monopoly bourgeoisie as responsible for the environmental crisis and refuse the offer of the multinational firms to apply their scientific and technical expertise and to commodify and securitize the environment. The latest sham wisdom from the summits of the imperialist powers on the environment is that they who have plundered, polluted, and poisoned the earth know best how to fix it and in the process make further private profit. Our answer to the imperialist powers and the multinational firms is that humanity led by the revolutionary proletariat can wage class struggle and get rid of the monopoly bourgeoisie before this class further ravages and ruins the environment. The monopoly bourgeoisie and its financial oligarchy can be overthrown before they can aggravate the environmental crisis to the point of causing nature to make its own corrections that put at risk not just the productive forces and social resources attained thus far but the very existence or large sections of humanity. Dialectical relationship between humanity and nature. Stefan Engel writes in emulation of Friedrich Engels, who sought in Dialectics of Nature, in the explication of dialectical materialism, to integrate the level of knowledge in the natural sciences in his time. It is also necessary to take into account the great Engels' attention to anthropology, in particular in Dialectics of Nature and the origin of the family, private property, and the state. Some elaboration on how man made himself through labor shows that the dialectical relationship between humans and nature involves both unity, man being part of nature, and struggle. At any rate, Engel quotes aptly from the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, what he acknowledges as the basic position of Marxism: labor is the source of all wealth, the political economists assert. And it really is the source, next to nature, which supplies it with the material that it converts into wealth. Dialectics of Nature, OPCIT, p. 452. It is of decisive importance to understand the development of the human species in its dialectical relationship with nature. Since the time of Engels, anthropologists have elaborated on how the hominid evolved to be Homo sapiens through labor, developing bipedalism and prehensility of the hand, learning to use stone and other rudimentary tools, adopting language, and stimulating the use and growth of the brain. After some 200,000 years of primitive communal life, humanity advanced into what has come to be known as civilization, characterized by literacy, the existence of classes and metallurgy. Since some 6,000 years ago, civilization has developed through a series of social formations: slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and socialist. In the course of prehistory and history, the relationship of humanity and nature has been dialectical, characterized by struggle and unity and not simply by unity. Homo sapiens and his predecessors in evolution were part of nature and were in that sense united with nature. But humanity arose as a highly conscious and creative part of nature through a great deal of struggle to become relatively free from nature's blind forces and to gain a certain level of mastery over them. Through the millennia of civilization and class-divided society, mastering nature involves rising levels of human consciousness and social practice, such as the following: production, class struggle, and scientific experiment. The mode of production increased its ability to produce a bigger amount of surplus and support a more elaborate superstructure. The class conflicts and wars became driving forces of development, aside from the destructive aspect. Steadily, the physical sciences started their rudiments in the time of slavery, struggled against religious and other traditional biases in the time of feudalism, and made unprecedented advances in the time of capitalism. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels observed how all the magnificent structures of thousands of years before were outstripped by the constructions made by industrial capitalism within a short period. Large-scale machine production under capitalism surpassed all previous capabilities of social production. Epidemics were stopped by the advance of chemistry, biology, and medical science. As early as the 19th century, the metaphorical hyperbole of the conquest of nature by man was already being uttered by the bourgeois advocates of science and progress. In the history and current circumstances of humanity, monopoly capitalism has been the most responsible for the massive exploitation of labor power and the use and abuse of science and technology to plunder and ruin the environment. But bourgeois environmentalists in the pay of monopoly capitalism have been used to spread false notions that Marxism does not care about the environment, that socialist countries in the past preoccupied themselves with productionism without minding the environment, that the limits of growth and the rapid population growth make any social life of plenitude utopian and impossible, and that considerations of environmental sustainability discourage aspirations of industrial development even by resource-rich underdeveloped countries. Stefan Engel's book is fine and welcome for stressing the overriding importance of the environment, showing how Marx and Engels and their worthy successors have paid serious attention to ecological science in their works and calling for class struggle against the imperialist powers and monopoly bourgeoisie that ravage and ruin the environment in their drive for private profit and put at risk the very existence of humanity. Engels also criticizes in the history and current time of the international communist movement those who have had a low regard for the environmental issue and have been responsible for the consequences adverse to the people and their milieu. The environmental issue is fundamental and unavoidable in the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism. The three basic components of Marxism deal with the dialectical relationship of humanity and nature. In dialectical materialism, matter in general, nature or universe, and the concrete forms of matter on the one hand and the consciousness and capabilities of humanity on the other are interrelated. In political economy, the people in production must interact with the means of production, with nature providing the object of labor or the material for labor to work on. In social science, the class struggle towards the class dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist revolution and construction are in the context of social relations and the relations of society with nature. Stefan Engels quotes aptly from Marx in the 1860s, in his preliminary studies for the third volume of Capital, on how man relates to nature through production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but, at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 3, p. 820. In the quotation above, Marx depicts how man struggles against being ruled by the blind forces of nature to gain the knowledge and the freedom to rise above a given level of necessity and mobilize greater forces of production through stages of social development until socialism and communism. Social production is the way for man to master and control the forces of nature, and it advances in stride with the advances of the class struggle against the plunderers of human and natural resources and with the advances of science and technology. The laws of nature and social development must be understood, respected, and applied in the service of humanity. Nature and labor as sources of material wealth. Stefan Engels makes an excellent review of how Marx regarded both nature and labor as the sources of material wealth and how he criticized those who said that labor is the source of all material wealth. He rejected Adam Smith's declaration that the sole source of material wealth or of use values is labor in general. He approved of the statement of the physiocrat William Petty that both labor and nature are the source of material wealth and are respectively the father and mother. Primitive communal man knew from the start that nature provided the stone tools, the fruit to gather and the animals to hunt. Engel traces what he considers as the low regard for the environmental issue to the wrong proposition in the Gotha program that labor is the source of all wealth and the long suppression of Marx's critique of the Gotha program, which declared, labor is not the source of all wealth. Nature is just as much the source of use values, and it is surely of such that material wealth consists, as labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a force of nature, human labor power. Only in so far as man from the beginning behaves towards nature, the primary source of all instruments and subjects of labor, as an owner, treats her as belonging to him, does his labor become the source of use values, therefore also of wealth. Ibid, p8f. Engel acclaims the achievements of Socialist Soviet Union in completing a historically unparalleled process of development from a backward agrarian economy to a leading economic power and ascribes this development to the firm foundation in Marxism-Leninism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, a planned socialist economy, and the mobilization of the masses in their millions. But he criticizes the 1954 Soviet political economy textbook for paying no attention to the environment. He also criticizes Gleb Maximilianovich Krzyzanowski, author of the Foundations of the Technical and Economic Reconstruction Plan of the Soviet Union, for making the supercilious call for the subjugation of the elemental forces to the goals of economic development. Stefan Engel describes comprehensively and profoundly the environmental problem. He draws from Willy Dickhout's book in 1984, Crises and Class Struggle, the definition of the environmental crisis as turning into an accelerated phase, the destruction of soil, water, air, flora, and fauna, affecting all fundamental conditions of human life, and the dissection of the essential factors responsible for the crisis, which are identified as follows. 1. The rapid increase in the consumption of raw materials and energy. 2. A new quality of radioactive contamination and of the poisoning by substances from mass production of chemicals. 3. The exhaustion and destruction of fertile soil due to over-fertilizing and the massive use of pesticides in agriculture. 4. Urban sprawl, overdevelopment with factories, roads, houses. 5. Extreme over-exploitation of nature in the dependent countries by neocolonialism. 6. Reduction of investments in environmental protection by the monopolies as a consequence of the intensified global imperialist competition. And 7. The threatening destruction of humans and nature by imperialist wars and by militarization and rising arms production. These inimical factors have grown larger and worse under the neoliberal and aggressive policies of the imperialist powers headed by the U.S. Most often cited cause of climate change, like global warming and unprecedentedly destructive and frequent weather disturbances, is the ever-growing emission of carbon dioxide and damage to the ozone layer due to the ceaseless and expanding use of fossil fuel. The U.S. is notorious for engaging in the research and use of weather warfare which manipulates the effects of global warming. It has also expanded the use of fracking to extract natural gas, releasing to the atmosphere the extremely strong greenhouse gas methane, poisoning the water tables and potentially causing earthquakes. Stefan Engel calls on Marxist-Leninist parties and the people's organizations to take up the environmental issue globally and to build up resistance against the imperialist schemes to destroy the environment. He urges them to unite the class struggle with the battle against the devastation of the environment and to overthrow the capitalist system because replacing it with the socialist society is the definitive solution to the problem. We view Engel's book as a renewed call to all revolutionary parties of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people to enrich and fortify Marxist-Leninist theory and practice with the advances in scientific knowledge, to persevere in leading the class struggles of the proletariat and other working people against the big monopoly bourgeoisie, including on the environmental front, and to uphold the dialectical unity of humanity and nature as we unite and fight for a bright socialist future. 2 statements and interview. On Duttert, peace negotiations and related issues. 1. On Duttert's openness to peace negotiations. January 5, 2019. Enemies need peace negotiations before they can become friends or partners for the sake of the Filipino people who desire social, economic, and political reforms as basis for a just and lasting peace. Thus, I welcome the statement of Duterte that he is still open to peace negotiations even as there is still an exchange of hostile words in the mass media and exchange of bullets in the battlefield. It is the consistent policy of the NDFP to be open to peace negotiations with the Duterte regime despite the determination of the NDFP to seek the ouster of this regime. It is for the benefit of the people that the peace negotiations to resume and to stop the Duterte regime from proclaiming martial law nationwide, from calling off or rigging the May 2016 elections and from pursuing its scheme to impose a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people via charter change for a bogus kind of federalism. The NDFP presumes that when peace negotiations can resume, the way is open to the negotiations and agreements on social, economic, and political reforms that are desired and needed by the people. 2. On the failure to destroy the revolutionary movement and the possible ouster of Duterte. January 5, 2019. In the last quarter of 2017, Duterte's highest military subordinates were claiming to be able to destroy the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, and the New People's Army, NPA, before the end of 2018. They have utterly failed. They have moved their goal further to the middle of 2019. They will certainly fail again. It is pure hallucination for them to imagine that they can easily destroy an armed revolutionary movement that has grown in strength by fighting a 14-year fascist dictatorship and the strategic plans of military suppression by a series of pseudo-democratic regimes. The reactionary military and police are in a more difficult situation than ever before. Their strength is actually limited and insufficient to destroy the revolutionary movement. The reactionary government is bankrupt and is offending the people for raising taxes that are wasted on military expenditures, bureaucratic corruption, overpriced infrastructure projects and foreign debt service. Worst of all, the military and police are ineffective against the revolutionary movement because they serve the narrow interests of a tyrannical regime and the exploiting classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. Heaviest burden of the military and police is a president who publicly admits being a murderer, rapist, plunderer, and who incites them to commit mass murder and human rights violations. A broad united front of patriotic and democratic forces is becoming stronger and is gaining support from military and police officers who are critical of the treasonous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt character of the Duterte regime and Duterte himself, and who are now readying their withdrawal of support from this regime in conjunction with the legal mass protest actions. The NDFP encourages and supports the broad united front and mass movement to oust Duterte from power. Definitely, it appreciates highly the expected intensification of NPA tactical offensives as contributory to the weakening, isolation and overthrow of the Duterte regime. 3. Peace agreement is more plausible and less costly for the GRP. January 7, 2019. On the surface, Duterte's threat to arm mayors and civilians in a big way sounds very offensive to the revolutionary movement. In that sense, the revolutionary movement can easily make a riposte that the arms put in the hands of so many people can be turned against the Duterte regime because of the policies and acts detrimental to the people. But I also take note of Duterte's qualification of his threat that he would be willing to go back to peace negotiations on his premise that the revolutionary movement could tone down its offensives against the military and police. There is some silver lining in his threatening statement. The NDFP is open to exploring whatever opening the GRP is willing to offer. If peace negotiations between the GRP and the NDFP resume and reach a point where substantial agreements are made, ceasefire can be agreed upon by the two negotiating parties. In the next 3 years, it is possible for the GRP and NDFP to make a peace agreement if the Duterte regime is serious and sincere about negotiating and ending its all-out war against the revolutionary forces and the people. It is even more plausible and less costly for a peace agreement to be made by the two parties than for the GRP to seek in vain the destruction of the revolutionary forces in the next 3 years. For it is correct for NDFP to be for peace negotiations and expose Duterte's scheme of fascist dictatorship. January 7, 2019. It is correct for NDFP to be ever willing to negotiate peace with the government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, in order to stress the fact that the Duterte regime has been responsible for the termination of the peace negotiations and has no real intention to engage in these because these would block the Duterte scheme of declaring martial law nationwide, rigging the May 2019 elections if at all held, and imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people through charter change to a bogus kind of federalism. The burden of proving that Duterte is willing to engage in peace negotiations belongs to him, not the NDFP. He is still engaged in self-contradictory statements like being willing to negotiate but dictating preconditions that render negotiations impossible. He has also to prove that he is in command of his own wits and his own subordinates like Lorenzana, because they are increasingly exposing themselves as hypocrites, combining a bit of peace pretense and obsession with all-out war against the people and the revolutionary forces. In any case, the crisis of the already rotten ruling system and the treasonous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt Duterte regime are goading the people to rise up and generating the favorable conditions in the people's war for the people's democratic revolution. So long as the Duterte regime engages in all-out war against the national and democratic rights and interests, it is just for the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces to wage all forms of resistance. The previous scheme of the Duterte regime to destroy the revolutionary movement before the end of 2018 has already proven to be a complete failure. The reactionary armed forces, police, and auxiliary forces have failed to destroy even a single guerrilla front anywhere in the Philippines, and not even in Mindanao where martial law has been imposed. They can keep on moving their goal for destroying the revolutionary movement, but the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces will keep on advancing in struggle and celebrating their victories from month to month and from year to year until the tyrannical and corrupt Duterte regime is gone. It is foolish and self-defeating for the Duterte regime to wage an all-out war against the people and all democratic forces, whether they are engaged in armed struggle or not. The people's war in the countryside is advancing while the broad united front and democratic mass movement in the urban areas are rising up to oust the Duterte regime. The Duterte regime needs the peace negotiations more than the NDFP does, even if only as a futile tactic to confound the opposition and confuse the public. But the NDFP is highly principled and competent to stand firmly for the national and democratic rights and interests of the people in peace negotiations and otherwise. 5. Duterte regime is engaged in anti-communist witch hunt against teachers, lawyers, journalists, and others. January 8, 2019. The Duterte regime and its military and police minions have utterly failed to destroy the new People's Army before the end of 2018 as they boastfully threatened in October 2017. They have not destroyed a single NPA guerrilla front. And they know that they cannot destroy the NPA before Duterte himself is out of power. But Duterte and his armed minions have the anti-democratic and evil notion that they can co-implement their all-out war or make up for their failure to destroy the NPA by unleashing an anti-communist witch hunt against teachers, lawyers, journalists, youth, women, social activists, human rights advocates, religious and other people whom they consider as open prey for state terrorism. They will find it more messy and scandalous to blacklist and murder members of the intelligentsia than the poor slum dwellers, peasants, and indigenous people. They are unleashing the anti-communist witch hunt in connection with the threat to carry out the Indonesian solution by massacring communist suspects. They calculate maliciously that they can actually murder a number of urban-based critics and opponents of the Duterte regime in order to frighten the entire lot of the intelligentsia and other people in the cities to stop them from exposing and opposing the crimes of the regime and ills of the ruling system. It is in the context of the anti-communist witch hunt that PNP's Albaald tries to use my name for his vile purposes. I say categorically that Albaald is a big liar. He is capitalizing on a distorted spy report on 30-year-old video of a speech of mine in Brussels, actually differentiating the legal democratic forces and the forces of the armed revolution. I have never identified or enumerated any legal organization as a front or facade of the CPP. The language is entirely that of the unintelligent or stupid witch-hunting police dog Albaald. I have always referred with respect and accuracy to legal organizations adhering to the line of national independence and democracy as legal democratic formations independent of the CPP. I never castigate a mere running dog alone. I hold his master Dudert most responsible for the current anti-communist witch hunt against teachers, lawyers, journalists, social activists, human rights advocates, religious and other people. He is a malicious rascal who has nothing to offer to the people but mass murder and mass intimidation, in addition to his brazen acts of puppetry and treason, corruption and plunder, machismo and misogyny, foul language and mendacity. 6. Dudert is engaged in bogus land reform. He is doomed in the most ignoble sense. January 14, 2019. The Filipino people and their revolutionary forces would applaud any government that carries out genuine land reform, which is well explained by the Revolutionary Guide to Land Reform of the Communist Party of the Philippines and by the NDFP Draft Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms. But certainly the Duterte regime is not engaged in any genuine land reform by distributing mere pieces of paper to some 13,000 people that require them to pay the unaffordable price for 24,000 hectares in central Mindanao, even if by installment. The long-running record of the reactionary government in land reform is that more than 95% of supposed land reform beneficiaries ultimately cannot pay for the land assigned to them and lose it to merchant usurers, landlords, bureaucrat capitalists, big comprador companies and foreign corporations. The new People's Army is cherished by the people, especially the peasant masses, because it defends and guarantees the genuine land reform being carried out by the revolutionary movement led by the CPP. Revolutionary land reform includes the minimum program of reducing land rent, eliminating usury, raising farm wages, improving farm gate prices of agricultural produce, raising agricultural production and creating sideline occupation, and promoting rudimentary cooperation. Revolutionary land reform also includes the maximum program of distributing land for free to the landless peasants, building cooperatives in stages, providing support from the People's Revolutionary Government, raising production and capital construction and setting prices favorable to the agricultural and other products of the peasant masses. It is not the NPA but the Duterte regime that is doomed in an ignoble sense because of his distribution of mere pieces of paper misrepresented as land reform. The ignoble end of Duterte is assured by his gross and systematic crimes of tyranny, treason, mass murder of people, including the peasants and the indigenous, corruption and deceptions. In many areas today, the peasants and the indigenous people are being subjected to bombings, mass murders on mere suspicion and forced evacuation in order to allow the corrupt government officials, landlords, and the mining, logging and plantation companies to grab the land. The new People's Army and other revolutionary forces of the people are indestructible because they serve the people and are carrying out the program for people's democratic revolution against the three evil forces of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, which the Duterte regime and its armed minions are dishonorably and maliciously serving through campaigns of suppression and butchery. 7. Duterte sets stage for bigger war in Bangsamoro. January 20, 2019. The MILF seems to be satisfied with the ball. But many people and forces in Bangsamoro are resolutely and vigorously opposed to it. They call it bullshit. Those prominently opposed include the MNLF under the leadership of Nur Mijuri, several sultans and government officials from the level of governor to mayor in Sulu, Lanao and Maguindanao provinces. Both the governor and sultan of Sulu are openly and strongly against the BAL. The former filed before the Supreme Court the petition to freeze the plebiscite on BAL on constitutional grounds. Even Duterte did a double face or had no choice in acquiescing to the filing of the petition. Thousands of MNLF followers in red shirts and Cotabato City OFFI chales made it a point to demonstrate at City Hall to counter Duterte's presence and campaign for BAL in the vicinity. In Maguindanao, the BIF and other forces do not agree with MILF's collaboration with Duterte on BAL. Duterte presumes wrongly that the Maranayas are in his pocket. Despite his claims to being a Maranao, he is now hated by the Maranayas for destroying Marayway City, failing to make prompt rehabilitation and preventing the residents from returning to their homes and livelihood. Duterte is quite heavy-handed and yet so sloppy in failing to offer satisfactory terms and secure the agreement of those strongly opposing the ball. He is railroading the ball through the plebiscite, under the duress and unfair condition of martial law. He is setting the stage for a bigger armed conflict in the Bangsamoro and adjoining areas. The MNLF enjoys the support of the OIC and is angry that previous agreements and arrangements it has made with the Manila government under OIC auspices are being swept away so arbitrarily by Duterte. The main enemy of the Bangsamoro is still the oppressive Manila government that violates their right to self-determination. What Duterte is doing is to use the ball to divide and rule the Bangsamoro by making the various Bangsamoro forces fight each other. Although Duterte comes from Mindanao, he is in cahoots with the oligarchs of Imperial Manila and Luzon in subjugating the Bangsamoro and in controlling and plundering their human and natural resources in collaboration with imperialist powers. 8 on Duterte and the plebiscite on ball. Further comment. January 21, 2019. Despite the strong opposition of the MNLF, VIF, several major sultans, governors, and mayors and the popular sentiment among Maranayas against the destruction of Marayway City, it is highly probable that the yes vote will win in the plebiscite on ball because of the advantageous position of Duterte due to the suasive force and effect of martial law, control of the Cumlic and putting the PNP in charge of voting in so-called trouble spots, vote buying at 200 pesos per vote and 1,000 pesos for each vote buying agent and payments in the millions to Cumlic officials and to certain governors, congressmen, and mayors. The big problems will come after the railroading of the yes vote in the plebiscite. The MILF leadership in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority will either be willing to become an instrument of Duterte for the suppression of the opposition forces and become embroiled in armed conflict with them, or become assertive against the Manila government and try to win them over, especially the MNLF, BIF, and other Bangsamoro forces in order to enhance and fortify the Bangsamoro right of self-determination against the oppressive Manila government, which retains excessive powers and exploitative control over the human and natural resources of the Bangsamoro. Like the ARMM, the BARM, and BTA will also be besieged by the conflicting demands of the Manila government and the local interests of dynasties, warlords and tribes. Remember that the MNLF leadership in ARMM became split and then was taken over by the Ampachuan dynasty. The adoption of the BAL and formation of BARM have not been premised on regional autonomy under a non-oppressive Manila government and on basic social, economic and political reforms for the benefit of the Bangsamoro people and not for that of the local dynasties and warlords. As I said before, Duterte is high-handed and heavy-handed. He did not make sufficient consultations and consensus with all Bangsamoro forces concerned in order to make a clearer and more just path to peace, stability, and development in the Bangsamoro region. He is a bumbling tyrant who does not solve problems intelligently with the consent of all concerned. He is complicating further a long-running complicated and violent situation in the Bangsamoro region. Reply to Duterte's tirade in Lucena City. Duterte and his propaganda agents claim that I do not know much about the problems in the Bangsamoro region. I am in touch with the representatives of various Bangsamoro forces and other people in mixed communities. Thus, I know exactly how much the vote-buying agents of Duterte are paying to the ordinary poor voters and how much in millions are the Cumlic officials and certain governors, congressmen and mayors are getting to rig the plebiscite. It is something easily expected that Duterte will get the yes vote for BAL as a result of martial law and vote buying. It would indeed be too embarrassing to him if the no vote would win. 9. Reply to Duterte's tirade in Lucena City against the CPP, NPA, and the Revolutionary Mass Movement. January 22, 2019. There is nothing rotten about fighting for genuine and full national independence and people's democracy and eventually for socialism even for another 50 years until victory is won. What is totally rotten is for Duterte to be serving the interests of both US and Chinese imperialists, the big compradors, landlords, and his fellow corrupt bureaucrat capitalists who oppress and exploit the people. There is nothing more rotten than killing 30,000 drug suspects and becoming the supreme drug lord and extend the mass murder to the workers, peasants, indigenous people, the social activists and human rights advocates to preserve the rotten ruling system. Duterte completely denies that the growing revolutionary forces, the Revolutionary Party of the Working Class, the New People's Army, the revolutionary mass organizations, the various types of alliances and the organs of political power that constitute the people's government. Duterte is insane for thinking that the revolutionary movement does not govern a single barangay. The People's Democratic Government is now operating in more than 15,000 barangays, and it is growing in waves until it can overthrow the counter-revolutionary state of the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats like him. It is too late for Duterte to glorify the rotten semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines and the world capitalist system, which is now in crisis far worse than in 1929 and the Great Depression. Filipino revolutionaries have contempt for the restoration of capitalism in China and Russia, but are pleased at the same time that the rise of Chinese and Russian monopoly capitalism is now intensifying the contradictions among the imperialist powers. The intensifying inter-imperialist conflicts are making the people suffer more but are driving them to rise up in revolutionary resistance. Only an incorrigible traitor and tyrant and someone insane can glorify imperialist China and Russia, seek to keep the Philippines a prey to both old and new imperialist powers, and refuse to take advantage of the inter-imperialist contradictions in order to serve the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people. ILPS supports Venezuela President Maduro against usurper backed by the US and ultra-reactionaries. January 24, 2019. We, the International League of People's Struggle, vigorously support the democratically elected and newly inaugurated President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela Nicolas Maduro, and vehemently condemn Juan Guaido, who has proclaimed himself the interim president of Venezuela in a brazen coup attempt. Guaido is merely the stooge of US imperialism and the representative of the reactionaries of Venezuela. We therefore hold the US the most responsible for his unconstitutional and undemocratic act, and we praise and support President Maduro for breaking off diplomatic relations with the interventionist US government. US imperialism is most interested in acquiring the huge oil wealth of Venezuela, whose proven oil reserves amount to 300,878 millions of barrels. This is far bigger than those of Saudi Arabia at 286,455, Iraq at 142,503, Russia at 80,000, and Libya at 48,000. The US government has long been waging a campaign of destabilization against the Maduro presidency by imposing sanctions, freezing the assets of Venezuela abroad, and threatening a coup d'état and military intervention by the US and its allies in the Organization of American States. But the people of Bolivarian Venezuela, especially the workers and other toilers, continue to be inspired by Chavismo and to follow the courageous leadership of Maduro in defense of national sovereignty, democracy, and peace. The armed forces and police of Venezuela have reaffirmed their loyalty to President Maduro and have successfully acted against a minor military mutiny. The broad masses of the people are thronging the cities of Venezuela to express their support to their president and condemn the US puppet Guaido and his US imperialist